201. Blaze makes his appearance. The next day. Unlike any other day, this wasn't a peaceful one for the whole world. As the news crew delivered the newspaper, the content present in it shook the entire Grand Line and Four Seas. The title of the newspaper was, Celestial Dragon Slayer. Yesterday, someone killed the celestial dragons and beat the Marine Admiral to a sorry state. The newspaper had a picture of Admiral Akainu beaten to a sorry state with blood dripping all over his face. A Marine Admiral is a pillar embodying justice and balancing power in the whole world. They were supposed to be the savior of everyday people and nemesis to pirates. But now? Looking at the beaten Marine Admiral turned their worldview upside down. Who will save us from the criminals from now on? The common people were struck with fear and worry. The Marines scattered across the world, they couldn't believe it when they first heard the news. When they saw the newspaper, it crushed their arrogance and their morale dropped to the bottom. A man single-handedly killed the world nobles and beat the admiral. His actions were seen as waging war against the world government, but neither the world government nor the Marines could do anything to stop him. Marine headquarters. Smashing the newspaper on the table, Sengoku roared. Who is he? Just because of this act, the entire world is in chaos. I have received reports from various Marines bases over the Grand Line that criminals and pirates came out in full swing. If we don't do something, it will explode soon. Sengoku just finished the call with the 5 elders of world government, they were very unhappy with the development. They want him to capture and hang the killer who killed the celestial dragons as soon as possible. But, the Marines couldn't find the person, it was as if he disappeared into thin air after beating Akainu. Furthermore, the Marines were short of manpower to put out a wide search in such a situation. Sengoku sent Borsellino and Aokiji to the New World, to quell the pirates' rampage. When he looked at Garp, he saw the latter picking his nose without a care in the world. Sengoku's anger flared. Throwing the newspaper at the latter, he roared. Garp, say something. What? Snapping out of nose-picking, he glared at Sengoku. What do you want me to do? I am just an old man trying to pass the age in peace. Shut up. I don't care what you think. I want you to visit Sabayati and find him. I know you can do it. Sengoku ordered, shunning Garp. At that moment, a Marine officer, sweating profusely, entered the office and spoke in a hurry. Urgent report, Sengoku-san. What is it? Sengoku asked. We have received intelligence that Kaido is currently heading towards the headquarters. Hearing it, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. Every single one of them, what do they think of Marines? Garp, this time Kaido shouldn't leave the headquarters. Did he think we are pushovers? Sengoku looked at him and said. Right now, Marines are short of manpower as out of 3 admirals 1 is injured and the other 2 are at New World to handle the situation. Kaido wants to use this perfect opportunity to attack them. The entire Marine fort is alerted while civilians are evacuated to a safer place. Vice admirals and rear admirals were dispatched along with countless Marines to resist Kaido. Garp stood before them all. 10 minutes passed and suddenly, everyone noticed a change in the weather and a formation of dark clouds that filled the sky. From the depth of these clouds, Kaido came into being in his dragon form. Just his arrival and movement in the air generated an intense, gusty shockwave that nearly made most of the Marines take a step or two back. Looking into the dragon's eyes, every Marine felt terror and powerlessness. As Marines, they knew if it's one-on-one, Kaido will win. On land, sea, and air, among all living things, he is a pirate who is known as the strongest creature. How are we going to confront a Yonko without any admiral present? They all thought. Kuhi-hi-hi, you Marines are weak as hell. You let some unknown person bring down the admiral. It's better I completely destroy you. Hic. As soon as he hiccuped, the smell of wine permeated over and forced the Marines to cover their nose. He's drunk. Bolo breath. Fire gathered in Kaido's mouth before he breathed it out. An intense flame of high temperature blasted towards the Marine fort, covering a tremendous distance within moments. If it struck, the high temperature would melt everything and ruin the Marine fort. Just as Garp decided to act, a sudden brilliance attracted his attention while a figure magically appeared and punched at the approaching blast. A pillar of blue flame surged from the figure's hand similar to Kaido. The flames then expanded and spread at a terrifying pace, forming a huge flame mouth. What happened next shocked everyone present in the vicinity. The huge mouth formed out of flames gobbled Kaido's bolo breath, and blazed forward. Boom! When it came in contact with Kaido, the flame exploded engulfing the latter within the sea of flames. Kaido's screams came from within the flames. Ah! Wahaha! You brat, even I thought you died after not seeing you for many years. Garp laughed out aloud, noticing the figure was none other than Blaze. It was at that moment, that the Marines clearly noticed Blaze's appearance. Some who were in the Marines for a long period of time recognized him. Is that Vice Admiral Blaze, who suddenly disappeared many years ago? A rear admiral thought aloud. Though 5 years had passed, there wasn't much change in Blaze's appearance aside from a slight change in height, maturity, and flowing hair that reached the neck. Teleporting next to Garp, Blaze chuckled. It seems like I can finally call you old man Garp without any concern. I see a lot of white hairs on your head. You brat, want to taste my fist of love? Garp asked, grinding his fists. 202, Battle of Superpowers. Vice Admiral Blaze. Hearing the murmurs from the Marine officers, the new recruits were perplexed. Who is he? A Marine soldier who joined the Marines 3 years back asked. He's Vice Admiral Blaze. When pirates were rampaging the seas, just his name alone was enough to send fear into their hearts. After all, he holds the title the strongest Marine. A headquarters Rear Admiral described with a hint of awe. Wait, I seem to have heard this title before I joined the Marines. Another Marine soldier exclaimed. Oh my god! I remember. He's the one who defeated the Crystal Pirates, one of the Yonko 5 years ago. Another Marine soldier who remembers Blaze's deed cried out. Yes. A Vice Admiral with powers rivaling that of admirals. Hearing the words and exclamations around them, the Marine soldiers were shocked and amazed. We have such a strong person on our side. Then why did he disappear for 5 years? Roar. At that moment, Kaido, who was engulfed in the flames, let out a terrifying roar. His serpentine body spun into a coil that summoned several tornadoes. His dragon twister swept away all the flames and stormed towards the Marine fort. The change in wind current caused by the tornadoes forced all the Marines to take a step back. Imbuing his arms with armament haki, Blaze clapped hard at the incoming tornadoes. With a thunderous sound, a shockwave rippled from his hands and met Kiadu's dragon twister. Boom! When they came in contact, both attacks were nullified. Oh! Next to him, Garp had a look of astonishment. This brat has grown up, his haki reached such a height. At the same time, the Marine soldiers and officers were excited by the show of power. A clap of hands to suppress the attack of Yonko. How cool is that? Transformed back into human form, Kaido looked at Blaze while putting the kanabo over his shoulder. With a pondering look, he spoke, You? I have seen you somewhere. After a moment of silence, he remarked in a sarcastic tone. Aren't you the Marine brat that I beat half to death a few years back? You are still alive? You don't interest me. In the Marines, only Sengoku and Garp can fight me as equals. Hearing the words, Blaze retracted his smile and smirked in return while cracking his knuckles. Yes. It's been some time. I didn't get the chance to give payback for last time. Pausing for a moment, are you ready for round 2, Kaido? This time, it will be different. As Blaze uttered his last word, he released his Conqueror's haki without holding back at Kaido. The sheer might of the haki caused lightning sparks to erupt from random places. The grand intensity of the supreme haki will upset the very surroundings. Even though the haki was aimed at Kaido, the Marines behind could not withstand such a tremendous emission of willpower. Many of them fell unconscious to the ground, foaming at their mouths. Only officers above the level of rear admirals remained standing, with shocked looks. Forget about them, even Garp was astonished by Blaze's mighty Conqueror's haki. This haki, it can rival Whitebeard. Sengoku thought, watching everything from the distance. Where did he go? What did he do in these 5 years? Kaido confronted the Conqueror's haki with his own. A powerful shockwave swept all directions as their hakis clashed in mid-air. The clash of Supreme Kings. The standing Marines muttered under their breaths. Feeling Blaze's powerful haki, Kaido raised his eyebrows and completely sobered up. What a powerful haki! The next moment, he smirked and glared at Blaze. Looks like I won't be bored today. Come! Blaze lunged toward Kaido, aiming a simple punch in his direction, imbuing his fist with Conqueror's haki. Kaido, on the other hand, also infused House Hoku haki into his kanabo. With thin streams of black lightning radiating from the weapon, he swung at Blaze. Bang! Their attacks collided in mid-air without any physical contact, trying to conquer the other. The collision generated a shockwave shaking the entire surroundings and Marine fort. A massive rift appeared in the sky as if the heavens themselves has split. The Marine officers who were still conscious were forced to take a few steps back by the powerful shockwave. Forget about participating, we can't even observe the battle of this scale up close. Vice Admiral Doberman commented, steadying his body. Vice Admiral Blaze has grown stronger than I have met before. A Rear Admiral commented. Meanwhile, Garp silently left the area, showing no visible signs of wanting to partake in the battle. He appeared next to Sengoku, who was watching the battle from the Marine Fort Tower. It seems like Blaze's strength has reached the level of Sea Emperors. I don't know where he went and trained himself to reach such a level of haki. Sengoku stated with his arms folded. Wahaha! With him in the front, we old fellows can sit back and relax. Garp spoke, laughing in a carefree manner. Shut up, Garp. We aren't that old yet. Sengoku rebuked and thought, I don't know how the world government will react once they come to know Blaze is alive. If they act again, I won't sit back and watch. Seeing through Sengoku's inner thoughts, Garp commented nonchalantly. But, Sengoku knew how solemn his friend's statement was as he knew him very well. Don't utter such words. I won't let something like last time happen again. Garp simply snorted and watched the battle. Conquering over Kaido's haki, Blaze's punch landed squarely on his face, forcing the other party to take a few steps back. Wiping the drop of blood from the corner of his lips, Kaido grinned and joyfully commented. Not bad. It seems like I won't be bored today. 203, forcing Kaido to flee Marineford. Boom. 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 Blaze and Kaido exchanged blows with one another while the thunderous lightning cracks and shockwaves terrorized the Marines present in the Marineford. Neither of them showed any weakness. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Blaze flashed before Kaido and punched him in the face with his balled fist imbued with Conqueror's haki. Bang! The straightforward punch sent Kaido flying back and crashing into one of the marine warships. Rising to his feet, Kaido brushed the blood that dripped from the corner of his lips and laughed. Worororo. Just now, you killed my observation haki with your Conqueror's haki, right? Let's play more. Marine. Adding force to his feet, Kaido lunged at Blaze. In mid-air, his appearance took a drastic change as he switched to his human-beast hybrid form. Blue scales covered his arms, legs, torso, and back. 6 horns extended on his head, claws grew on his hands and feet, with a long dragon tail on his back. Kaido's human-beast form is not as colossal as his dragon form, but the pressure he induced is coercing. What kind of appearance is this? He's neither human nor beast. A marine soldier exclaimed. It's a human-beast form exclusive to Zoan users. Another marine, who knows more about Zoan, replied. Looking at Kaido's change, Blaze showed no visible change in expression. In the short exchange, he confirmed his haki is more formidable than the former. But, Kaido's exceptional physique combined with his fish fruit gives him an edge over his haki. Of course, it would be different if Blaze used his devil fruit power. His current fighting strength should be slightly above the level of Yonko and more or less equal to peak Whitebeard. But, it's not enough to overthrow the world government. Don't underestimate me, Marine. I'm Yonko Kaido. Show me everything you got. Kaido roared and leaped into the air. Twirling his weapon above his head, he imbued it with Conqueror's haki as it exuded black lightning sparks. Plunging towards Blaze, he swings his club down with great smashing force. Kozen's Ragunaraku. Facing the full power attack of Kaido, Blaze didn't even flinch or attempt to make some big moves. He simply blocked the smash with his left arm coated with armament haki. Boom! Upon collision, a resounding sound resonated the Marineford while the ground beneath Blaze's feet shattered like spiderwebs and turned into dust. But, the might of Kaido's attack failed to shake Blaze. With a slight push and wave of his left arm, Kaido was forced back. Looking at his strongest attack that was ineffective against Blaze, Kaido narrowed his eyes. Though he looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. How can it be? He can block my Conqueror's attack with just armament haki. It's getting troublesome. He killed my observation haki with his Conqueror's. It's similar to Captain Rock's and that brat Shanks. Grinning a little, Kaido looked at Blaze and spoke, I admit, you are strong. But, I become the strongest by bringing down those people who are said to be stronger than me. By defeating you, I will be stronger than before. Facing the powerful Blaze, fear didn't get into Kaido's mind but intense excitement. Only such blood-boiling battles make him feel alive in such a boring world. The Marines stood in awe, as one of the 4 emperors Kaido equally matched with Blaze. To them, it's simply unbelievable and something worth revering. As you requested earlier, I'm going to use my full strength. Are you ready to receive it? Blaze spoke and took a step forward. As he took this step, the very Marineford itself reverberated as if something is awakened. Blaze's momentum underwent a drastic turn. The solid ground cracked in his mere presence while everything else went into still mode, the sea, clouds, and even the surrounding air. Intense heat covered the area as it began to affect the very surroundings while Blaze's entire body was shrouded in golden brilliance. As he clenched his fist, the golden brilliance around him disappeared and amassed in his hand. His fist formed a spherical hollow that glowed in bluish-white with black flashes of lightning arcing around. This isn't good. Garp, who was watching the battle as a spectator while enjoying his senbei, foresaw what would happen next with observation haki and took action. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood and appeared before the Marines. As for Sengoku, he gritted his teeth and scolded with his fist balled. He isn't holding anything back? Is he planning to destroy the Marineford? Sengoku too appeared next to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Marines present were startled by the sudden appearance of 2 esteemed figures. Get back everyone, Garp shouted and forced the Marines back. Blaze's lukewarm countenance now fashioned into an intense grin. As his marine coat waved on the wind, he drew back his glowing fist till it reached his ears. With no suspense, he threw a straight punch forward at Kaido. For the onlookers, it seemed as if time slowed down in the presence of such an earth-shattering attack. A compressed heat pressure released from his fist followed by a massive boom that shook the entire marine fort and set off a heatwave that instantly melted everything in its path. Thanks to Garp and Sengoku, they stopped the heat waves from hurting the marines. Otherwise, the consequence would have been disastrous. At the same moment, perceiving Blaze's overpowering strike, for a split second, Kaido felt something he hadn't felt in many years, fear. Something foreign to him since he hadn't experienced such feelings for a very long time. Kaido hastily emptied the wine off his gourd and entered alcohol mode, Shuron Haka. By entering this state, his haki got stronger, and his body got even bulkier. Pouring every ounce of his raw strength and Conqueror's haki, he swung his weapon with everything he had. Bang! When Kaido's strike collided against Blaze's compressed heat pressure imbued with Conqueror's haki, it couldn't hold on for a second before it got overpowered. A fist mark was imprinted on Kaido's body just below his chest region and the same could be seen on his back. The sea region behind Kaido was vaporized while steam began to shroud the Marienford. Sphhhlt. Blood gushed from Kaido's mouth as the latter supported himself with his weapon Hasaikai. His other hand gripped the abdomen, hissing in pain. What the hell was that? Kaido asked himself. The pain he felt was unimaginable and he could tell the attack melted his inner organs even though he protected them with haki. With just a single attack, I nearly died. Raising his head, Kaido met Blaze's stare. 204, the return of the strongest marine. With blood dripping from his lips, Kaido looked past Blaze at the marine ford. After a period of silence, he transformed into his dragon form and jumped into the air, disappearing from everyone's view. Yes, Kaido decided to flee, no. He decided to retreat tactically. Aside from Blaze, Marineford still has Sengoku and Garp. Considering his deep wound and Blaze's strength, he would end up in the worst situation if he stayed any longer. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Blaze's lips curled up a little. He made no effort to stop the former from leaving as he didn't plan to capture or deal with him. Meanwhile, countless marines looked at the fleeing Kaido in pride and puffed chests. Why wouldn't they? They repelled and chased away one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Kaido of the beasts. As Blaze bested Kaido, the long-lost system notification rang in his mind. Achievement complete, defeated the Yonko, Kaido. Reward, 1.0 Constitution 1.0 Devil Fruit 1.0 Haki 1.0 Free Attribute Point. I am getting the attribute points after a long time. Blaze mused and summoned the status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 77.879. Devil Fruit, 75.4 greater than 76.6. Haki, 80.181.1. Free Attribute Point, 4.5 greater than 5.5. Aside from the single point increase rewarded by the system, his attributes rose by another 0.1 or 0.2 points thanks to his fight against Kaido. According to the achievement points mentioned by the system, he should have received 2 attribute points in each attribute for defeating the Yonko, but he didn't because he hadn't defeated the entire Yonko crew. Fleet Admiral Office. Though it's been 5 years, Blaze looked the same in appearance with a more refined temperament and spirit. Feeling the powerful haki emitting from him, Sengoku sighed. He doesn't know what's going to happen next and how the world government is going to react. It's going to be a pain in the ass. Sengoku rubbed his temple and thought. Brat, are you trying to show off your haki to us? Restrain it or I will help you in doing so. Garp balled his fist and spoke. Well, you can't blame me for being strong. Uttering some arrogant words, Blaze kept his haki in check. It's good that you came back, but what's your next plan? Sengoku asked. Before Blaze could answer, he continued, I know you want to rejoin the Marines, but I don't think the world government will agree. Everything that happened has happened. You can't change everything as a single being. Sengoku's words held deep meaning. In fact, Blaze was surprised the former would speak such profound words as he always thought the other party was entirely devoted to the world government. Blaze knew it would be difficult to separate Marines from world government power, but after hearing Sengoku's words, he realized something. In the end, everything comes to a single path. If you want to free the Marines, you have to dethrone the world government. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing sound of Sengoku's Den Den Mushi. Room of Authority, Pangdia Castle. As Blaze fought Kaido, the intelligence of his return soon reached the ears of the 5 elders. He returned, as we thought. The bald elder with glasses spoke. MN. It's indeed troublesome. Considering his strength, we need to handle him properly. The tall and thin-bearded elder with long white hair voiced his thoughts. As a matter of fact, after Blaze's disappearance, they assigned a separate Cypher Paul unit to search his whereabouts. But, the search yielded no results with no information. After 5 years, just when they thought Blaze wasn't coming back, he returned in style. We can't take any rash decision in his case. It's better we ask Sama's thoughts before deciding anything. The youngest-looking elder spoke. Okay. Let's do it. After discussion, they decided to seek advice from the ruler of the world. Fleet Admiral Office. Sengoku ended his call with a serious and bewildered countenance. Noticing his friend's look, Garp asked, I know it's them. What did they tell? Blaze also gave an inquisitive gaze. Well, the 5 elders have no opinion on Blaze rejoining as Vice Admiral, but the Admiral position is out of reach for him. Sengoku replied. Interesting, haha, Blaze commented and laughed aloud. Considering their reaction, it seems they see me as no threat and someone that can be eliminated anytime. Since there's no issue, I see no problem, Garp spoke. Sengoku nodded and expressed. You can join from tomorrow. Though they didn't explicitly mention anything, the 5 elders' decision troubled both Sengoku and Garp a little, as it was completely different from what they thought. Next day. Everyone who read the front page of the newspaper was thrilled by the content. With the title, The Return of the Strongest Marine, the portrait of Blaze and Kaido's fight was illustrated for half a page. The only thing skipped in the news was Kaido's defeat by Blaze's hand. Naturally, the world government made the news coup skip this part, as it will boost Blaze's prestige. The lost memories of Blaze's deeds began to resurface in everyone's mind. The pirates who knew of his heroic battles and strength began to fear for their future. Whitebeard and Big Mom crew thought nothing of this news when they heard about Blaze's return, but the same couldn't be said about Shanks. What do you think? Ben Beckman threw the newspaper to Shanks. When the latter read the news, he squinted his eyes. As someone who had fought against Blaze before and understood his strength, Shanks knew it wasn't a small matter. Both his disappearance and return are suspicious. The world government should have hidden something from us. Ben Beckman expressed his thoughts. I have a feeling that we will meet soon. Shanks chuckled and remembered the promise they once made. The next time they meet, they would battle for real. 205, meeting Regis and Kuina again. Next day. The news of Blaze rejoining the rank of Vice Admiral position made the Marines jump for joy, while it frightened the pirates who understands his true strength. On board the ship assigned to him, Blaze relaxed in a lounge chair specially prepared by Regis. In front of him stood Regis and Kuina, who rushed to Marineford overnight after hearing his return. Regis bulked a little and pruned the shoulder-length silver hair to a low fade which suited his current physique. As for Kuina, she's nothing like Tashiji, contrary to his vision. Standing at 6'2" feet of height, she carried herself with gracefulness and boldness which gave her a strange sense of beauty. Her physique is ruggedly feminine but full of charm, coupled with a sharp jawline and chin, as well as thin lips and nose. Part of her raven black hair was braided and reached her lower back, while some fringes covered her forehead. She wore a long-sleeved kimono with a long white marine jacket draped over her shoulders like a cape and carried a katana-styled sword in her sheath. Look at the beauty, is it the same little Kuina that I know? Blaze teased and looked at the newspaper in his hand before continuing, moreover, you even have a title, Sword Witch Kuina. Hearing his tease and praise, Kuina blushed in embarrassment while Regis laughed. How did you guys fare in my absence? Blaze asked, putting the jokes aside. Everything was good. I have been promoted to the Rear Admiral level and have my own crew and ship. Kuina's been at my side the whole time. Once, she went to the training camp to learn haki skills and stayed there for around 6 months. Regis replied. Good. Blaze nonchalantly responded. But the next moment, an invisible force smashed Regis squarely in the jaw and sent him flying in the air. It happened to Kuina, but the latter parried the invisible attack with a quick draw of her sword, thanks to her exceptional observation haki and hard training. Regis's figure smashed into the ship's side. He rose to his feet in no time as Blaze's strike carried no force, but Regis couldn't hide the embarrassment and shame present on his face. He knew he'd failed Blaze San's trust. It has been 3 years since he practiced his skills, as he was just enjoying his days as Rear Admiral without doing anything. With head down, Regis stood silent. Stretching his body to the limit until it released loud cracks, Blaze stood up from his seat and faced Regis. Look at me. When Regis's eyes met Blaze, he felt a mountain of pressure pressing upon him. As Blaze took a step toward him, the coercion multiplied tenfold. The overwhelming might created web-like cracks on the ship floors that stretched to the main mast. Without being able to struggle, Regis's knees hit the ground. Looking at the expanding blue sea, Blaze uttered. I can accept people who are weak, but I have no use for people who are undetermined and lazy even if they are strong. You can leave. Hearing his words, Regis froze for a second before his head loudly hit the ground while tears flowed from his eyes. Blaze-san, forgive me. It's not I am lazy and undetermined, it's just I lost my motivation to get strong after your disappearance. Please give me another chance, I will. Okay. Get up. Blaze changed the subject so that Regis could relax. Where's Rosinante? Rosinante was transferred and working in headquarters, by Fleet Admiral Sengoku's side. Probably he's not in headquarters, otherwise, he would have rushed to meet you. Regis responded. Nodding his head, Blaze looked at Kuina. I'm surprised, Kuina. I can feel your spirit, you have improved so much in the short 5 years. My strength is nowhere near enough to become the strongest swordsman in the world, Kuina replied in a determined tone while gripping the hilt of her sword. Don't push yourself. Blind sword swings won't make you a better swordsman. Experience the battle and enjoy the process, it's what makes you strong. Blaze advised and noticed Kuina's sword. Show me your sword. Drawing the sword from the scabbard, Kuina gave it to him. As soon as Blaze grabbed the sword, he felt its unique make and extreme sharpness radiating from the sword as if trying to keep others from grasping it. Good sword. Where did you get it? Blaze asked in wonder. She used all her merit points and mine as well as a devil fruit to exchange it from the Marine Exchange Department. I heard Vice Admiral Garp helped her in the process. Regis explained. Kuina asked. Is there something wrong with the sword? No. It's a great sword. Blaze replied and walked to the edge of the ship before swinging the sword in a vertical motion. His simple downward slash generated a pressurized bluish sword energy of phenomenal force that cleaved the sea into 2 halves and traveled a long distance in a straight line. The simple slash without any haki and devil fruit power stunned both Kuina and Regis. But, it alarmed the entire marine fort as the ship is currently docked at port. The sea is divided into 2. Who did it? A marine exclaimed in shock. Is Dracula my hawk visiting the marine fort? Another marine wondered. The marine fort went on high alert, but Sengoku's roar from his office revealed the act was done by Blaze. Blaze commented, without caring about the commotion caused by his simple attack, the sword is a little short from transforming into a black blade. Kuina and Regis were shocked by his words as they knew what black blade meant. Blaze continued. But, it won't be that easy. Why? Kuina asked curiously. There's a reason why only a few black blades are present in the world. Many strong people use a sword but their swords won't turn into a black blade no matter what they do. Only a true swordsman who trains in the way of the sword can create a black blade after forging the sword with haki and emotion for countless years. People like you and Zoro who hold a sword in their hearts are scarce. 206, Kuzan's confusion. Returning the sword to Kuina, Blaze advised. Your personality and the reason you draw the sword determines your future swordsman path. Sliding the sword back to the scabbard, Kuina glanced at Blaze and spoke, remembering what happened 5 years before. Though I'm not the strongest, I won't be a burden to you with my current strength. Blaze approached Kuina and rubbed her head. Even if I am not by your side, nothing would threaten your life. I made sure of that. It's the same for everyone I care about. Besides, I am stronger than before. Even if it's world government, I have a certain level of confidence. Kuina pouted a little and readjusted her hair, paying attention to his words. On the side, Regis chuckled a little seeing the always tough and expressionless Kuina showing such expression. Turning to Regis, Blaze asked. Is everything ready? Are we ready to set sail? Regis replied. We are currently replenishing the supplies on board. Once done, we can set off to the New World. MN. It's been years since I visited the New World, Blaze reminisced. There should be a lot of changes. Yes, Blaze-san. You already know about the concept of Yonko but now, they rule the New World by dividing the region into their own. Unlike the mess a few years back, the crews of Yonko are developed and well organized. Even we, as Marines, must be extremely cautious when venturing into the territories of Yonko. They developed into a colossal force. Regis spoke about the current situation of the New World. Seeing Blaze's lethargic countenance, he continued. After you killed the Yonko crystal, the vacant position triggered war and bloodshed among the pirates. But recently, a person and his crew rose among the ranks of pirates and firmly occupied the position of an emperor, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates Red Hair Shanks. Is it some kind of Yonko speech that you practice frequently? Blaze chuckled. Am I supposed to get goosebumps? Scratching his head, Regis smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, Blaze-san. He knows Blaze fought against Shanks during their time at East Blue when they were nobody. Now 5 years have passed, and Shanks' strength has grown to the level of emperor while no one knows how strong Blaze is. Since you speak so well about Yonko, why won't we visit the region of Whitebeard pirates? Blaze suddenly inquired. Dumbstruck by Blaze's unexpected question, Regis stammered. That, Blaze-san, we can't venture into the territories of Yonko without Fleet Admiral's authorization. Without caring about Regis's thoughts, Blaze fixed his schedule. It's decided. Let's go and meet Whitebeard. I was hoping to meet the world's strongest man for quite a long time. Let's find out whether the Emperor of the Sea is as fearsome as you tell. Of course, Blaze didn't decide it on a whim. He wanted to fight Whitebeard for a long time, but things played differently as he was teleported to HXH World. Now that he's back, he plans to claim the title of strongest man from Whitebeard. By doing so, he can try the lucky draw function of the system. At that moment, Blaze sensed a familiar aura. A figure jumped from the sea and landed on the deck of their ship. It's none other than Admiral Aokiji. Noticing his arrival, Kuina and Regis straightened their back and politely called, "Admiral Aokiji." Sliding the hands out of his pockets, Kuzan waved his hands in response to their politeness, and uttered, "Irera, what did I just hear?" "Kuzan, long time no see." Sensing the other party's vigorous haki, Blaze commented, "Your current strength finally befits your admiral title. It seems I was weak before, at least, in your eyes." Kuzan asked lazily. "Well, I can't admit that myself, right?" Blaze chuckled. "I was surprised when I heard about your disappearance and also your return, of course. What happened? I wanted to hear the answer from you." Kuzan asked in a rare serious tone. As an admiral, he learned about the fight between world government forces and Blaze atop the Red Line. He even went to see the trail of destruction caused by Blaze. As for the reason, the world government didn't provide any clear explanation. They just brushed it off and hid everything. "Truth?" Blaze asked. Kuzan nodded. Blaze narrated what happened that day without hiding anything except the fact that he was teleported to HXH world by the system. Seeing the two discussing a rather serious topic, Kuina and Regis excused themselves and went to carry out their work. Hearing the truth from Blaze, Kuzan took a deep breath and was completely lost in thought. His heart was confused and began to question the very marine system. "Don't think deeply, your position is different from mine," Blaze clarified. Kuzan shook his head. "How is it different? What if one day I take the same decision as you and stand opposite the world government? Will they go to any extent to eradicate me as well?" Blaze spoke. "Well, that's a possibility. But, considering your service, strength and personality, they won't resort to extreme actions. Because you are lazy." Kuzan sighed and dismissed the outrageous thoughts. "Irera, what am I thinking? I am not you, I shouldn't bother myself with such thoughts." "Haha, that's the Kuzan I know." Blaze laughed and put his arm around Kuzan's shoulder. "Forget about these things. Let's go and have some wine since we are meeting after such a long time." "I don't have time." "Come on, you are the admiral." 207, Future Plans. Blaze sat up from his bed, pulling himself from slumber. The slight headache due to overdrinking and the persistent wobble of the ship annoyed him to the core, flaring up his mood. Slowly, he approached the door of the cabin and made his way to the upper deck via a stairway. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed the marines on the ship were busy, running here and there. And, he found the reason for the wobbling of the ship, the weather of the new world. Huge ice crystals fell from the sky like raindrops, it's just the size of each one bigger than their navy ship. "What the FCK is going on?" Blaze asked, finding Regis and Kuina. The weather and icefall irritated him. "Sorry, Blaze-san. We suddenly encountered a storm and entered the region of the icefall." Regis replied. Since this kind of situation is common in the New World, Regis, Kuina and other marine soldiers on the ship were pretty calm. Blaze waved his hand and commanded by rubbing his temple. "Make it stop. The weather and constant shaking of the ship irritate me and worsen my hangover." "This." Regis was stunned by Blaze's request. Looking at the looming dark clouds and falling ice crystals, how the FCK am I supposed to stop that? I am incompetent. My skills are not strong enough to clear the weather. Kuina apologized for her weakness. You are taking his words too seriously. Regis thought. Out of the way. Blaze shooed the marines around him and set his eyes on the falling ice crystals and dark clouds that shut out the direct sunlight. Kuina and Regis eyed Blaze with suspicion. What is he planning? The sun's power within Blaze's body surged and channeled from all nooks and crannies into his right arm until finally, it reached his hand. A spherical golden bubble shrouded his right hand. The next moment, black lightning sparkled around the golden bubble symbolizing the exertion of Conqueror's haki. Just the wisps of radiating momentum shook the marine soldiers present. Why am I feeling heavy? Without minding the condition of the surrounding marine, Blaze pulled his arm back and punched at the sky. From his fist, an ethereal force whooshed toward the sky and struck the clouds. Boom! A world-resounding boom sounded within the dark clouds along with flickering colors of gold, purple, and black. Bolts of golden and black lightning bathed the sea with beauty and terror. In no time, the dark clouds began to disappear visible to the naked eye and within seconds, everything disappeared. A clear blue sky and the sun's warm glow welcomed everyone as if the loomed dark clouds and icefalls were nothing but daydreams. The marines watched everything with their mouths opened wide and took a few seconds to come out of the trance before loudly exclaiming among themselves. Did he just destroy the sky? Fuke, what kind of unit did I just join? A marine cried aloud. Awesome! Vice Admiral Blaze is as strong as I imagined. Another one spoke with stars in his eyes. A group of marines cheered by pointing their swords at the sky. Woo! Vice Admiral Blaze is a god. With a single punch, most of the marines aboard the ship had become a part of Blaze's ardent followers and vowed to work under him till they retired. Regis and Kuina were not surprised as they knew his strength. It's just they didn't expect such a flashy move from Blaze. Regis sighed at the display of power. Returning to the cabin, Blaze stood across the window watching the clear blue sea. After the short episode, his hangover went away and he felt refreshed. With a thought, he summoned his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 79.0. Devil Fruit, 76.6. Haki, 81.1. Free Attribute Point, 5.5. Looking at the luxurious attributes, Blaze does feel a slight sense of accomplishment, but he knows his strength is nowhere near confronting the world government. First, he needed time and had to create a force of his own. Second, he has to bring the Marines under his control. For that, he needs to boost his reputation and prestige among the Marines. With perfect opportunity, he can take control. Third, weakening the world government's strength little by little without exposing himself. It's time I start preparing things. There are still 3 years left before the summit war happens between Marines and Whitebeard. Blaze mused. This 3-year time period is the best time for Blaze to improve his strength and gather a force and strengthen them. Remembering something, he checked the situation of his God's Blood. The number of drops reached 2000. System, can you add the situation of God's Blood to the status panel? Blaze thought, but he didn't have much hope as his system doesn't interact. However, his status panel changed the next moment. New data has been added behind his Constitution attribute. Constitution, 79.0 God's Blood 2004/3000. Within 2 years, I will complete the process of transforming my ordinary blood. After that, I don't know what will happen and how much it will help me. Let's leave that for the future and focus on the present. Blaze thought. After a week of sailing, Blaze and his unit reached the waters of the Whitebeard region. Tension and uneasiness clouded the face of Marine soldiers. After all, it's the territory of Yonko where the current strongest man in the world reigns. At the same time, in Marine Ford, Sengoku got the report of Blaze and his unit entering the territory of Whitebeard pirates. Reading the report, veins bulged on his forehead. Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared, "What is he doing there?" That, Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Blaze's unit is no longer under Admiral's control, so no one followed their course. Just now, we received the report from the patrol ship observing Whitebeard's territory. The Rear Admiral sweated as he briefed. Does he plan on provoking a war between Marines and Whitebeard pirates? He didn't change a bit, doing whatever he pleases. Another garp. Sengoku complained and commanded. Contact the Admiral who's near Whitebeard pirates region and dispatch them as soon as possible. Let's hope the situation doesn't escalate. He didn't fear something would happen to Blaze, but the latter's action may result in something that he didn't want to happen anytime soon. 208, Whitebeard pirates. Beautiful. Blaze muttered as he gazed at the coral reefs in the distance. They are much more stunning than any coral structures that can be seen on Earth. What is the name of the island? He asked Regis, appreciating the picturesque scenery. The Chain Island is full of palm trees, surrounded by white coral sand shores. One of the most protected islands under Whitebeard territory, Gold Pearl Island, Regis replied, looking at the report in his hand. He continued. It's a chain of coral islands with few native people. The island and the people are famous for producing golden pearls that are more valuable than gold. The Whitebeard pirates earn a considerable amount of belly from selling pearls, every year. Blaze nodded. In the distance, he saw the Jolly Roger of Whitebeard pirates fluttering above the tallest palm tree. All the Yonkos have many such islands under their names that provide steady income. It's also the reason why they are much wealthier than other pirates. At that moment, a huge pirate ship bearing Whitebeard's Jolly Roger appeared in the distance. As soon as the Marines trespassed into their territory, the nearby division commander was notified. A pirate standing on the bow of a ship peering through a brass spyglass gulped a little and shouted. Bad. Commander Fossa, it's not good. It's Vice Admiral Blaze, one called the strongest Marine. We should inform Dad and the other commanders. Ease up. It's just a single Marine ship, not a platoon. He may be called the strongest Marine, but before Oiji, he's nothing. Division Commander Fossa scoffed, paying no heed to Blaze's title. Still, he reported the encroach of Marines to Moby Dick, being a dutiful son. It's the commander of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fossa. Seeing through the spyglass, a Marine soldier informed. He earned the epithet, the blazing katana Fossa, with his swordsmanship. He may not be as good as Flower Sword Vista, but he's still a formidable combatant. Regis explained. An unknown division commander didn't evoke slight of Blaze's interest. Compared to other Yonko commanders, Whitebeard commanders are indeed weak, growing under Whitebeard's majesty. The air turned solemn as Commander Fossa's ship neared. The Marines clearly saw the appearance of the division commander Fossa, who was standing on the bow of the ship. Fossa is a large, muscular, older-looking man, with a bald patch on the top of his head, a white mustache, and a scar running diagonally across his face. He tattooed Whitebeard's symbol in crimson on his right deltoid. He sported an open dark blue sleeveless jacket with loose light brown pants tucked inside his boots. "Marines, what are you doing inside our territory?" Fossa roared in a superior tone. "Arrogance. Even Whitebeard won't speak in such a tone before Blaze-san. Who do you think you are?" Kuina took a step forward and snorted in an equally arrogant tone. Hearing her words, everyone was stunned into speechlessness, including Blaze. "You are more arrogant than him. Where did you learn to speak like that, Kuina?" Though Blaze said that, he silently lauded her fearless spirit. "Let's see whether you are as strong as the newspaper characterizes." Infuriated by Kuina's arrogance, Fossa lighted the cigar and unsheathed the katana off his square tsuba that was attached to his belt. With a light swing and twirl, the sword burned bright red. Imbuing the sword with armament haki, he leaped high in the air and delivered a high-speed vacuum slash. The slash burned in flames and surged toward the marine ship, seeking to cleave the ship into two. Without anyone's command, Kuina stepped forward to welcome the slash. Grasping the hilt of her blade, she bent down a little before withdrawing the sword from its sheath. Swing! The sword draw was fast and smooth, launching a half-moon-shaped pressurized slash that was no weaker than Division Commander Fossa. Both their slash collided in mid-air. But, contrary to everyone's expectation, Kuina's slash shattered Fossa's flame slash and dashed forward. Fossa's pupils shrunk in astonishment as he didn't expect his attack to be overpowered by a little girl. Reacting quickly, he deflected the air slash with his katana. Sheathing the katana back into her scabbard, Kuina jumped from the ship and landed on the sea. As her feet touched the seawater, it crystallized everything within a 500-meter radius. Ah! Blaze's eyes brightened, seeing her display of Devil Fruit ability. Aside from Devil Fruit Awakening, her fruit ability is nearly as good as the previous fruit user crystal. Once she awakens the crystal fruit, her strength will skyrocket. "You are not strong enough to let Blaze-san take action. Let me witness the majesty of the Whitebeard pirates." She boldly challenged the pirate. With her marine coat fluttering in the air, the marine soldiers behind her sensed a heroic aura exuded by Kuina. It boosted their morale and eased their nervousness about facing the Yonko group. The Whitebeard pirates on board the ship were enraged by Kuina's arrogance. In a sense, it directly challenges the strength of Whitebeard himself. Some of the pirates, who revere Whitebeard as god and the only family, were ready to jump off the ship and deal with Kuina themselves. But, Division Commander Fossa stopped them. "Since the enemy is a single person, I will go." He noticed the Marines before him were completely different from the usual ones they faced. Even though they encroached on their territory, they didn't fire their cannon blindly and wantonly destroy the surroundings. From this, it can be inferred they didn't come causing trouble. "I need to find their purpose before others arrive." Thinking to this point, Fossa jumped off the ship and faced Kuina. As a commander of Whitebeard pirates, he has some character. Blaze thought. "Division Commander Fossa, show the marine girl what we Whitebeard pirates are truly capable of." Yet. The pirates screamed and pounded the ship's surface. "Who do you think will win?" Blaze asked. With outstanding swordsmanship, powerful devil fruit ability, and haki mastery, Kuina excels in everything. "I don't think this division commander is her match." Of course, against their top division commanders, it would be a different result. Regis voiced his opinion, aware of Kuina's strength. 209. Arrival of Whitebeard. Division Commander Fossa and Kuina stood facing each other on a crystal top, amidst an overly enthusiastic and boisterous crowd. It was anything like a face-off between a pirate and a marine, more like the final game of the championship. Kuina initiated the attack by grasping the hilt of her katana. A sudden aura began to form around her body, but it was far from the use of any haki. It was simply the aura created by her momentum alone and long practice. It was more like an illusion, but in a way, it represents the extension of one's spirit. In a second, the aura morphed into a translucent white dragon figure, exuding a holy aura of purity and sovereignty. The pirates and marines alike were amazed by the dragon figure. "Oh!" Blaze narrowed his eyes. The stunt was similar to Zoro's nine-sword style, a three-headed, six-armed silhouette that resembled mythological Asura. The crystal ground beneath Kuina deformed in pressure as she charged forth. "Itaryu, White Dragon's roar!" Kuina roared. Sword drawn from the sheath. The white dragon roared at the sky and transformed into a vibrant glow before dashing toward Fossa, the commander of the 15th Division. Facing the attack, Fossa didn't dare underestimate it as he tensed his legs in preparation and gripped the flaming sword with both hands. Concentrating the strength into his hands, he waited for Kuina's attack to reach him. As the attack neared, he blocked the slash by coating his sword with armament haki. Clatter. Upon collision, the crystal ground below Fossa burst as he exerted strength on his legs for better balance. Alas, it was for naught. The power behind the slash forced him to leap back and skid on the crystal surface for a few meters before stabilizing his figure. Such power, she's more or less equal in strength to me except for physique. Besides, she possesses devil fruit power. And, it bothers me she isn't the one in command. Thinking through, Fossa peeked at the marines from the corners of his eyes. Are they targeting Oyaji? At that moment, Kuina attacked again without giving the other party room to breathe. The ensuing battle was fierce. Every clash showcased the supernatural power of the new world, and the close area between Kuina and Fossa began to shatter as a result of their strength. The ground began to crumble beneath them, and the clashing of blades generated flickers of lightning that menaced the very atmosphere. The Whitebeard pirates were confident in their commander, but after a few minutes into the battle, they hushed and looked at one another in astonishment. She isn't your ordinary marine girl, she can fight on par with Commander Fossa. If she's this strong, then what about Vice Admiral Blaze, who's called the strongest marine? I'm afraid we don't stand a chance against him. Don't worry. The arrival of marines has been notified to the main ship, the others will arrive soon. A pirate comforted himself and others around him. The battle continued for another hour, and both combatants no longer fought at full strength. They need to recuperate the exhausted physical strength and haki. At that moment, there was a sudden change in the calm sea as waves began to appear with much vigor as if they are welcoming the Emperor. He's coming. Blaze muttered and looked far west. Blaze-san, don't overdo it. If things get out of hand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's wrath will probably burn me alive. Regis reminded in a helpless tone. Seeing Blaze's unconcerned look, Regis smiled helplessly. It looks like I can't escape from the scolding. In no time, an awe-inspiring huge wave moved towards them. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, the marines on board were scared out of their wits seeing the huge wave crashing toward them. But, Blaze's calm and confident demeanor soothed their wildly beating hearts. It gave them the courage to stand and confront the enemy. As the colossal wave neared, it began to disperse and revealed the grand ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. On the deck, the division commanders stood around with Whitebeard at the center. It's Oyaji and others. Thank God. The pirates of the 15th Division breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Division Commander Fossa would lose to the marine girl. Fossa and Kuina also stopped their battle. Kuina returned to Blaze's side while Fossa fell back to his ship. Facing the legendary figure, Blaze was a little emotional. He respects Whitebeard for his character and courage, but he recognizes his strength the most. I was beginning to wonder if you would bother showing up at all, Whitebeard, Blaze spoke, his voice seemingly resonating from the sky. Using Conqueror's haki to transmit the sound, impacted the Whitebeard pirates as the voice sounded directly in their ears with powerful vigor and haki. Weird, the words directly sounded in my ears. Is it my illusion? A pirate cried, checking his ears. It's not just you. It happened to everyone. My ears hurt a bit. Is it devil fruit power? Using Conqueror's haki to transmit the sound. He's no ordinary person. Marco first glanced at Blaze and then at Whitebeard in worry. He knows Whitebeard's condition better than anyone. The latter's not in his prime as his health is worsening due to the disease. If Marines find this, it will bring trouble. If it's any other Marine, he's confident in driving them out, but against strong people of Admiral level and above, the Whitebeard pirates can only rely on their captain, Whitebeard. Gulalela. When I heard Marines came into the territory, I thought it was Garp or some Marine Admiral. I didn't expect it was you. I have been watching you for a long time, brat. Whitebeard laughed. It's a pity a man with such vigorous haki as yours joined the Marines. Anyway, you better have a valid reason to intrude into our territory, or you and your unit won't go back in one piece. Saying this, Whitebeard slammed his naginata into the deck, erupting with overpowering Conqueror's haki. 210, Whitebeard. The Conqueror's haki of the world's strongest man is no joke. As soon as Whitebeard unleashed it, everything came to a standstill for a second before his haki showed its true might. It affected the very nature itself. The crystallized sea surface shattered into millions of pieces while the sea billowed, swaying the ship from side to side. The world lost its color as the sky darkened with cumulonimbus clouds. It's the strongest and most overpowering haki that Blaze has ever seen. It was tempered and polished by battling top powerhouses of the world. Facing such an overbearing momentum, the Marines lost all the colors on their face as sweat drenched their forehead. If not for Blaze, they might have passed out at the first second. On the other hand, Regis struggled to remain on his feet as Blaze didn't shield him from the haki. Meanwhile, Kuina fared better as her ambition to become the world's strongest swordswoman didn't let her submit to Whitebeard's haki. The arrogance of the world's strongest man. His haki is something else. Even some vice admirals won't be able to hold their senses against this level of haki. Regis uttered, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Kuina gripped her sword in longing. This is the haki of world's strongest man. Blaze's black hair fluttered against the wind along with his white marine cape. To a person of his level, the intimidation power of Haki of Supreme King is nothing but a grandstand. Blaze grinned as his conqueror's Haki burst out and openly collided against Whitebeard. Unlike Whitebeard's, his Haki is natural and dominating. The clash of Supreme Kings affected everything in the surroundings while crackling torrents of black and red energy rose to the sky and sealed the air. The clash generated a massive shockwave that pushed and ravaged everything in the way. Just from the collision of willpower, a massive rift formed in the sky as if the heavens split. Such powerful Haki, it's no worse than Oyaji. Commander of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yozuo commented with his hands folded. The title Strongest Marine befits him. Marco voiced his thoughts. The pirates on board Moby Dick are amazed by Blaze's show of Haki as only a few could stand face to face against their father in the world. Though they heard of Blaze's name before, it's just that. Just a few seconds into the clash, Blaze found Whitebeard's Haki getting weaker as time passed. Aside from him, no one could notice it. Looking at the towering man, the person he admires, Blaze felt pity. The strongest man in the world isn't in his prime anymore. It would be a miracle if Whitebeard battled with 50% of his strength. Thinking through, Blaze abruptly cut off his conqueror's Haki. Noticing this, Whitebeard muttered inwardly, "Attaboy," and smirked, "Gula-laylat. Brat, you are interesting. At least, you aren't like other marines that I find sickening." But Blaze didn't mind the other party calling him brat, as Whitebeard is of his grandfather's generation. The sudden pause in the speech made him raise his eyebrows. Pausing for a moment, Whitebeard's momentum underwent a drastic change. "Aren't you underestimating me a little bit?" As his voice thundered, Whitebeard leaped high in the air and whirled his naginata over the head. Black lightning flashed around the weapon, symbolizing the infusion of House Hoku Haki. Whitebeard swung his weapon down towards Blaze as his figure closed marine warship, with overwhelming strength and vigor. Facing Whitebeard's attack, Blaze didn't dare underestimate it. He threw a punch of his own, imbuing his right arm with Haki of Conquerors. Boom! Their attacks didn't make contact, but a deafening blast resounded over the sky as a spherical red energy formed in the middle before blasting into a horrifying shockwave. The shockwave didn't traverse sideways but surged straight into the sky, scattering the clouds, as clear blue sky came into everyone's view. Exchanging blows, Whitebeard led Blaze away from Gold Pearl Island, which is the home of ordinary locals. Aware of the intention, Blaze pursued the former. After a few minutes, both Blaze and Whitebeard stood at the mountain peak of an unknown island that had no occupants. Spreading his arms wide in a striking manner, Blaze looked at the giant of a man who was thrice as tall as him and uttered, "Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, with your deteriorating health, can you bear that title, anymore?" His voice resonated around. Whitebeard replied in a sneering tone. "You noticed them. Well, it doesn't matter. And, I haven't reached a state where brats like you can come and comment. I am Whitebeard." Roaring, Whitebeard dashed forward and attacked with his naginata while Blaze retaliated with a punch of his own. "I wanted to fight you in your strongest state, Whitebeard. Let me test your limit since you are confident in your strength." Saying this, Blaze burst with full strength. At that same moment, Marine Warship and Moby Dick followed the two and anchored their ship a little away from the island as they know what the clash between such figures would do. At that moment, the pirates and Marines noticed the marine beings swimming away from the island. From the distance, they also noticed the birds on the island fly away in panic. "It's like that time, when we met Roger pirates." Marco spoke, thinking back to the past. "Yet. It was a wonderful time. We were young and wild back then, guarded by Oyaji from all sorts of trouble." Diamond Yozuo chuckled. The contact between Blaze and Whitebeard alarmed Marines and world government alike. Ending the call with 5 elders, Sengoku roared at the marine officers, headquarters captains, and rear admirals, standing before him. "You guys can't even find what's happening there." Marine officials sweated, unable to answer Sengoku. "It's all because they couldn't reach the Den Mushi of Vice Admiral Blaze's warship. We informed Admiral Kizaru, who was close to the Whitebeard territory. We will soon receive the update." A rear admiral briefed. 211, The Power of Shock Fruit. Marine Headquarters. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I think there's nothing to worry about the contact between Whitebeard and Vice Admiral Blaze." Rear Admiral Avery Silver remarked. After witnessing the recent battle between Blaze and Yonko Kaido, he became an ardent follower of Blaze and began to follow the justice of the strong. Hearing this, most of the marine officers agreed while Sengoku raised his eyebrows. He could tell from their faces they regarded Blaze as some kind of hero in their heart. "It's not the problem right now." Sengoku rubbed his temples. "The fight between Yonko and Blaze is no joke, as Blaze directly represents the Marines. If not handled properly, the consequence may be catastrophic. Facing Whitebeard and his group without any preparation is tantamount to idiocy." Though the Marines had grown rapidly in recent years, the same could be said about the pirates. The Marines have what it takes to fight and win a Yonko group, but they must consider other factors that might affect the situation. Fist wrapped in a white spherical bubble soared towards Blaze. Halfway, the air seemingly cracked, a sound like thunder reverberated throughout the area, and a wave of destructive energy released from the end of Whitebeard's fist. Traveling towards Blaze, it aimed to tear apart and crush anything in its path. Not to be outdone, Blaze counterattacked with an equally mighty blow. The power of Sun cocooned his fist into a golden spherical bubble similar to Whitebeard. When he punched, his fist unleashed a massive fist of fire that blasted toward Whitebeard. Midway, both forces collided. Boom! The clash between the power of the sun and shock is overwhelming and destructive. Neither side showed any signs of backing down, aiming to triumph over the other. Flashes of golden and silver lightning sizzled all over the area. The clash triggered a massive shockwave, tearing down the very landscape of the island. Trees, rocks, mountains, none spared. As the shockwave is made of both shock and heat, it burns everything, making sure nothing would grow on this land for the next decade. After struggling against one another, the forces cancelled out. Blaze was not surprised when the attacks neutralized. His opponent is, after all, Whitebeard. Once a greeny island with trees and shrubs, it was now reduced to a barren one. Standing 50 feet apart, Blaze and Whitebeard looked at each other. Gulalayla, not bad, Marine boy. It's been some time since I fought an interesting opponent. Let's fight to our heart's content. Whitebeard laughed and leaped high in the air. What happened next shocked Blaze because Whitebeard floated in the air without any support. Only then he noticed, Whitebeard was using pulsating energy to stand in the air. He can do that? Blaze wondered in his heart. Whitebeard before his eyes is completely different from what he imagined and knows. Boy, are you daydreaming in the middle of the battle? Whitebeard roared, enraged a little, presuming the brat underestimates him. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of several meters and appeared before Blaze. Gripping his naginata with both hands, Whitebeard slashed as the quake bubble formed around the blade's side. The slash shattered the air, unleashing a shockwave shaped like a wind blade covering a wide area. Reacting quickly, Blaze waved his arm, sending out an advanced form of armament haki off his body. As Whitebeard's slash closed in, it collided against the invisible layer. Bang! The shockwave bypassed the defense and smashed Blaze, as the latter's haki wall couldn't hold back Whitebeard. The powerful force pushed Blaze back, making the latter skid along the ground. As Blaze balanced himself, a huge figure loomed over him. Whitebeard attacked again without giving him any room to breathe. Boom! Blaze and Whitebeard once again clashed, but this time they brawled in close combat with their fists. Not bad, Whitebeard. You are dancing well for your age. I expect nothing less from the world's strongest man. Blaze praised. He once again began to feel the long-lost feeling of excitement. With a broad grin on his face, Whitebeard stared right into the eyes of Blaze. Gulalayla, boy, you keep on underestimating me. Is it because you beat that boy Kaido, you think you are the strongest in the sea? As his words resonated, Whitebeard's entire body was illuminated in white light. No. It was not white light, it's quake bubble. Similar to covering his arm or weapon, this time Whitebeard concentrated his shock power around his body. Not only that, wisps of dark purple energy crackled emphasizing the use of haki. The quake bubble burst as soon as it formed, unleashing a concentrated shockwave explosion that was countless times more powerful than a typical move. Shit! How did my observation haki fail to foresee this move? Don't tell me. Blaze couldn't continue thinking as he felt the impact that flung his body far away. World shock. He heard Whitebeard's roar. Being so close to the attack, there was not much Blaze could do to avoid it. However, his brain acted instinctively shrouding his entire body with haki. The moment he felt the impact, the shockwave traveled through his body as a destructive force seeking to tear and destroy everything. Thankfully, his body acted out of self-defense and covered his inners with armament haki. Still, it couldn't protect him from all the damage as it was done instinctively. Before he could clear off the force, Whitebeard appeared above him in a zippy and punched with his fist downward. He didn't give any chance for Blaze to resist as everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even Blaze didn't expect Whitebeard to be this agile for his age. And, he would use everything in his sleeve to finish him off in the shortest time possible. This move is similar to the one he used to crush Akainu in the Summit War. But, the intensity of the attack is much stronger and far more potent. Crack! 212, the power of Sun 1. Crack! The air shattered into countless fragments along with Blaze, his body cracked and deformed at the same time, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Ah! Fuck! He's serious! Boom! As his body struck the ground, the impact of the shock traveled through and cracked the island. But it didn't stop Whitebeard from rampaging. He's like an untamed beast hell-bent on tearing the prey before him to pieces. From his balled fist another wave of shock energy fired and hacked into Blaze. The second wave completely shattered his defenses and destroyed the body, along with the island. The cracks allowed the seawater to flood in, sinking the entire island at a fast pace. In no time, the island disappeared from everyone's view along with Blaze. The most decisive attack of the world's strongest man is no joke. In the distance, the effect of island destruction rocked the ship of marine and pirates back and forth. It can't be, Vice Admiral Blaze is sunk to the bottom of the sea by Whitebeard. A marine officer exclaimed. No way. Some of the marines were in disbelief, while some who knew Blaze well were confident. Snort. Do you think something like seawater can confine Blaze-san? Observe what happens next with your eyes open wide. Regis snorted. On Whitebeard's pirate side. HMMPH, what strongest marine, he's nothing in front of Daddy. See, Oyaji knocked him off in one move. Ahahaha. A Whitebeard pirate commented and laughed along with others. But, strong players of commander level didn't comment anything. They knew the battle had just started. Marco, Yozu, and Vista stood at the forefront, observing Whitebeard. They know their pop's condition better than anyone else. How's Oyaji's condition? Diamond Yozu asked. Well, it's not good. If Oyaji exerts full strength, his condition will worsen and weaken his haki. Long-term fights will reduce his life expectancy. Marco sighed. Even with his devil fruit power and medical knowledge, he couldn't do anything. It frustrates him. Marco turned his head and instructed the nurses on board. Medical team, please be on standby and prepare to face any unexpected situation. Okay. We have all the equipment ready. Under the sea, Blaze let himself sink with his hands and legs spread. His eyes looked at the receding sea surface, showing no attempt to resurface. His extraordinary physique healed the wounds in no time. With the strength shown by Whitebeard, even Kaido with his impervious body would have been injured heavily. After the battle with Kaido, I thought it would be simple to defeat Whitebeard, but I'm completely wrong. He's Whitebeard. A strange feeling rose from Blaze's heart, boiling his blood in excitement. The long-lost feeling kindled his fighting spirit. Yes, this is what I seek. A sudden change in momentum and pressure. It affected every being within a kilometer radius. The aura made everyone tremble, it was similar to Conqueror's haki but not. What? Both pirates and marines felt the aura, but none could identify the source. What a strong fighting spirit. It's been some time since I encountered someone this eager to fight. Whitebeard grinned, and his eyes scrutinized the water at the bottom of the sea. With the back of his hand, he wiped the blood on the corner of his lips and mused, striking with all my strength, I thought the marine kid would be injured but he's tough. It's not going to be easy. A laughter echoed, sweeping through the sea. One could feel the excitement in the laughter. Blaze came out of the water unscathed. Whitebeard. His aura climbed to the peak affecting the surroundings. The temperature skyrocketed, enclosing everything within a few mile radius like a domain. The sea boiled to the limit and began to evaporate. Oi, it's too hot. Whitebeard commented sarcastically. But, the heat did him little to no harm, coated with armament haki. Affected by the sudden change in temperature, the pirate and marine ship vamoosed out of the fire domain. Any more, their ships would be consumed by fire. Get out of here. They are getting serious. If we stay close, just the aftershock may kill us. Looking at Whitebeard who stays airborne using the shockwave, let's get serious, Blaze uttered and blasted his fist at him. As his fist punched the empty air, flames materialized out of nowhere and banged Whitebeard. Failing to react, the fire engulfed him, and the force behind the attack smashed him far back. Dashing forward, Blaze imbued his arms with Conqueror's haki, and before he could punch he suddenly stopped, glimpsing the future. He sighed. Just as Blaze foresaw, Whitebeard stabilized his body, and before he could prepare himself, he abruptly clutched his chest in pain and threw out blood from his mouth. It impacted his exertion of haki which made him the target of high-temperature flames surrounding him. Whitebeard's skin charred but the former quickly recovered and resisted the flames with haki. Oyaji. The Whitebeard pirate commanders noticed the situation with their exceptional Kanbunshoko haki. How dare he injure Pops, I'm gonna make him pay for that. Diamond Yozo clenched his fist, ready to intervene. Not just him, most of the Whitebeard pirates thought so. Stop. You won't last single move against him. Furthermore, don't you understand Oyaji's character? Marco stopped them from making any rash decisions. His words shushed the crowd. Why did you stop your attack? Do you think I need your pity? Don't underestimate me, brat. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared in displeasure. To him, the enemy showing mercy is much worse than killing him. Hi. Blaze simply waved his hand. Hearing the dialogue I'm Whitebeard, again and again is kinda of funny. You may feel insulted, but I can't shoot knowing you are sick and weak. I came here to claim the title, World's Strongest Man, from you. Blaze spoke, oozing with spirit. And, I will claim it after defeating you up front at your strongest state. How do you plan to do that? Whitebeard snickered and mused himself, it won't change the fact that I'm unwell and not in my prime state. 213, the power of Sun 2. Let me restore your strength to your peak. Then, we can have a good fight. Blaze spoke by spreading his arms. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, it's not like he hasn't heard of such things as healing fruit or something similar, but such things are rare, protected, and difficult to encounter. Let's see what of trick this brat has. Whitebeard thought and gave the cue to proceed. Blaze smiled and joined his hands, with thumbs and index fingers forming a diamond shape. As he did that, golden spots of light gathered at the center of the diamond pattern hands. Within a few seconds, the gathered source amassed into pure golden energy. The energy exuded the power of endless vitality and divine glow. Whitebeard at the distance gripped his weapon, sensing some kind of otherworldly energy from the ping-pong ball-sized golden energy. A strong hunch, or more like a carving sensation, arose in his heart, screaming at him by consuming that energy he would return to his peak and attain his lost strength. As a strong man with willpower, he controlled his impulses. Glancing at Whitebeard's gleaming eyes, Blaze smirked. Of course, he would feel it. The golden energy was formed with the help of his devil fruit by absorbing solar and natural energy. It has a strong healing effect. Prolonged use can even cure dark diseases and increase life expectancy. How is it, Whitebeard? If you are not afraid, you can accept this power. Blaze asked. It will rejuvenate your dead cells and vitalize your body. Your old disease will disappear in a jiffy. As someone who traveled the seas, and saw the world and people's hearts, Whitebeard has a keen sense when it comes to judging a person's character. Of course, his sons are different. He trusts them blindly to the point of getting stabbed in the back. So, he didn't worry the marine brat would resort to tricks just to harm him. His opponent already had chances for that. Gulalala, why do you think I would reject such an excellent offer, brat? Whitebeard laughed in a carefree manner. With Blaze's thought, the golden energy flew towards Whitebeard. Let me state some things clear. This thing won't heal your disease completely. After some days, your old wounds will bounce back once this energy dissipates. And, it won't make you younger but will make you strong by restoring your strength to your peak. It was also temporary. As he made things clear, the golden ball of energy reached Whitebeard, passed through his skin, and went into his heart. Reaching the heart, they diffused into countless golden specks. In a few seconds, Whitebeard began to feel the change. He inhaled deeply and let his breath out. The painful and clogging sensation every time he breathed had gone away. Clenching his fist, he felt the power coursing through his body. The same old feeling, how many years has it been? It was exhilarating to feel his peak strength once again without any blockade and to control everything in his palm. Standing opposite, Blaze felt the change in Whitebeard's aura. Even his appearance underwent a drastic change, brimming with energy and vigor. When he clenched his fist, Blaze even felt a minute shaking in the atmosphere. Just from aura alone, he could feel the overwhelming strength possessed by Whitebeard. Such power! He's indeed qualified to be called the strongest person in the world. Blaze's eyes flashed in excitement. If he's not wrong, Whitebeard's shock fruit should have been awakened long ago. Only someone who awakened his shock fruit can use the powers with such proficiency. And, Whitebeard hadn't shown his full potential in the Summit War due to his illness, aging, etc., or simply because he did not want to destroy the Marienford who had ace. The moves he displayed, cracking air to release shock waves, the concentrated release of shock waves using quake bubble, or grabbing the air to shift the plates. None of them are simple moves that can be displayed without awakening the fruit. What happened? I can't sense Pop's situation with Haki. What about you, Marco? Diamond Yozu asked. Me too. I think the flame blocks our senses from outside. Marco replied. He wasn't too worried as he believes in his Oyaji's strength. The other division commanders of Whitebeard pirates aren't that worried too. On the marine side, Regis and Kuina, who are Haki users, can't sense the situation like Whitebeard pirates. Such a gifted ability, pity, you are on the world government's side. Whitebeard sighed and brandished his weapon. Since you gave me such a gift, it's only etiquette that I return something of greater value. Good. But, you are wrong about one thing. I'm from the Marines, not world government. Blaze showed contempt when he mentioned the world government. Gulalala, I see. You are similar to that bastard Garp. No wonder you disappeared for some years. The world government did something, haven't they? Whitebeard asked. I didn't recover your strength for a chat. Show me what you got, Newgate you. Blaze taunted with his words and teleported before Whitebeard. You brat. Only his friends and someone equal in strength would call him by his name. Before the other party could react, a punch hit him squarely in the face and knocked him back. Enraged, Whitebeard shouted, "Endless shock!" His body was covered in a quake bubble before bursting into a powerful shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. With him as a center, a myriad of pulsating energy traveled outward. Blaze Flame Domain weathered a few shockwave attacks before falling to the shock fruit power. The boundless flames with high temperatures within a kilometer radius died down and disintegrated into nothingness by shock energy. Balling his fist, Whitebeard punched, charging it with quake power and further enhancing them with haki. Crack! The air cracked and blasted into crushing force with overwhelming power. On the other side, Blaze delivered an equally destructive punch that was armed with the power of the sun and armament haki. Boom! The clash between the two strongest people in the world intimidated heaven itself. The weather changed, as ominous black clouds covered the sky and released a sudden shower with fiery purple lightning flashes. The pirates and marines watching from the distance were scared out of their wits by the sudden change. What the fuck's happening there? They wondered. 214, the strongest. The day turned dusk, the sky was ablaze with the fire of the setting sun. The battle between Blaze and Whitebeard intensified, with both parties giving their best to overpower the other. As a result, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang around, disturbing heaven and earth. Damn it! What's happening? We can't go near nor we can perceive anything with our observation haki. The 7th Division Commander, Rakio, gritted his teeth. Is it because of Conqueror's haki? The 13th Division Commander quizzed. Not just Conqueror's haki, their extraordinary devil fruit powers and haki clash jams our senses. Marco, who's knowledgeable among them, replied. I can't mistake this, such awe-inspiring aura. It's the breath of Oyaji during his heyday. But, how can this be? Marco thought, knowing his father's condition better. What a strong haki! Hadn't Whitebeard aged all these years? Regis wondered aloud in shock. So strong. Kuina thought while other marines watched in terror. Scary Ne Kizaru standing in the bow of the ship, commented. The marines looked at Kizaru, who arrived a few hours before in speechlessness and thought in their heart. What's scary is you, Admiral Kizaru, trimming your fingernails during such a frightening battle. Not caring about the weird stares, Kizaru glanced at the distance battle in puzzlement and thought in his heart. Is the recent information inaccurate? Whitebeard doesn't look sick. I have to inform Sengoku-san about this. The clash between the Blaze and Whitebeard terrified the marines and pirates alike. Just the shockwave alone from their battle horrified them. In just half a day, they witnessed what was said to be natural disasters and phenomena that may in fact cause an incomparable level of destruction if played anywhere. 1. A mega tsunami of several hundred meters in height, traversing at cannon speed. After seeing such a scene, they know why Whitebeard is said to have the power to destroy the world. 2. But what's even more ridiculous is, that Blaze, his opponent, conjured a huge glowing sun that vaporized the mega tsunami within seconds. 3. The ability to tilt the seabed along with the sea. This ability of Whitebeard changed the very landscape around them. 4. Menacing overlord-level haki clash nearly crushed their ships and oppressed them to the bottom of the sea. Boom! A huge reddish-golden sun with extreme temperature collided against Whitebeard's haki-covered fist. The resulting clash shook the world itself. Black and red bolts of lightning erupted from their clash. The crackle of untamed energies filled the air. White film shrouded Whitebeard's fist along with black steams of fiery energy. Waves of pulsating energy emitted from his fist. The first wave cracked the space itself with its tyrannical destructive power and shattered the huge burning sun. The second wave with Conqueror winding dissipated whatever was left of it. Hee. As expected of you, Whitebeard. You didn't disappoint me. Blaze chuckled. After fighting for half a day, Blaze had slight scratches in some areas of his skin while Whitebeard standing opposite had scorch marks all over his skin. His blazing hot flames left Whitebeard bare above his waist, destroying his captain's cloak and vest. The 1C area was now completely tilted upside down by shock fruit power while the seawater within 1 kilometer surrounding was vaporized by Blaze. It's been some time since I had such a hearty battle without holding back. Whitebeard laughed and thought from his heart. Thank you, brat. Blaze too was in a joyful mood, experiencing the strength of peak Whitebeard. He's completely satisfied. However, he was surprised by the latter's strength. Skillful use of Overlord Haki and Devil Fruit's ability put him far above the others. Maybe he began grasping power as he aged but couldn't bring it out because of his age and sickness. He's truly a monster with a Herculean physique, explosive Devil Fruit, and overwhelming Haki with no obvious weakness. Blaze mused. If his Haki hadn't broken past the 80-bar limit, their battle may have ended without any results. On the other side, Whitebeard's thoughts were roughly the same. The Haki Blaze shown was so phenomenal that even Whitebeard was amazed by it. He even had to use all of his Haki and Devil Fruit power to parry the effects of the opponent's Conqueror Haki. It speaks of Blaze's strength and indomitable spirit. It's exactly like Roger envisioned. And, I can't be the strongest forever. Whitebeard sighed. After a second of silence, the glow returned to his eyes. No. At least till I breathe my last, I have to be the strongest. For my family. Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Blaze. If you want to claim my title, come with everything you got. Whitebeard brandished his weapon and roared while leaping toward Blaze. A complete change in momentum on Whitebeard's side. And, it's what Blaze wants. 6 golden miniature suns revolving behind him burst into a sea of flames, forcing Whitebeard back with extreme temperature. As Blaze clasped his hands, his flames turned bluish-white. With a thought, the bluish flames condensed into a gigantic, humanoid avatar. First, the flames formed a skeleton, then muscle fibers that intertwined strongly, and later skin. In no time, a colossal form that resembled Blaze to some extent stood before Whitebeard. Its head nearly touched the clouds. The ridiculous thing is, it's not final. Several hundred hands formed behind the form carrying a bow, spear, and miniature burning orbs. Fuck! One of the Whitebeard pirates cursed with his mouth wide open. Ha ha ha! Another one let out crazy laughter, losing his mind before godlike power. Is this something that humans can accomplish? A marine soldier muttered. Forget about others, even Whitebeard was stunned for a second before regaining his spirit. Even with his formidable strength, it's taking a toll on Blaze to exert every ounce of his devil fruit power and maintain the colossal form. It has to be done to show his full power to the world and Whitebeard. 215, End of the battle. Oi, are you kidding me? Kizaru took off his glass and looked at the phenomenon in the distance, titanic blue form with many hands. Gururara, such a show of power. A wide grin splits Whitebeard's face as he guffawed. Brandishing his weapon, he mused. Come, let's see what you got. Blaze, standing inside the blue flame giant, with his arms folded, glanced at the tiny Whitebeard below him leisurely. With a thought, an arm behind him loaded the bow with the blue flaming arrow. When the arrow was pulled to its limit, it was released. Zzzzshh. The flaming arrow bolted toward Whitebeard and reached him at the speed of a bullet. Crack! Pulling his arm back, Whitebeard punched at the arrow. The surroundings cracked like mirrors and the air shock stopped the arrow from reaching him. Boom! But, he hadn't expected the arrow would explode upon contact. The explosion triggered a small mushroom cloud along with a burst of extreme temperature. It vaporized everything it touched. Whitebeard busted out of the explosion with brute force and haki. Leaping high in the air, he imbued his weapon with Conqueror's haki and shock fruit power. He swung downward, sending a diagonal slash. With pure strength, devil fruit power, and haki, the slash heaved the space itself and whooshed towards the gigantic, humanoid avatar made of blue flames. Without caring about the slash, Blaze used one of the arms nonchalantly to deflect it to the side like it was nothing. At the same time, hundreds of arms punched Whitebeard at his command. Boom! Bang! The fierce clash between Whitebeard and Blaze is the whistle of a rocket, the explosion of gunpowder, and the blooming of fireworks. The sky is stricken with thunder that crackles, extending blades of lightning black, outlined red. Streams of haki of various colors erupted erratically. The entire region is filled with explosions and blue flames of extreme temperature. Craters of various sizes shaped the tilted area. The spectators struggled to keep their eyes open. Just the shockwave and haki clash in the distance stunned many and prickled their skin like pins and needles. Nothing can stand between the clash of two Conqueror haki users. The pressure and intense aura kept everyone far away. 3 hours passed. Ha ha ha, wonderful. You bring out the best in people, Whitebeard. Blaze laughed brightly, thoroughly enjoying the intense bout. But, every battle has an end. Blaze's last strike was a bit heavy, his flaming spear pierced the Whitebeard's chest and exploded. As a result, a fist-sized see-through hole could be seen on his chest. Nevertheless, the Whitebeard stood with the support of his naginata, exhausted and injured with severe scorch marks. Despite the fatal wounds, he stood proud with his back straight. There's a wide grin on his face that hasn't faded away from the start, exposing his enjoyment of battle. In fact, the injuries Whitebeard inflicted on Blaze weren't any lower, but thanks to the latter's extraordinary constitution and devil fruit power, his injuries can be healed. So aside from depleted stamina, he's in perfect condition. Cough, cough, the sea has birthed another monster. I can't be the strongest forever. Whitebeard coughed a mouthful of blood and uttered. Brat, why did you stop the attack? This kind of injury won't stop me. Of course, Blaze knows. Even when the other party wasn't in his prime, he fought with his heart pierced and 2 huge holes melted by magma. Now, Whitebeard's strength is at its peak, he won't fall before breathing his last. But, Blaze didn't intend to finish off Whitebeard. He shook his head. I didn't come to kill you, Whitebeard. Without you at the top, the sea will be in chaos. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed. Right. With resourceful Fleet Admiral Sengoku leading the Marines, he won't do such a foolish thing. My time hasn't come yet. True. Blaze agreed. Forget about others, he won't allow the demise of Whitebeard. He needs an opportunity like the Summit War to seize the Marines' control from the world government. Let's end our battle here. It's my victory assuming your sorry state. Whitebeard grunted. He didn't take the defeat to heart but parts of life. His concern right now is about his family. Once the news of his defeat and injury reaches the world, it's going to be trouble. At that moment, his observation Haki caught Blaze making a move. He saw the other party extending his palm, emitting countless small golden particles from them. Whitebeard didn't reject as the golden glowing particles reached and fused into his body. In a few seconds, his wounds healed visible to the naked eye while exhaustion waned. He once again felt his body brimming with energy, back to his peak. But he knew it was only temporary. Before Whitebeard could question his intention, Blaze spoke. Take it as a gift, for the service you are going to do for me in the future. His words puzzled Whitebeard further. He could feel the marine boy was conspiring something but he didn't care. The sudden silence in the battle between Whitebeard and Blaze stunned spectators in the distance. Even after a minute, they failed to feel the tremors, collisions, or occasional booms. What happened? Has the battle ended? Is Oyaji all right? A Whitebeard pirate asked. But no one answered him as their observation Haki couldn't sense the battle situation. I hope nothing happened to Oyaji, it's a miracle he fought such an intense and energy-draining battle for so long. Marco thought while putting up a brave front. He had to. On the other side, Kizaru, Regis, Kuina, and other marine officers who are familiar with Blaze look relaxed as if victory is inevitable. Suddenly, a figure flashed and materialized on the deck of the marine ship. It's Blaze. Aside from his nearly scrapped dress, he was without any injury. Blaze-san. The Marines cheered seeing his appearance and declared loudly. Victory for the Marines. But their tone softened when Whitebeard appeared on the deck of Moby Dick drifting in the distance. His arrival boosted the Whitebeard pirates and eased their tense hearts. Many of them let out a sigh of relief. But what will happen once they know the result of Whitebeard's defeat? Will they collapse? Whoa, I am a bit disappointed. I was sure you would apprehend Whitebeard. Kizaru spoke languidly. So did you win? Blaze gave the lazy admiral a look and smiled without giving any reply. The result will soon be known as he sensed a peeping at the end of their fight. It can only be Morgan's or world government. If it's the world government they won't disclose it, but if it's the world economy newspaper, then it's going to be fun. 216, the strongest man in the world. The glow of the massive full moon lit up the deck of Moby Dick. Nurses ran towards Whitebeard to bandage the wounds and treat the dark disease, but they were astounded after checking his condition. So was Marco. He wondered, how is this possible? I can't find any wound on Oyaji. Did they even fight? He inspected Whitebeard's condition with his non-burning blue flames. Guerrera, don't worry about me. After a long time, I feel relaxed and happy. Right now, I need wine, lots of them. Whitebeard laughed. Yeah. Whitebeard pirates cheered and prepared for the party while the divisional commanders surrounded their Oyaji. Pops, are you okay? 4th Division Commander Thatch asked. Whitebeard settled in the captain's seat, holding a massive wine pot that had an earthy smell of aged sake. Downing a mouthful, he responded carefully. I lost. His simple yet direct words set off an earthquake among them. It can't be, Oyaji lost. The sea breeze relaxed the Marines as their ship cruised out of Whitebeard territory. They were eager to know the result but dared not voice them out. Blaze-san, did you win? Regis asked while Kuina intently gazed at him. Are they curious? Of course, they are. After all, they are talking about the title of World's Strongest Man. Blaze's victory marks the dawn of Marines. It will be an era-changing event, similar to Gold Roger's last words. Blaze wasn't keen on advertising his victory, he simply shooed them away and faced Kizaru, Regis, and Kuina. I need some quiet time. No disturbance. Saying the words, he went to his cabin and closed the door. After the long battle, he needs quiet time to rest in an isolated space to check the system rewards. As Blaze closed the door to his cabin, Kizaru walked to the bow of the marine ship. He called Fleet Admiral Sengoku and briefed the situation without omitting anything. Ending the call, he sighed. It's going to get troublesome. With a thought, the system screen appeared before Blaze. Achievement complete, claim the title Strongest Man in the World. Reward, 5.0 free attribute points 1 lucky draw. What can I get from the lucky draw? A special reward from the system and it's the first time he got it. Don't know what he will draw. System, start the lucky draw. Blaze spoke. As he commanded, the system panel blanked for a second before displaying a lucky roulette wheel with 8 rewards. The pointer began to spin. 1 character summoning card 2. Divine ability, replication. 3 Rin-Egan 4. Jujutsu limitless, infinity. 5 Nichiren sword 6. Coca-Cola 300 ml, pack of 6. 7 Psychokinesis, same as Tatsumaki, 8. No reward. Such awesome abilities. But, there are also unlucky things in the draw. Hope I'm not that unlucky. Blaze thought as he glimpsed at the rewards. After a few seconds, the pointer slowed down, passing the rewards one by one at a slow pace. Blaze's heart skipped a beat as the pointer neared the number 8 no reward section. Before he could pray, the pointer skipped over number 8 and stopped at reward number 1 character summoning card. Letting out a sigh of relief, Blaze mused. At least, I got something. However, it's a pity to miss the good ones like Rin Egan or Infinity Technique. A metallic card with golden engravings appeared in his hand. With the help of the system, he learned that the card can summon gold-level characters from other anime worlds. The summoned character will be at the peak of their strength. He/she will be 100% loyal, and won't endanger the summoner and those around. If unsatisfied with the character, he can call it off and get compensation of free attribute points if done within 10 days of summoning. What kind of character will I draw? Blaze kind of looks forward to it, but he knows it's not the right time. Let's wait for the storm to settle down. Blaze summoned his character panel to check the data. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 79.0 2005/3000. Devil Fruit, 76.8. Haki, 81.2. Free attribute point, 10.5. There wasn't any significant change, aside from the free attribute points that he had got now. It's getting difficult to improve the attributes even with battles, only free attribute points can help me develop. I'm close to maxing out the attributes. What will be the result once I max out my attribute? Blaze thought, imagining things. Next day. As the news crew delivered the newspaper, the seas stood silent by the latest news. Especially the title, The Battle for the Throne, World's Strongest Man. The cover page showed an image of a battle between Blaze and Whitebeard. The two strongest men in the seas clashed. The result of the battle, Whitebeard, the man closest to One Piece, had lost to a marine. Not anymore, he will be called the world's strongest man. The bombshell spread around every corner of the globe. An old retired pirate read the news in excitement, smoking a cigarette. The old era had fallen. The one who ruled the sea for decades with an unyielding grasp, until today. His defeat will cause an uproar all the way to Four Blues. Unbelievable. Whitebeard is defeated. But, it didn't state he was injured or captured, it means nothing has changed. Some wondered. The news spread like wildfire. It has spread far and wide. It shook all the powers of Grand Line to their core. Following the news, the world stood on edge. A new era was coming. Times are changing. Everyone wondered whether the Marine's going to take reign. What about Yonkos? The balance of the sea is on the verge of breaking. A slight poke may burst into something unmanageable. Before the Marines could rejoice, a reaction came from the world government as that of a panicked child in a dark alley. Before they could contact the Morgans, the news had spread. What's done can't be undone. The world knows now, the strongest man in the world, Vice Admiral Blaze, comes from the Marines. 217, Madara Uchiha. Those islands protected by Whitebeard became prey, even though he was still alive and well. Greed is human nature, it can't be helped. Anticipating what would happen when the news of his defeat spread, Whitebeard arranged his crew and dispatched them to defend the territories under them. What Whitebeard didn't expect was, that Kaido would come knocking on his door as soon as he got the news of his defeat. A gigantic figure of blue Easter dragon spiraled above Moby Dick, startling Whitebeard pirates. It's Kaido. Come out, Whitebeard. Is it true? Did you lose to that marine brat? Kaido's furious voice rang out. Gururera, it's been some time since I last saw you, Kid Kaido. Whitebeard's oversized figure appeared on the ship's deck. Wasting no more words, Whitebeard attacked. Boom. Whitebeard and Kaido, the two overlords of the sea, clashed. The battle went on for hours, but contrary to everyone's thought, Whitebeard injured Kaido and drove him back with ease. This news quelled the sea and some pirates' hunger for power. The injured lion is still a lion, this sentence echoed in their hearts. Home to world nobles, Mary Gosa. Room of authority. Damn, that Morgan. He published the news before consulting us, once again. Saint Topman Warcury, the one with birthmark spots on his forehead, slapped the newspaper onto the center table. When we plan to suppress Blaze, this news gets out. If he did it with intention, he's too cunning. Ethan Baron Venus Juro, the katana-wielding elder, squinted his eyes. Yes. He's shrewd. And, something's fishy. From the reports, we can confirm Whitebeard was in his peak condition after the battle. The youngest elder, Shepherd Jew Peter, commented. He's a scourge. It's better to eliminate him. It won't be easy. He's stronger than before. His prestige is high among the Marines, so we can't rely on them. The elder named Marcus Mars spoke. Imusama didn't see him as a threat, but we better bring up this issue. Marineford, headquarters. Joy and laughter filled the place. For the Marines who fight pirates their entire lives, what could be more festive than usurping the title the strongest man in the world from the pirate? But it couldn't be the same for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as 5 elders berated him for indulging Blaze. Ending the call, Sengoku sighed. After something happens again and again it becomes routine. So he didn't think much of getting reprimanded by the above. That brat, I hope he knows what he's doing. Blaze's reputation has grown among the Marines all-time high, it's in no way inferior to Marine Hero Garp or Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku knows the world government won't like or allow it. He's not sure of what's going to happen next. Unknown island in Combelt, Paradise. Blaze picked a remote island for the character summon. He doesn't want any mishaps. System, use the summoning card. He thought, holding the metallic card in his hand. The letters gold level in the card flashed for a moment before they disappeared and were replaced by new words Madara Uchiha. Madara. Blaze winded up his fist in excitement. It's a surprise. As the information appeared on the card, a change occurred. Countless cherry petals came from nowhere and formed a mini tornado, before taking shape into a human figure. There stood Uchiha Madara in his crimson battle armor with a heroic aura and a hint of confusion in his eyes. Madara suppressed a groan as his conscience returned from the world of the dead. Why am I alive again? Didn't I die after Black Zetsu stabbed me in the back and revived Kagaya Otsutsuki? Regaining his sanity, Madara looked around the unfamiliar land. From the breath of air, he could tell something is different. Finally, his sight landed on Blaze, the only alive being within his perception. At that moment, some foreign info inexplicably appeared in his mind. Getting the drift, Madara showed a puzzled look. I was summoned to another world. How did you summon me to this world? And, why I can't muster any thought to kill you? Madara's eyes turned into eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Welcome to the new world. My name is Blaze. Blaze introduced himself without minding the oppressive aura of Mangekyo Sharingan and answered with a shrug. To your question, it's a unique privilege of summoner. As the person who summoned you, you can't kill or even think of harming me. My thoughts are independent, but I can't bring myself to kill him. Interesting. Madara asked in doubt, feeling the flow of blood. It's not impure world reanimation jutsu. Blaze could see what was going on in Madara's head. It's different from reanimation jutsu. You can't just shout impure world, release and get out of the summoner's control. It seems you know me and my world well. Madara squinted his brows. You can think so. Madara was silent for a while Blaze felt his conflicting emotions. Even someone such as Madara would have clashing views summoned to another world. It didn't take long for him to suppress his emotions. As expected of Madara. Blaze thought. Why did you summon me to this world? Even if I can't kill you, it seems you can't control me either. Madara spoke in an arrogant tone with his arms crossed. True. And, I don't have any plans to control you. I am fighting to make this world a better place. Let me tell you what I know, you can make your decision after that. Blaze then described the world of One Piece, world government, marines, Yonko, pirate king, revolutionary army, and other miscellaneous things. Join me in the fight to overthrow the world government. Anyway, you are here. Forget about your world, sightsee this one, and enjoy fighting the top powerhouses of this world. Blaze expressed his true thoughts. I hope this world doesn't bore me. Madara accepted Blaze's proposal. To him, this world holds no affection and meaning. Likewise, he didn't think much about joining Blaze. As someone who fought his whole life, he has his own views. Instead of returning to the world of the dead, it's better to relish the world of living. 218, Madara drinking wine? Boom. Madara and Blaze clashed. A friendly exchange. Both fought with their physical skills, employing them to the limit. As an incredibly skilled taijutsu user, Madara finds it oppressing to fight Blaze. His opponent is equally or better skilled in a physical brawl with overpowering strength. And, his opponent fought with ease, as if he could predict the future. Or, maybe he could. Is it the observation haki? Madara asked, stopping his attack. Yes. With this haki, you can sense the intent of others and predict what someone's going to do, usually seconds prior. Practiced to the extreme, one can see a short period into the future. Fascinating. Madara clenched his fist in excitement and spoke, show me the other one, what's it called? Yes, armament haki. Blaze smiled and punched the ground, imbuing his arm with armament haki. For a second, the entire island shook as if impacted by an earthquake before back noiseless. Feeling the power under his feet, Madara commented. Nice power. It's similar to Tsunade, Hashirama's granddaughter. With armament/Buso's Hoku haki, one can form an invisible layer of armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive powers. In advanced cases, you can display your power without making contact. Speaking, Blaze walked to a nearby boulder and punched. His fist didn't make contact, but the boulder burst into thousands of tiny fragments. Only with armament haki can you hurt Logia Devil Fruit users. This world is very interesting. Madara closed his eyes, digesting all things of this new world. After a few seconds of silence, he asked. So, what do you want me to do? Madara knew the man before him was not simple. After yesterday's battle, the attention of the entire world is on me. It doesn't bother me, but what I'm going to do next takes time and I don't want to be disturbed. A good commotion and the arrival of a dangerous person are all I need to divert the world government's attention. Good. Madara smirked, understanding what Blaze needed. Let's find how well the powerhouse of this world can dance. With your strength, only a handful of people can fight as your equal. But, be careful not to be besieged from all sides. Blaze forewarned. He knew him too well. The summoned Madara is not an impure world, reincarnation with infinite chakra. Using Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be exhausted. Blaze then gave Madara Den Mushi an eternal pose. He explained how to use them. In this world, the most dangerous thing is the sea. Without log pose or sharp navigator, you may lose your life. With eternal pose in hand, Madara lifted off the ground and took flight with his Rinnegan power. Seeing Madara's figure disappear from view, Blaze chuckled. Uchiha Madara in the world of One Piece. Let's see what kind of storm it triggers. Next day morning. Today was a sunny day when I went to play. Down by the sea. I climbed aboard a pirate ship. And the captain said to me. We're going this way, that way. Forwards, backwards. Up and down, over the deep blue sea. A bottle of rum to fill my tum. And that's the life for me. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. 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 An irregular chorus chant reached Madara's ear, making him sick. In the distance, he spotted a ship with a realistic skull-patterned Jolly Roger that had a pair of crossed sabers behind it. Red claw lines cut diagonally across the skull's left eye socket. If it was anyone else, seeing the Jolly Roger, they would have already started running. Who wouldn't? It's Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Of course, Madara doesn't know about this. He flew towards them. They're pirates. It's different from what I assumed. Madara's been flying for an entire day without seeing any land. He began to doubt the genuineness of the eternal pose given by Blaze. After seeing the pirate ship, his body relaxed unconsciously. For a day, he didn't eat or even drink water, he was parched. Landing on the deck, Madara discovered the amusing people didn't even notice his presence. They were drinking without a care in the world, singing happily, chattering, and quarreling among them. Glancing at the scorching sun above his head, Madara felt weird. What kind of people are they? Drinking from the morning. Above everything else, the smell of the ship disgusted him and the way people dressed was also foreign to him. Hey there! A cheerful redhead, one-armed man caught his presence. Contrary to his thoughts, the redhead waved his arm and shouted, Everyone, we have a guest. The boisterous crowd quieted. Just when Madara thought, the fight was on. The redhead continued, laughing wildly. We are going to party again. What? Madara blanked for a second. When he came to his senses, Madara noticed an arm around his shoulder and he was holding a jug full of wine. He's fast. Brother, where do you come from? Why are you wearing battle armor? Anyway, since you boarded our ship, you are our guest. By the way, my name is Shanks. Shanks introduced himself. Come on. Everyone. Drink. 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 We are going to party today. It's time to celebrate the arrival of a new guest on our ship. Hearing the name, Madara's eyes sharpened. He knows about Yonko from Blaze and if he's not wrong one of them is named Shanks. He asked. Are you Red Hair Shanks, one of the Yonko? Yes. It's just a title, don't worry about it. Come on, have a drink. Shanks helped Madara. Maybe Madara is too thirsty, under Shanks' urge he unconsciously began to gulp the wine. If Hashirama witnessed this, his reaction would truly be wonderful to behold. Chug. 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 That's it, Shanks laughed loudly. But, Madara who finished the wine was stunned. Wait, why did I drink someone's wine upon request? Am I affected by some kind of illusion? Impossible. 219, Madara targets Marine Ford. The setting sun painted the horizon orange gold that stretched far and wide. It was a sight to behold as if God itself worked on it. Madara lay on the sand beach of the island, gazing at the scenery. It's completely different from the world of Naruto. I can't believe I did that. Is it because I am in a different world or I failed in my pursuit to bring true peace? Madara contemplated. He drank wine and feasted on the ship of red hair pirates as he was starving. Considering their grace, he didn't make a move on them. As they say, you shall not slap a person in the face when he is smiling at you. After a few hours, red hair pirates dropped him on the island and left in a hurry after a Den Mushi call. Madara didn't pry into their business. Fortunately, the island is inhabited. After asking around, he learned the name of the island is Kyo and it's a popular trade route among merchants and pirates. After seeing a lot of people, Madara settled, planning his next course of action. He could feel something had changed in him. What to say? He felt unburdened. Staring at the setting sun, Madara reminisced about his youth, his little brother, his fights with Hashirama, and his pursuit to bring true peace. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara chuckled, his eyes flashed with a tinge of regret and loss. It soon went away. Dusting the sand from his armor, Madara rose to his feet. His eyes once again went back to his usual calm, determined, and cold self. Let's enjoy this world. At that moment, a young pirate exclaimed loudly. Hey, is that world government ship? Boss, why don't we rob them? The ignorant pirate's words attracted attention. Only then everyone spotted a ship, some distance away from the island, bearing the world government logo. A man wearing captain's hat kicked the young pirate in the butt and berated him, looking around. SHH. Idiot, if you have a death wish, go and die alone. Don't drag others with you. The young pirate drooped his head. Captain, did I say something wrong? Stop talking. Be silent. Yes. Hearing the conversation, Madara's eyes brightened. World government. Aren't they the rulers of the world? Let's start from them. Since Blaze needs a distraction, he will do it big and get entertained in the process. World government ship. A world government agent dressed in a suit noticed a man wearing red armor and long black hair approaching the ship. He sensed the stranger's body exuded strong killing intent and dangerous breath. He's ridiculously strong. The agent made a rational judgment. His body went high alert as he screamed. Enemy. In no time, some agents crowded the ship's deck, pointing their firearms at Madara. Leading them was a tall man, wearing a mask. A CP0 agent. Seeing Madara, the CP0 agent directly attacked with the intent to kill. Anyone approaching the ship after noticing the world government symbol is an enemy to be killed on sight. Soru. The CP agent disappeared and appeared before Madara in the blink of an eye and pointed his finger forward before rapidly firing several bullets made of compressed air. Facing such a high-speed attack, Madara chuckled. Boring. A blue skeletal hand materialized around Madara's right hand and swatted the air bullets before grasping the agent in its hand. The CP0 agent struggled with all his might, but he was like an insect pinched between fingers, helpless. Madara's sight fell on the world government ship. His eyes turned cold as he made seals in one hand before breathing out a sea of fire. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The flames roared on and annihilated everything in its path. Facing such an overwhelming attack, the world government agents were helpless. Ah! Sounds of screams echoed for a second before everything went silent. The flames burned the ship and everyone on it to ashes, in seconds. Nothing remained. The high temperature of the flames vaporized seawater, forming a mist that blanketed the area. The residents of Kyo Island were alarmed and terrified. Some crazy fellow attacked the world government ship, and as people who witnessed the incident they are going to be implicated. Fuck, we are finished. Let's get the hell out of here. If Marines or other world government people come, we will be captured and tortured. The pirates and merchants of the island began to evacuate. Witnessing the annihilation of his unit, the CP0 agent showed no emotions. There's no trace of fear or panic in his eyes. Commendable will. Madara praised. You made a big mistake, offending the world government. You will be hunted. Even if you run to the end of 4 seas, you can't escape. Madara raised his eyebrows in amusement. I don't think there's someone strong enough to make me run, even gods are no exception. Wasting no more words, Madara used his human path ability. By placing his hand on the agent's head, he yanked the soul out of the body. To his surprise, he was met with resistance, but with enough force, he pulled the soul out. He mused, interesting. There's resistance. Is it the power of haki or just strong will? It seems the people in the world are not simple. With the human path power, he schemed through the memories of the soul. He learned everything about One Piece world, along with the knowledge to use haki. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful world. It seems like I won't be bored. Madara laughed in a maniacal manner brimming with excitement. From the agent's memories, he learned about Blaze. Strongest marine. Strongest man in the world. His titles surprised him. Though he sensed Blaze was strong from his aura, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Let's go to Marine Ford. That place seems to be near and has strong people. Marine Ford. Somehow Madara's detailed information reached the world government and they passed it to Marines. The world government wanted them to bring this man down. Sengoku could tell they didn't care about this person from their tone. What is happening in this world? Sengoku sighed. Garp sitting opposite him looked at Madara's face and commented. This man looks dangerous. Not taking Garp's word seriously, Sengoku spoke. It's true Blaze's reputation helps Marine but it's not good for him. They warned me to keep him out of the public eye. They are afraid of his prestige among the Marines. After all, that brat now holds the title, strongest man in the world. Garp guffawed. True. Sengoku chuckled. Sengoku, I think Blaze can accomplish that we don't even dare to think. Garp couldn't finish the sentence. Garp. Sengoku roared, slamming the table. All right. Garp shrugged. 220, Madara vs Marines. The next day morning, the just risen sun shone lightly and began to light up the world. For the Marines patrolling the Marine Ford, it's a typical day. The weather was nice, it was cloudless and warm. But, everything changed when an unwelcome visitor appeared in their sight. Captain Gozu, not good. We sighted an unknown person approaching Marine Ford. He doesn't look ordinary as he was airborne without any support. A Marine ensign reported, slightly out of breath. Hearing this, Marine Headquarters Captain Gozu's eyes narrowed as his expression turned serious. He snatched the spyglass from the ensign and looked. His pupils constricted. He saw a man in red armor, his appearance is the same as the wanted posture circulated among the Marine officers. He saw it last night. The bounty was 100 million. Alert the headquarters. He's no ordinary person. Gozu ordered and went to confront Madara. He may just be Marine captain but he's strong as he recently graduated from a special Marine training camp. Young blood burning to prove the world. Skilled in Soru and Tekai martial arts with some insight into armament and observation haki, his strength reached the level of Rear Admiral. A loud announcement sounded from his patrol ship. Stop. If you take another step, you will be shot dead. Surrender or die. Seeing Uchiha Madara in the distance, the Marine soldiers became nervous all of a sudden. They pointed their rifles at him with trembling hands. Overwhelming coercion made them shake and they struggled to remain on their feet as if some kind of mountain pressing on their heads. As Madara's figure approached, Gozu commanded. Fire. But to his astonishment, no one fired. All the soldiers were in some kind of trance as if they lost their souls. It made Gozu panic. What kind of sorcery is this? Noticing Madara's figure nearing him, sweat oozed from his forehead. His body fails to respond to his thoughts. Madara didn't put such a man in his eyes. He flew past him. As for Gozu, his knees hit the ground and he felt relieved for a moment before coming out of his senses. I'm such a disgrace. Am I even qualified to be a Marine? I got scared by the opponent's momentum. It's not even the haki of kings. Clenching his fist, he rose to his feet brimming with determination to die. With a sword in hand, he used Soru and appeared before Madara. Before he could swing his sword, he accidentally saw the opponent's eyes. Madara's three-tomo Sharingan pulled him into an illusion. Wahum! A huge alarm sound forewarned everyone. The highly trained Marines didn't panic as they knew it was a basic warning, that sounds when someone intrudes Marine Ford. Still, the Marine Ford went into alert. The Marine families were escorted to a safe place. The Marine soldiers and officers assembled in the front bay. A Rear Admiral received the report and notified Sengoku. Sengoku-san, it's confirmed. It's the same guy who annihilated the World Government unit last evening. Sengoku and other high-ranking Marines were just discussing Madara's issue. They were planning to send a Vice Admiral with good combat power to arrest the man. But none of them expected the other party to come barging into Marine Ford in such an open and flashy manner. He came alone? Sengoku asked. Such a man is either a fool or extremely confident in his strength. From the look of it, he's no fool. What do we know of him? From the video footage we got, he's an extremely strong man with weird abilities. A user of some unknown devil fruit ability. We don't know the depth of his strength. Kizaru, be ready to take action if the others fail to apprehend him. I don't want to risk the life of other Marines just to test his strength. On the Marine Ford Bay, the Marines assembled in no time. Leading them were highly skilled Vice and Rear Admirals in combat. They were ready to face the enemy. Madara's figure faded away from everyone's sight and appeared in the bay using the body figure technique. The sudden change startled many but Vice Admirals remained steady. None of them underestimates Madara. Someone who attacks world government and breaks into Marine Ford is no ordinary person. With his arms crossed, Madara scanned the army of Marines. The number should be in the thousands. It reminded him of the Fourth Shinobi War and made him chuckle. Only such a grand welcome suits my style. But, I am in no mood to fight the small fries. Madara thought and glanced at the surrounding sea. Having so much water around, it would be a pity not to try that technique. Thinking through, Madara made hand seals. His action alerted the Marines. A huge Vice Admiral who's part of a giant squad took the lead and shot at Madara with his giant battle axe. Following him, the firearm division took position and fired at Madara with rifles and bazookas. Meanwhile, the Marines with swords pressed on under Vice Admiral Doberman's command. Paying no attention to their attacks, Madara finished the seals and shouted, "Water style, great exploding wave." In response to Madara's surge of invisible chakra, the sea behind him showed abnormal signs as it began to retreat. The next moment, a massive amount of seawater surged, forming a rising tide similar to tsunami. Under Madara's control, the seawater flooded Marineford's Bay and drowned the Marines. The powerful force and pressure of the water destroyed the Marine troops. Though the size of the water wave isn't as high as Whitebeard's tsunami, it was still powerful. Only some vice admirals escaped the destruction, thanks to their quick response. The scale of the attack reached the S level if it had to be mentioned in Hokage style. Before the water wave could flood the entire Marine fort, it was stopped by an old man. Boom! Marine hero Garp came out of nowhere and clapped his haki-coated hands mightily, triggering a shockwave that nullified the rising water wave. "What's happening here? Can't I sleep peacefully even in my old age?" Garp roared. He was awake in one eye while the other one was still asleep. "Shut up, Garp! And, wake up!" Sengoku appeared behind Garp and kicked him in the butt. At the same moment, the figure of Kizaru materialized to Garp's left. 221, Madara vs Marines 2. Great! Vice Admiral Garp is here. There's also Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kizaru. We are saved. A young Marine spoke, completely relieved. The Marines present eased noticing the arrival of Garp, Sengoku, and Admiral Kizaru. The man in red armor scares them a little, his aura is not in any way inferior to Yonko's. This man going to be out of luck. He's facing the strongest individuals of Marine headquarters. Phoom. Suddenly, Madara tilted his head to his right while a laser beam shot past his head and exploded upon hitting the sea, triggering a massive blast. Madara's Sharingan followed the person who attacked. Seeing Kizaru's perverted, uncle-like face, he showed a disgusted expression. "Young man, that was just a warning shot. If you are here to surrender, now's your chance. If not, you are going to die." Kizaru spoke in a dragging manner. A laser beam formed in his fingertip, ready to shoot. "You should be one of the admirals, Kizaru. A Logia fruit ability user who can turn into a light at will." Madara commented. "Your face upsets me." As Madara finished his comment, something kicked Kizaru who was about to shoot his laser beam. His figure sent flying back and crashed into one of the buildings. "What the?" Everyone present showed an incredulous expression. They wondered, what happened to Admiral Kizaru? Why did he suddenly fly back and crash into the building? None of them noticed the attack. After all, it's Madara's Rinnegan ability Limbo. Only people like Garp and Sengoku who can perceive the future sensed its presence. Sengoku. Garp's countenance turned solemn. "Yes. Someone kind of invisible shadow. Only at the point of contact, I sensed it." Sengoku responded. "Garp, he's strong." "Yes." At that moment, Madara shifted his attention to Garp and Sengoku, sensing their aura he exploded with a strong fighting intent. But, he was stopped by countless light particles that formed into Kizaru's figure. He was without any injury. "Scary any. Something invisible kicked me." Kizaru with his wretched face showed a surprised expression. Only at the last moment, his observation haki noticed the attack. He didn't expect the man to be strong and has weird abilities. He's strong. It's not going to be easy. Kizaru made a judgment in his heart. Why do all troublesome tasks fall on my head? You are good. It seems it's not an exaggeration, Marine admirals are really strong. Madara stretched his arms and legs as if warming up. Hearing this, Kizaru's eyes narrowed. With a wretched face, he uttered his iconic words. "Oh? It looks like I was underestimated. Your tone is not small, have you been kicked at the speed of light?" Before he finished speaking, Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into light particles and appeared before Madara in a light mode with his leg whipped at him. As for Uchiha Madara, he effortlessly followed the other party's light-speed movements with his Sharingan and counter-attacked with a kick of his own. Boom! A loud bang sounded when both their attacks collided. The surrounding Marines were startled, as they couldn't follow the movements. When they noticed Madara confronting Kizaru without showing any weakness, they were shocked. "Oh my god! This guy blocked Admiral Kizaru's light-speed kick!" A Marine exclaimed. "Unbelievable! How did he do it? This man is so strong!" "Thankfully, we have Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku here." Forget about others, Kizaru himself was surprised by Madara's reflex and physical strength to compete with him equally. At that moment, he noticed his opponent's scarlet pupil. For a moment, he felt a strange force trying to invade his will. It wasn't strong enough to enchant him. Kizaru figured it was the ability of his opponent. "You have beautiful eyes, Any. They can hypnotize or attack one's spirit, right? What a fascinating ability. Is the invisible thing also the ability of the eyes?" In response to Kizaru's words, Madara made a series of one-hand seals as he breathed in. Seeing his action, Kizaru elementalized his body ready to retreat. But, he was a step late. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Gathering the chakra, Madara expelled a massive stream of intense flames that blazed everything in its path. The high temperature of the flames terrified the marines and forced them to retreat to a safe distance as it began to dissolve the terrain. He can breathe fire? The intensity of the attack is similar to Kaido's bolo breath. Kizaru avoided the attack by disappearing and appearing far away from the attack range. He pretended to be scared as he spoke, such terrible destructive power. Noticing Kizaru escaped the flames unharmed, Madara muttered thoughtfully, it seems ninjutsu is ineffective against Logia devil fruit users. When Kizaru heard the words, he was taken aback for a moment and his eyes showed a surprised expression. Did you say ninjutsu? Are you from Wano Kuni? No. Madara refused flatly. Hey, wait a time. Can you tell us your name and where you come from? Kizaru realized something and asked. As if waiting for the opponent to ask this question, Madara arrogantly proclaimed. My name's Uchiha Madara. Engrave in your hearts because it will soon resound throughout the world. For that, you have to leave this place alive, Kizaru uttered, leaping high in the air. Yasakani no Megatama. With his arms crossed in front of him, he began to fire a torrent of deadly light particles that bombed Uchiha Madara with devastating force. Facing Kizaru's light beams, Madara snorted. Too flashy. His three Tomo Sharingan eyes turned into a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He spoke, Susanoo. Blue chakra rose around his body. A skeletal structure took shape, followed by muscles, and skin. In no time, a humanoid is shaped with armor encasing it for further protection. At that moment, Kizaru's laser beams blitzed Susanoo. Boom! Explosions went off as the attacks began to land on Susanoo, triggering destructive shockwaves. After a minute of bombarding, the smoke and dust cleared revealing the mighty Susanoo unscathed by Admiral Kizaru's attack. It shocked everyone. None of them could believe their eyes. How is this possible? What is that strange giant? Its defense is terrifying. Garp thought aloud. Whatever it is, we are in trouble. The enemy is much more powerful than we thought. Sengoku clenched his fist. 222, Might of Susanoo. This blue giant's defense is far more terrifying than he imagined. Kizaru's figure materialized next to Garp and Sengoku. Its defense is terrible. This time, he wasn't pretending. You guys disappoint me. It's just the beginning, so don't fear me yet. There's still time. Saying this, Madara clenched his fist, overflowing with chakra. The blue giant transformed as it grew bigger, developed feet, and stood up. Standing close to 70 meters in height, its towering stature shaded the very marine fort. The marine soldiers were completely shocked and frightened. Looking at the enormous blue giant, shock, fear, and despair tangled their hearts. Forget about them, even Kizaru, Garp, Sengoku, and other high-level officers were stunned by the stunt pulled by Madara. If they knew it was not Madara's true strength, their hearts may stop beating. With his arms crossed, Madara stood inside the diamond protection of Susanoo. You guys are fortunate to witness the power of Susanoo. Sorry, I think you don't know anything about Susanoo, so let me enlighten you guys a little. This is the ultimate eye technique that materializes a huge chakra and forms a burly giant to fight. In its complete state, Susanoo has the power of gods, symbolizing pure destruction. There's a saying, as long as you see Susanoo with your own eyes, you will inevitably die. Madara explained without holding anything back. He's not Madara if he doesn't show off his strength. Sengoku-san, what are we going to do? I don't think I can overpower him alone. Kizaru asked in a laid-back manner. Garp, I think it's time we stretch our old bones, Sengoku commented jokingly. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, Sengoku? Though the opponent seems strong, it doesn't require the fleet admiral of marines to fight. I'm more than enough. Garp tossed his cape and stepped forward, stretching his neck and rubbing his fist against the left palm. As Garp prepared for battle, Sengoku commanded the marines. Elite team, step forward. Others, step back and maintain a safe distance. Let me start. Kizaru took the lead by turning into light particles. He attacked Madara, bombarding him with laser beams, but this time his attacks were imbued with armament haki. Boom! Upon collision, the laser beams exploded. Unlike last time, the firepower of the beams cracked Susanoo. Assailed by countless laser beams, the blue giant was forced to take a step back. Oh, impressive! Madara was surprised and stabilized the Susanoo while his chakra restored the cracks in Susanoo. Imbued with armament haki, the power of the attacks was enhanced to another level. Haki is a miraculous thing. Madara mused. Just as he balanced the Susanoo, an old figure appeared in front. It's none other than Garp, the marine hero. With his fist clad in Buso's Hoku haki, Garp punched while the might of the attack landed squarely on Suzanu's stomach region. To Madara's shock, an oppressive force burst out as Garp's fist slammed against Suzanu and sent it flying back while extensive cracks formed on it. Madara along with Suzanu was forced to the sea area before Marineford Bay. Stabilizing his figure, Madara channeled the chakra to the soul of Suzanu so that it could stand on the sea. Turbulent sea waves swept across all directions as Madara's Suzanu settled down. Just a single action of Suzanu carries frightening fluctuation and destructive power. What a terrifying defensive power. I think most attacks are ineffective against it. Garp commented, landing on the ground. Vice Admiral Garp is mighty. A Marine cheered. But, that thing can take a beating. It's even impervious to Garp-san's fist. At that moment, some people with keen eyes noticed Madara standing on the sea. Hey, what's happening? Isn't he a demon fruit powerhouse? Why is he not afraid of the sea water? Madara, who was defensive till now, suddenly changed his behavior which stunned the others. His sight locked onto the Admiral as he waved his right hand. Following him, the blue Suzanu waved its right hand while a giant knife made of blue chakra condensed. With a thought, the giant sword swung at Kizaru who was loitering around. With a shhh sound, the sword tore through the air. Kizaru was taken aback and instinctively dodged the swing by elementalizing himself, but... Bam! The attack connected and banged Kizaru, whose figure deformed into a C shape before flying back and crashing into the Marine Headquarters building. Admiral Kizaru. What happened? This sudden change horrified the Marines, who regard admirals above everyone else. I thought the man didn't know haki as he didn't use it till now. A rear admiral exclaimed. It's not haki. It's something else, but whatever it is, it can hurt Logia users. A vice admiral with good observation commented. Ah! Kizaru stood up and came out of the ruin made when he crashed. His state was unseemly of an admiral, bashed. He was injured with blood dripping from his lips and a gashing wound on his stomach. Still, his injury wasn't life-threatening or serious. When he actualized next to Garp, he was reprimanded by the latter. Kizaru brat, stay here and protect the young ones. If you get beaten again, it will demoralize the Marines. As Z always says, you rely too much on your fruit power. You still need training. Kizaru didn't argue. He shouldn't have underestimated his opponent and slackened. After scolding Kizaru, Garp faced Madara alone. A faint grin manifested upon his face. After a long time, he finds a thrill. His fighting momentum radiated off. Feeling the overpowering momentum, Madara turned serious as he mused. This old man is strong. Garp looked at the Suzano with hardly a scratch on it. Impressive durability and it can be restored. He thought to himself observing the blue titan. He leaped above as he pulled back his right arm, instinctively. His fist was coated with black haki within the motion. Let's see how you take this. The vice admiral shouted, black lightning now sparking off the hand itself. Now up in the air, Garp shouted, Galaxy Impact, as he snapped his right fist forward with deadly speed and power. There wasn't any collision as Garp's Conqueror haki allowed him to strike Suzano without touching it. The true horror happened moments after the punch. Boom! A massively powerful shockwave flared from his fist, covering an enormous radius, and shattering anything in its range. The shockwave that radiates with black lightning traveled past Suzano's impervious defense and smashed Madara. Ugh! With a mighty crash, Madara coughed a mouthful of blood and plummeted to the sea, smote by Garp's fist. His vital status was unknown. He shouldn't have underestimated the Marines. On the other hand, Garp landed on the ground with his arm lowered and the radiating black haki fading from it. There was absolute silence. Vice Admiral Garp is so strong. The eyes of the young Marines sparkled in worship. 223, destroyed Marineford. Madara's figure sank to the bottom of the sea, driven by Garp's fist power. He wasn't as gravely injured as the Marines thought. In the last moment, his skill limbo protected him, withstanding most of the power. Relishing the feeling, he mused. What an intoxicating battle. Madara's adrenaline pumped after a long time, feeling the thrill of combat. What a magical power, haki is. That old man can punch. He should be Garp, one of the strongest people in this world. Without Rinnegan, he may not be their match. I had fun today. Better not reveal all my cards, let's keep it for another day. It's more than enough for a distraction. With a hand seal, a wood clone split from Madara's body with part of his chakra. Looking at his wooden clone, Madara ordered. Show them the power of God. On the surface, the Marines' celebrations didn't last long as the sudden shaking of the sea surface caught their attention. Only Garp didn't show any surprise. Blue Suzano emerged out of the water in a style, with Madara's clone showing an arrogant expression. It's my turn. It's time you guys taste the power of God. The next moment, Madara along with his Suzano weave three hand seals simultaneously. Tenge Shinsei. A change happened the next moment, as enormous chakras surged from the Susanoo. The move drained Madara's wooden clone chakra more than half. Just as the Marines were wondering what Madara's hand seals represent, a huge shadow engulfed the entire Marine fort. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. Hee hee ha ha ha. A Marine soldier laughed, welcoming death with open arms. The sheer enormity of this technique caused the Marines to question if it could even be done by humans. He wasn't lying, he has the power of gods. And, we angered the gods. Fear of death enveloped the Marine fort as if all hope was lost. Forget about others, even Sengoku sweated looking at the huge meteorite that's thrice the size of Marineford Island. Is Marineford going to be destroyed during my leadership? Move it. What are you guys afraid of? It's a big rock that's slightly bigger than the mountains that I used to punch for practice. Garp roared and leaped towards it. His roar roused the Marines from fear and stupor. They began to respond. Galaxy impact, Garp roared and punched with everything he had, injecting all his conquerors and armament haki. Boom! A massively powerful shockwave burst from his fist, fragmenting the huge meteorite. But, the fragmented meteor shattered into countless ones and took a dive. The old man has done his best. Garp muttered, catching his breath. As for the rest, he believes in the young ones. As the fragments neared the surface, they glowed red due to friction in the air. Everyone, use all your strength and destroy the fragments. A single one of that is enough to ruin the Marine headquarters. Sengoku roared and transformed into a giant golden Buddha. At the same time, Kizaru used his signature light beams and fired them at the falling meteor fragments. With precise control, he alone destroyed most of the fragments. Meanwhile, the vice-admirals and rear-admirals used their strongest attacks to destroy the remaining ones. Garp, who was falling after his attack, used the opportunity and kicked some of the fragments at Blue Susanoo. Madara's clone had no intention of dodging, as he served his purpose. A large fragment fell on Susanoo, destroying it along with the clone's body. At the last moment, Garp heard the words of Madara's clone. We will meet again, Marine. It's not him. Some kind of clone. Garp frowned and thought, trouble. In spite of the best efforts from the Marines, few fragments fell on Marineford. The result was. Next day. In his hand, Sengoku was holding a newspaper. How did the news get leaked? Hey! He was furious as he roared and slammed the newspaper on the table. It showed the picture of destroyed Marineford with the title, Marines got defeated. Didn't you say everything was sealed and no one would know what happened here? Sengoku rebuked. The temporarily made meeting room is packed with high-level Marine officers. All of them lowered their heads, not knowing how the news got leaked. Asshole! Which bastard leaked the news? Is it Morgan's? Akainu's face boiled in rage. After the events, the Marine admirals were called back. Arera, it's going to be a problem. Kyuzan shrugged. Damn it! The top-level Marines clenched their hands. It was caused by a single person, Uchiha Madara. They still couldn't come out of yesterday's events. They know too well once this news spreads, what kind of turmoil it will cause in the world, and as Marines, they will be shamed. Isn't this causing them trouble? Vice Admiral Tsuru took the newspaper from the table and read it calmly. It was not released by Morgan's, some local newspaper run by an underground boss. They want to use the news to create disorder and benefit out of it. She analyzed and continued. But, it will soon be acquired by Morgan's and released to the world. It will have a huge impact on us. Does he dare? A Vice Admiral angrily exclaimed. He dares. Tsuru mildly responded. But no matter how angry they were, things couldn't be changed. They could only accept the facts and quickly think of countermeasures. Vice Admiral Doberman voiced his thoughts. We should immediately issue a statement to the outside world with video Den Mushi, denying the rumors and news. Hearing the proposal, everyone's eyes brightened. Yes, only Marineford is damaged, not the Marines. They have unwavering faith in the Marines' strength and justice. Okay. Immediately arrange everything necessary. I will personally explain the situation to the world. Sengoku commanded. After dealing with the priority, they continued to discuss Uchiha Madara and how they should deal with him. They need to hunt him down to wash off this shame. At the same time, the news caught Morgan's attention and it spread rapidly in Grand Line and Four Seas, causing the entire pirate world to be shaken. As Sengoku and other Marines expected, the news caused a violent shock all over the world. And, the top brass of the world paid special attention to Uchiha Madara, sending their best to find and rope him in. 224, time passes 2 years. Somewhere in the New World. A marine warship sailed the rough sea. On the ship deck, Blaze looked at the bounty report sent from the headquarters. He was amused. Bounty poster. Name, Uchiha Madara A.K. The Scarlet Demon. Current bounty, 2,210,000,000 berries. Criminal incidents, voluntarily attacked and destroyed the world government ship, leaving no one alive. The next day, he attacked Marineford openly and confronted Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and other elites before leaving with no injuries. Extremely dangerous. Not to engage in battle without an admiral. Abilities, mysterious eye powers, not confirmed whether it's a devil fruit ability or not, proficiency in ninjutsu, clone techniques, or whatnot. Instead of stating it as a bounty poster, the right word would be intelligence report, only circulated among top marine officers with sufficient strength. Well, it should be enough to shift the attention. Blaze thought and shifted his attention. Unlike him, Regis and Kuina were taken by surprise finding headquarters was destroyed. This man isn't simple. Regis commented, looking at Madara's bounty poster. His eyes are different. Kuina spoke, finding Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gorgeous. Unlike them, the world found Madara in the bounty poster released by Marines in the newspaper. Especially, his bounty shocked many. Madara's appearance and deeds shocked the world. Countless top people sent their best looking for him but he was nowhere to be found. With his skills, no one could find him if he wanted. As for Madara, he disappeared without bothering the fuss. Occasionally, he would reveal his whereabouts to keep the Marines and the world government busy. He traveled the world enjoying the scenery that was completely different from the world of Hokage. Time passed as events began to unfold. Like in the original work, Rookie Pirate and Supernova Ace joined Whitebeard Pirates. Following that, the 1520 Reverie took place. After that, there weren't any major changes that disturbed the already chaotic world. There was an unusual peace that bothered some. Blaze too reduced his presence, patrolling the sea as Marine Vice Admiral. He gathered attribute points by vanquishing some hefty bounty pirates. Of course, there was a time when he clashed with the Yonko group Red Hair Pirates. It didn't attract much attention as the fight happened on an unexplored island. It took him some effort to defeat Shanks, his house Hoku Haki growth impressed Blaze. It earned him some free attribute points. There are times some arrogant pirates come looking for him, voluntarily, to claim the title, the strongest man in the world. As a result, they were either killed or sent to impel down. Like that, 2 years passed. Timeline, 1522. Today, Blaze got the news from headquarters that something happened in Whitebeard Pirates. A guy named Teach killed the 4th Division commander, stole the fruit, and fled the crew. Following that, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard Pirates, Ace set out on his own to find Teach who betrayed their father. Since Teach acquired the dark fruit, then Luffy may have set sail already. Blaze's eye narrowed. It's time to do it. Reading the report, Regis exclaimed. This person named Teach is insane. He killed his own crew member for a devil fruit. I don't think he's insane but extremely sharp, Kuina commented. After 2 years, she matured into a fair woman, tall with a robust and athletic physique. Just a look, everyone would notice her sharp aura. Under Blaze's care, her strength underwent an amazing transformation. And, the new world helped in polishing her skills. Even admirals would find it taxing to defeat her. She developed her devil fruit and haki well. Why? Regis asked. First, this person killed the division commander of Whitebeard Pirates in silence, without alerting the others. So, he's strong. Second, he killed the crew member even after knowing Whitebeard's personality. Meaning, he has a clear goal and knows what he's doing. Kuina analyzed. Clap. Hearing her analysis, Blaze clapped. Wonderful, Kuina. Good observation. Walking towards the ship's hull, Blaze spoke as he gazed at the far horizon. Be ready, guys. The world is going to shift. Hearing his words, Regis and Kuina straightened their backs. Are we doing it now, Blaze-san? As Blaze's close confidants, they know some of his plans. Well, not now. But, shortly within 6 months or so. Blaze commented and smiled, let's go and see how everything is going. With that, Blaze, Kuina, and Regis set off. Since their destination is the sky, Blaze's Nan Cloud, Little White, helped them on the travel. On the way, Blaze looked at his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 79.92996/3000. Devil Fruit, 79.9. Haki, 84.6. Free Attribute Point, 10.5 20.5. There wasn't a major change in his attributes, both his Devil Fruit and Haki attributes rose by 2 to 3 points while his Constitution stuck at 79.9. Meanwhile, he accumulated over 10 free attribute points that grew from 10.5 to 20.5. He got 3 points for defeating Shanks and his group, 3 from Garp, and 2 from Kizaru in the context of sparring while the remaining points were collected over 2 years by defeating pirates. It wasn't easy for him to earn these points. Only pirates over a 1 billion bounty earn him points and he defeated most of the known ones. To gather more points, he can only go to impel down. His god's blood is just short of 4 drops to complete the transformation. He doesn't know what kind of change it would bring. He was full of expectation. In an hour or so, they reached an island that hovered in mid-air with the support of clouds. The island was as big as Marineford with a plain surface and some buildings. The name of the island is Dawn, named and created artificially by Blaze's powers. He's using this place to create a force of his own. Some soldiers could be seen training at the island center, overseen by revolutionary Sabo and Koala. Even among revolutionaries, only Dragon, Sabo, Koala, and Kuma know this place. On Blaze's side, Kuina, Regis, Hancock, and Madara know about it. Seeing his arrival, Sabo greeted him. Blaze-san, it's been some time since you came. Dragon-san left a few days back. Meanwhile, Koala greeted Kuina. They became close friends over these 2 years. Wow, Kuina, you grew taller again. But, I still look the same. As for Regis, he stood there awkwardly with no one paying him attention. It's why I hate this place. How's everything going? Blaze asked Sabo. Good. We are all set. Excitement could be seen on Sabo's face as he balled his fist. If everything goes well, we can dethrone the world government. Where's Madara? Blaze asked. 225, half-god. He's at the back, overseeing the competition among the Demon Squad. Sabo replied. Demon Squad? It brought a humorous smile to Blaze's face. It was Madara's idea as he handpicked 20 people who were best of the best among the thousands of recruits. He did it on a whim to relieve his boredom, but it evolved into something none of them expected. 2 years ago, they recruited thousands of people from all over the world to create a force. They just didn't recruit anyone but people affected by either the world government, pirates, or marines. The people with the determination to change the world. With Madara's Sharingan, the screening process was smooth without any undercovers or traitors. Of course, it caught the world government and marines' attention. But with Revolutionary, Blaze, and Madara working together, everything went smoothly. They recruited around 2,500 people and started to train them to be better combatants and intelligence agents. After 1 year, around 1,500 of them were dispatched to 4 seas in the first half of Grand Line. All of them enlisted in the Marines. Not to attract attention, they hid their strength and stayed at the bottom position as seaman recruits or first class. As for the remaining 1,000 people, they are still here. Some of them with good knowledge even learned Haki. They are not to be underestimated. And, Sabo's face turned solemn as he continued, we had intruders a few days back, just a day after Dragon-san left. Oh. Blaze wasn't surprised. Is it CP0? Dawn Island wasn't that easy to invade as the entire island was encircled in a heat field by Blaze. Without his perception, it's difficult to set foot on the island. But, with rare devil fruit abilities, it can be done. Yes. They appeared suddenly without any alert as if they teleported here. Sabo described the process. Thankfully, Madara-san was here. He was truly powerful, killing them all in a few moves. The world government has been trying to find this location for some time. As for how they found this place, Sabo's guess is they followed Uchiha Madara. Talking, they walked to the other end of the island. The Dawn Island is separated into 2 by a huge building in the middle. Should we change the location? Sabo asked. Let them come. With me here, they can't do anything. Madara commented in an overbearing tone. He has the strength to support his claim. It doesn't matter. The world government will be busy in the upcoming days, so they won't have time for another visit. Blaze responded after Madara with a smile. Looking at Madara, he commented in a joking manner. You have changed. Madara. I didn't expect you to instruct and train the young people. I find it fun. Typical Madara answer. With his arms crossed, Madara watched the contest with his Sharingan opened. Is it Jax and Akira? Blaze asked. No matter how many times he gets defeated, he never gives up. A typical Naruto kind of guy, don't you agree? Naruto? What a bad memory. Madara snorted but agreed. Akira was recruited by Blaze. She's a royal-born, a princess, but she lost her kingdom, her father, mother, and everything she loved was destroyed in a single night. She was captured and kept as a prisoner. Blaze rescued and brought her here. On the other hand, Jax was recruited by Madara. He's a sunny guy with an unyielding spirit. Among the Demon Squad, Akira and Jax are the best. They are devil fruit users and proficient in armament and observation haki. Akira is a Zoan fruit user, and that too, a mythical one, as she a Tori Tori no Mi model, Thunderbird. She can transform into a huge Thunderbird with the power of thunder. As for Jax, he's a Logia person who ate the cloud fruit with the same thunder power. Blaze exchanged it for him. Like them, half of the Demon Squad is devil fruit users. Looking at their fighting, Blaze smiled. Everything's going well. It's time I improve my strength. Sabo, Madara, I came here for another important matter. Don't let anyone disturb me. Uttering the words, Blaze vanished from the spot. Blaze's figure appeared in a room designed specifically for him. Though he comes rarely, he has a private room here. He needs them during the time he concentrates on producing God's blood. Sitting cross-legged, Blaze relaxed himself for some time before proceeding further. With a thought, he began absorbing the natural energy present in the surroundings. Like the first time, he fused the natural energy with his life energy and before using his haki to form God's blood. The entire process didn't take any longer than 10 minutes. He felt exhausted with his life energy and haki was depleted at the same time. In his status bar, God's blood count increased by 129.97/3000. 3 more to go. He meditated for his life energy and haki to recover before repeating the process. A day passed. A new day started with the sun peeking from the distant horizon. At that moment, Blaze finally produced the last drop, increasing God's blood count to 3000. As soon as he completed the process, an amazing transformation took place inside his body. His blood was still red, but it had a golden sheen around them. They exuded a holy aura, pristine and refined. As God's blood flowed around his body, it brought a divine transformation. A hot sensation appeared, bringing forth slight pain. However, this feeling didn't make him feel uncomfortable but made him understand something magical was happening in his body. At the same time, he felt a sense of clarity. It was as if something that had been blocking his brain for a long time had been broken. It was a wonderful sensation, a complete metamorphosis of both body and spirit. The feeling lasted for a few minutes before everything went back to normal. Rising to his feet, Blaze clenched his fist feeling the power within him, and noticed the changes. There wasn't a major change in his appearance, but his entire being was shrouded in a silky layer of silver aura. With a thought, the flimsy layer seeped into his skin, disappearing from the view. After his physique reached the half-god level, his physical powers peaked to the maximum. The feeling of excitement. Blaze wanted to laugh but he suddenly remembered the scene of Madara's crazy laughter when the other party came to life and tasted his blood. It won't suit me I think. 226, Haki 100.0. When Blaze summoned the system panel to check his attributes, he was stunned by the huge changes. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100.0 half-god. Devil Fruit, 79.9. Haki, 87.6. Free Attribute Point, 20.5. As his physique reached the half-god level, he was endowed with an innate ability Divine Protection. It's a passive skill that activates if his life is in danger. Once activated, he won't be endangered within a short few minutes. As to what extent, Blaze has no idea and he didn't plan on testing it. Because the protection will lose its effect after serving its purpose and would take months to activate again. With his current strength, almost no one can threaten his life aside from mysterious and ancient weapons. Still, Divine Protection is an overpowering skill that can save his life at a critical time. Another thing he noticed was, that he could still produce God's blood but it was of no use to him. However, he can still use them for other purposes. Aside from that, his Haki attribute rose by another 3 points after his physique transformed to the limit. Blaze then set his sight on free attribute points, he has 20.5 points. With that, he can push any one of his attributes Devil Fruit or Haki to full level. After pondering for some time, he decided to max his Haki attribute. In this world, Haki is the ultimate power. And, maxing his Devil Fruit only brings him trouble. If he wasn't careful, the power of the sun would destroy everything. Well, he can max them after gaining attribute points again. Thinking over it, Blaze raised his Haki attribute to 100.0. As soon as he did that, he felt a pang in his mind as his spirit underwent an incredible transformation. As his Haki hit 100, without his knowledge the air around him twisted for a moment and ripples went in all directions. His Haki affected everything within a few kilometers range. Black streams of energy flashed around, scaring everyone present on the Dawn Island. Before they could react, sheer pressure knocked them out. Aside from Sabo, Madara, Regis, Kuina, and a few strong people of Demon Squad no one was conscious. Even Koala lost consciousness. Damn! Such a strong Haki! Is Blaze-san doing? One of the Demon Squad members uttered with a slight dizziness. Not just him, aside from Kuina, Sabo, and Madara, others were affected by the Haki. Just to remain standing, they had to use every ounce of their willpower. Thankfully, Blaze's Haki disappeared the next moment as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, they would have been brought to their knees. Are you guys okay? Sabo asked the Demon Squad members and glanced toward Blaze's room. I think it was done unintentionally, considering Blaze-san's strength. He won't make such mistakes. Should I go and check? Before Kuina could finish her sentence, Blaze's figure flashed before their eyes. Sorry guys. My bad. Blaze apologized and asked, "No one's injured, right? Not that serious. I think they are all just knocked out." Sabo replied. "Thankfully, it was a wisp of my aura. There's no physical damage. Otherwise, this island would have already gone. My haki is too powerful." Blaze once again summoned the system panel for a look. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100.0 Half-God. Devil Fruit, 79.9. Haki, 100.0. Free Attribute Point, 8.1. After a look, Blaze then shifted his attention to the people. "Sabo, once everyone wakes up, convey my apologies." Sabo nodded. "You got powerful." Madara suddenly commented with eyes squinted. From Blaze, he sensed danger. It means the other party has the strength to kill him. He knows Blaze was strong from their first meeting, but right now it's different. "Blaze-san, please show us your strength. You always elude us with ridiculous reasons, but not today. Broaden our horizon and show the power of the world's strongest man." Jax stepped forward and shouted. "You? First, defeat the girl Akira, then you can speak." Madara dismissed him with cold words that pierced the other party's heart. Hearing it, Jax's head dropped as if he was depressed. It brought laughter to everyone's faces. No wonder Madara recruited him. His personality is very similar. In Jax, Blaze sees the personality of the protagonists. At the same time, his strength is also best. "Okay. You guys, be ready. The time to face the world is near." Blaze intimated. "Train well, you won't have such opportunities again. I will come back after a few days." After discussing future plans with Sabo and Madara, he left Dawn Island with Kuina and Regis. He's a vice-admiral, he can't be missing for a long time from his position. In the following days, Blaze practiced to familiarize himself with the sudden increase in his strength. After some days, a major news spread the Grand Line. One of the warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was defeated. The reason behind it wasn't published, but anyone with discerning eyes could see the rise of Straw Hat Pirates' bounties. Just as Blaze was enjoying the last few peaceful days before the storm, an intelligence report from a friend disrupted the calmness. The world government wants to recruit Edward Weevil as the warlord of the sea to fill the vacant seat left by Crocodile. Hearing the news, Blaze's eyes narrowed with the intent to kill. Zephyr-sensei lost his arm during the time he was teleported to the HXH world. After coming back and meeting him, he felt regretful that he couldn't stop the tragedy from happening. From that day, he's been searching for Edward Weevil. Somehow, he couldn't find the other party even with Marine's intelligence. "Is it accurate? Why didn't I get the report from headquarters?" Blaze asked. "Do you think Sengoku-san doesn't know that you are searching for the other party?" Jun, on the other end of the call, asked back. "Yes. It seems like my guess is true." Blaze sighed. Just as he thought, the world government has some kind of connection with Miss Buchan or Edward Weevil. "Tell me the location." 227, Edward Weevil. Room of Authority, Mary Gosa. "Can't contact the CP0 squad." Elder Jagarsha Saturn had a thoughtful expression upon hearing the report from the agent. "Considering that man's strength, we can boldly assume the squad's exterminated." Elder Topman Warkiri commented. "Uchiha Madara. His origin is mysterious. He's as strong as Yonko, combined with his unique ninjutsu. This person is very difficult to track and hunt. We have been pursuing him for 2 years and lost many good agents in the process. Finally, we have located his hideout, and as we suspected, he is building his own army," said Elder Marcus Mars. "What's his purpose? If we know that, we can decide our move. If he wants to play a pirate game like others, it doesn't matter. But, we can't let him grow into another revolutionary that opposes us." The katana-wielding elder voiced his thoughts. "If it comes to that, we should annihilate him at all cost." Elder Jagarsha Saturn said. "There's also that Blaze. He's been silent for some time. Above everyone, he's the most dangerous. If he shows any sign of revolting, we should use everything we have to eliminate him. Let's wait and see. We are not without options." Swamp Island, somewhere in paradise. It's an uninhabited, forested wet island. It's unfit for people to live in as it rains for nearly 20 hours a day. Only pirates with their logpoles locked onto this island stumbles here. But now, half of the island is devastated with traces of a battle could be seen. "I'm sorry, Mommy." Edward Weevil apologized in a whiny, snot-nosed manner. At his feet, Buchan, a short elderly woman with blonde hair, hit Weevil with her walking stick. "I told you to be careful. Look at now, you destroyed their pirate ship along with ours and sank it to the bottom of the ocean. How are we gonna leave now? Damn the rain. I hate it." Buchan reprimanded. "I will shield you, Mommy." Weevil covered Buchan from the rain, with his huge body. "Ah! Aren't you a sweet boy? Mommy loves you more than anything. Buchan praised him with honey words. Mommy, I have one small doubt. Am I really Whitebeard's son? Weevil asked, uncertain. You are. You will find how similar you are to your father when you meet him. Why hasn't Dad come to see us? Before Buchan could reply, both of them noticed a flash of golden glow. The next moment, a figure in a marine cape magically stood in the place. It stunned both Weevil and Buchan. Mother, it's a marine that we killed before. Should I kill him in the name of Whitebeard? Edward Weevil brandished his naginata and asked. On the other hand, Buchan sweated seeing Blaze. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't care, but Blaze is different. Why is he here? I finally found you guys. I've been searching your traces for some time. Blaze chuckled. After getting the location from Jun, he teleported using his devil fruit ability to come here as fast as he could. Looking at Weevil, he's a stocky-built man, with a thick mane of blonde hair and an exaggeratedly long white mustache. Blaze finds him dramatic. Standing close to 22 feet in height, he's taller and bigger than Whitebeard himself. He really inherited Whitebeard's monstrous physique. Blaze mused. Weevil, let's run. He's not someone we can fight. Buchan leaped onto Weevil's shoulder and told. Hey, why should we run, Mommy? Weevil asked stupidly. With me here, do you think you can run? Blaze raised his eyes. You shouldn't have hurt Zephyr-sensei. If something happens to us, Whitebeard won't let it slide. Buchan threatened, but she knew it wouldn't intimidate the man. Blaze chuckled. Knowing running isn't an option, Buchan commanded. Weevil, attack him. If we want to leave here alive, we have to kill this man. Moreover, he's defeated your father once. Hearing her last words, Weevil's expression underwent a change. With a glaring look on his face, he asked. Did you hurt, Daddy? What a weird brain circuit. Blaze didn't reply as he knew Weevil's intelligence was that of a child. Wielding a naginata similar to Whitebeard, he dashed forth and swung the weapon with oppressive strength and barbarity. The swing tore the air like butter and sought to slash him. Facing the attack, Blaze simply blocked it with his left index finger without even haki. With a half-god level physique, such a clumsy attack without haki couldn't hurt him. Forcing back the weapon with a slight push, Blaze jumped a little higher than Weevil's head and punched by balling his fist. Bang! Upon collision, the opponent's huge body crashed onto the muddy ground. The impact and pure raw power behind the attack cratered the ground and triggered a shockwave that stopped the pelting rain for a second before it rained again. In front of Blaze, Weevil's like a child with no strength to fight back. Weevil stood up from the crater with blood dripping from his mouth. Son, are you okay? Buchan asked from the distance. Such an incredible physique, I think it's superior to Whitebeard. If Blaze's guess wasn't wrong, Buchan created Weevil by conceiving with Whitebeard's sperm, or he was simply cloned by experiments of Whitebeard's gene. Does the world government know about this? With ferocious might, Weevil leaped from the crater and swirled the naginata over his head as his body descended towards Blaze. As he closed, he hacked his weapon vertically. Avoiding the swing with a sidestep in a casual manner, Blaze lashed his hand at Weevil's shoulder while an invisible haki extended from his right hand like a knife and cleaved Weevil's hand off his shoulder. Blood splashed. His right hand dropped to the ground, twitching slightly. Mommy, I can't feel my right hand. Screaming in pain, Weevil rolled on the ground. To Blaze's astonishment, after a few seconds, Weevil stopped screaming and got to his feet, snot-nosed. Gripping the naginata with his left hand, he attacked again. Swish! Blood splashed. Weevil's left hand made an arc in the air before dropping to the ground. Mommy, I can't feel my left hand. Screaming in pain, Weevil rolled on the ground. After a few seconds, he once again got to his feet. Mommy, I can't feel both my hands, how should I attack? Weevil asked. Imbuing his arm with haki, Blaze punched Weevil in the head, knocking him unconscious. Killing this type of person is easy, but he wants them to feel pain. If I see or hear him having the arms again, I will sever his legs next and then his head, along with yours. Warning Buchan, Blaze's figure disappeared from the place. As soon as he was gone, Buchan went close to Weevil and caressed his cheek. My son. Mommy, will Dad avenge me? I doubt it. 228, Shanks contacts Whitebeard. A month passed by in silence. Regis, tell me what's happening around the world. Blaze asked with a yawn as he relaxed in a recliner. Blaze-san, it's as you expected. Something's happening in the sea. First, Red Hair sent a messenger named Rockstar with a letter to contact Whitebeard, but the latter ripped up Shanks' letter. After Crocodile's defeat, a meeting was ordered for the remaining warlords of the sea. But only 3 people, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Mihawk attended. At the meeting, Lafitte, a former peace officer from West Blue, came to recommend Blackbeard in place of Crocodile's vacant seat. He possibly joined the Blackbeard pirates. But, Fleet Admiral Sengoku rejected it, saying the warlord position couldn't be given to any nameless person. And, yesterday this happened. Saying this, Regis handed him a newspaper. The front page of the newspaper displayed the picture of the smoky ruins of Enies Lobby. Seeing this, Blaze smiled. It's been some time since I last saw that brat Luffy. I heard Garp-san set out to capture this pirate and end his pirate journey. With Vice Admiral Garp taking action, Straw Hat pirates are done for. Regis commented. Which grandfather captures his own grandson? Blaze shook his head. He wasn't interested in the grandfather and grandson game. Regis then looked at Kuina, as new Kuina's friend Zoro joined this pirate group. Kuina looked at Zoro's wanted poster. Come, Zoro. I will wait for you at the top. I won't lose. What about Shanks and Whitebeard, is there any news of their meeting? Blaze asked, interested. As an Earthling who watched One Piece, the first clash between Whitebeard and Shanks could be said as an epic scene. Since he has the ability, he can't miss that. Well, Shanks disappeared from his territory while the marine unit in charge of watching his movements was clueless about his whereabouts. If nothing goes wrong, Shanks will make contact with Whitebeard in a day or two. Regis voiced his thoughts and continued. And, I got this news from an old friend. We didn't receive any report from headquarters. Meaning, Fleet Admiral doesn't want us to know about it. They know Fleet Admiral Sengoku's afraid Blaze will do something. As if he didn't hear Regis's words, Blaze sprang to his feet and commanded the unit to hurry, knowing there was less time. Let's go. Quick. We can't miss the clash between two Yonkos. It will be entertaining. Regis's lips twitched seeing this scene. Sengoku-san's going to kill me for real this time. He couldn't understand why Blaze is interested in the exchange between Yonko whom he already defeated. Next day. Blaze's appearance startled the marine unit in charge of watching Whitebeard pirates and preventing Red Hair Shanks from meeting Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Blaze, we didn't receive any report that you are coming, do you have any orders? An unknown Rear Admiral gave a standard salute and spoke in a hesitant manner while sweat drenched his forehead. He was there at Marineford when Blaze fought and repelled that enormous dragon beast named Kaido. Though Blaze looked simple, standing in front of him he felt pressure even as a Rear Admiral. At ease. Just do your duties, I'm just here to watch. Blaze dismissed the Rear Admiral and looked at the distant Moby Dick. It's been some time since I saw Whitebeard. Perceiving the other party's haki, Blaze found it faint. At the same time, on the Whitebeard ship, someone noticed Blaze. Oyaji, it's him. Vice Admiral Blaze, he's here. What? It created a slight panic and bitterness. They won't forget this man who defeated their father. The defeat made them look weak and brought countless troubles to the Whitebeard pirates. Don't worry. From the looks of it, he isn't here to fight. Marco spoke, after observing Blaze's action. He should be here to watch fun between me and that kid Shanks. Whitebeard thought. At that moment, a marine soldier shouted from the lookout tower. It's the ship of Red Hair pirates. 7 o'clock. Their arrival tensed the atmosphere while Blaze watched the slowing approaching Red Hair ship with interest. He pulled a snack pocket out of nowhere and began to munch them. Chief, it's Blaze. Lucky Roo informed Shanks. Should we make a run? What's he doing here? Shanks came out of his cabin and looked at Blaze. There's no need. He shouldn't be here to fight. Ben Beckman, who knew about Blaze's personality, guessed. Well, we can then ignore him. Let's go and meet Whitebeard. Shanks ordered. As his ship sailed past the marine ship, Blaze smiled and waved his hand at Shanks as if greeting a friend. But, everyone on Red Hair ship was on high alert. They knew Blaze well, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Meanwhile at Marine headquarters. After hearing Blaze's arrival, Sengoku stood up from his seat and nearly cursed aloud. What's he doing there, how did he get the news? Sengoku frowned and found it not impossible to know, assuming Blaze's current reputation. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid and keep him on the ship, Sengoku ordered via the Den Den Mushi. Hearing the command, the marine responsible for communication stuttered. This, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's Vice Admiral Blaze, we can't. Tell him it's Fleet Admiral's order. Saying this, Sengoku ended the communication gritting his teeth. On Whitebeard's ship, Whitebeard is informed of Shanks' arrival like in the original series. Shanks boarded Whitebeard's ship while Marco ordered the newcomers to go inside the ship. But, it was too late as some of the Whitebeard pirates began to fall with a loud thud. With every step Shanks takes, his conqueror's haki increases by 1 level. When he finally reached the enemy's deck, his haki peaked to the limit. Oh, what a momentum! Didn't I say it will be exciting to watch? Blaze exclaimed. Regis and Kuina, who were behind him, also watched the grandeur, Shanks' overpowering entrance. This time, they agreed with Blaze. It was awesome to watch. Whitebeard and Shanks discussed face to face while savoring the wine brought by Shanks while Whitebeard's men left the ship. Don't know what went wrong, but after a few minutes into the discussion, both the Yonkos clashed. Boom! With their collision, the cloud above split from the impact. After a second, a powerful haki shockwave traveled past everyone, knocking out a few. Contrary to expectations, Whitebeard and Shanks didn't get into a full-scale battle. They ended the discussion with the last clash. 229, Blackbeard Pirates. After a few days, Marineford. Blaze and his unit arrived at the headquarters after watching the clash between Whitebeard and Shanks as Fleet Admiral Sengoku called him back. As Blaze set foot on the headquarters, he saw Akainu coming out of his office. Noticing Blaze, Akainu also stopped in his tracks. As they both looked at each other, tension sparked in the air. The temperature rose by a few degrees. Though he thrashed Akainu 2 years back, it was by disguising his face. As a marine, it's been nearly 10 years since Blaze last met Akainu. At that time, he was beaten half to death by the other party. Regis, who's behind Blaze, sweated, feeling the uneasiness in the air. As for Kuina, she didn't think much of Akainu. Sakazuki, you look good. Blaze smirked. He could tell Akainu's haki had grown since he last met him. Possibly, it grew after the last beating. Blaze. Akainu slightly gritted his teeth. He'd been hearing his deeds for some time, so he knew how strong Blaze was. But, he couldn't accept it. In fact, he regrets not killing him when he had the chance. Are you regretting it? Feeling Sakazuki's emotions, Blaze chuckled. Snort, don't think you are above everyone after beating Whitebeard. He was already old with one step into his grave. Sakazuki snorted. Want to try? Blaze narrowed his eyes, exerting pressure on Sakazuki. I want to. Sakazuki's right arm transformed into raging magma. You two, stop it. Sengoku arrived at the right time and intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. Blaze wasn't interested in fighting Sakazuki, who already lost to him. Sending Akainu away, Sengoku led Blaze to the Fleet Admiral's office while Kuina and Regis stood outside. Inside the office, Sengoku sat in his seat while Blaze seated opposite. You know about Ace's background, right? Sengoku suddenly asked. Yes, Blaze calmly replied. Do you know what kind of impact it would cause once the world discovers Ace is Roger's son? Sengoku asked, with hands under the chin. Blaze could tell Sengoku is serious. He should be. A son isn't responsible for a father's crime. It ends with Roger's death. Blaze replied and asked, how do you know about Ace? Garp-san won't reveal this kind of thing. An hour back, we received a call from Blackbeard Pirates. The former member of Whitebeard Pirates, Teach, who calls himself Blackbeard, told us this information. He captured Ace. After some investigation, we confirmed the intel was true. Garp also acknowledged Ace as Roger's son. Sengoku briefed. World government wants to publicly execute Ace, eradicating Roger's bloodline. Come on, Sengoku-san. Feed this to someone else, I'm not a fool. Blaze rolled his eyes. All right. Aside from eradicating Roger's bloodline, it's a show of power and a demonstration of Marine's authority. Sengoku shrugged. You want to eliminate Whitebeard? Blaze exposed the crux. I know you have some relationship with Ace. Sengoku stretched his words. He didn't dare to plan Ace's execution without knowing Blaze's thoughts. He knew how strong Blaze was. The strong has to be respected. I won't interfere unless Garp-san asks me to do something. Understanding Sengoku's plight, Blaze made his stance clear. Good. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief and spoke. Blackbeard Teach will be declared as Warlord of the Sea, as Crocodile's successor, once he hands over Ace to the Marines. What do you want me to do? Secure Ace and send him to Impel Down. Though everything's kept confidential, I don't want to risk. Sengoku spoke. If Whitebeard knows about Ace's arrest before they make sufficient preparation, the outcome may be disastrous. Good. Blaze agreed and left Sengoku's office. Shortly after his unit left the Marineford, they were informed of the trade location for Ace. To Blaze's astonishment, it's Bonaro Island where Ace and Blackbeard should have fought. Blackbeard Teach, this guy is too overconfident. Should I kill him? Blaze thought. Bonaro Island. The entire island was destroyed after the battle between Ace and Blackbeard. Right now, it was just a plain island with no town or rocks. Will the world government give us the warlord position after we hand over Ace? Jesus Burgess asked. Well, they have given the word. And, we have shown our value with strength and invaluable information. Lafitte spoke. Teach, you bastard. Kill me. Ace cursed, a little weak to move. Being kept captive inside the Blackbeard's dark domain is not a good feeling. Ah. Ace, you woke up. Zee ha 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 ha. I won't kill you. You are too valuable. I'm going to hand you over to the Marines. Blackbeard laughed aloud. Captain, a marine ship is approaching. Van Auger, who was on the lookout, told. Weehaw, who did the Navy send, is it an admiral? Jesus Burgess asked. It's Vice Admiral Blaze. Van Auger replied with gleaming eyes. Who in the world doesn't know of the world's strongest man Blaze? At first, it wasn't recognized by the world, but as time passed, people gradually began to accept it because there was no strong person who could claim the title from him. Are you serious? Damn it. What the hell, that guy's a trouble. We're getting out of here. Leave Ace here. Blackbeard left with his crew in a hurry. Fuck. They sent him just for an exchange. Captain, is he that strong? Burgess asked. He's freakishly strong. I was there at Moby Dick when he defeated Whitebeard. That battle was earth-shattering. Blackbeard told. Though Whitebeard's condition wasn't at the best condition, Blackbeard believes even if Whitebeard was at his prime, Blaze would still defeat him. As a cunning man, Blackbeard knew his strength well. Only when he achieves his goals he would think of opposing Blaze. When Ace heard the name Blaze, the memories of East Blue appeared in his mind. After thinking of Whitebeard, tears streamed from his face. Oyajai, please don't do anything stupid. Shortly after Blackbeard left, Blaze landed on the island along with his unit. Kuina, Regis, search the entire island. If you spot Blackbeard, inform me. After walking to the island center, Blaze saw Ace lying weakly on the ground with wounds all over his body. Yo! Ace! It's been some time since I last saw you. Blaze walked near Ace and spoke. Blaze! Ace called out weakly and stood on his feet. He didn't struggle as if waiting to be handcuffed. You didn't do anything wrong, Ace. It's the world that's wrong. Blaze expressed his thoughts and nodded his head at the soldiers. They secured him with sea stone handcuffs and led him into the marine ship. At that moment, Regis and Kuina came back and reported. Blaze-san, there's no sight of Blackbeard and his crew. I think they left after seeing you on the ship. MN. Let's go. 230, Impel Down. Impel Down. A marine battleship could be seen docked in front of the Impel Down entrance. It took Blaze's unit some days to reach Impel Down. Blaze got down from the ship along with Regis and Kuina while marine soldiers under his command escorted Ace. Vice Admiral Blaze, you are here. Headquarters notified us of the prisoner. Magellan, Chief Warden of the Impel Down, was waiting for him at the entrance with his people. Magellan. Blaze nodded his head. It's not his first time, he has come here many times escorting criminals. On the other hand, Magellan was respectful to Blaze. He respects the latter's strength and his ability to deter countless pirates roaming the sea. With Magellan leading the way, they went down to the lower floor through the lift. Along the way, screaming, pleading, wailing, all kinds of sounds could be heard as they passed each floor. Magellan explained each floor. Though Blaze had come to Impel Down before, it was just to hand over the criminals. He hadn't even visited the first floor. It's the first time for him to truly enter Impel Down. In a few minutes, they reached the lowest level of Impel Down Eternal Hell. It is where insanely powerful prisoners who committed major crimes or are considered threats to the world government are kept. Criminals here are basically erased from history. The originally silent prison came alive with the sudden arrival of visitors. Oh, isn't it Chief Warden Magellan? You haven't died yet. A pirate was ridiculed. Another one cursed, go to hell, you diarrhea monster. Everyone protect your noses, you may die from the sudden smell. Ha ha ha. Laughter spread the floor. Isn't this Vice Admiral Blaze? The day I get out, I will kill you. A pirate spat viciously. After being captured by Blaze, he was sent to this hellish place. As for Blaze, he didn't even remember him, but his words stirred the entire floor. What? Blaze is here. Where is he? I'm going to kill him. No. I'm the one who's going to kill him. Another pirate yelled. Noisy. Blaze squinted while his haki erupted. Terrifying oppression blazed in all directions, and the tremendous output of haki knocked 90% of criminals held in eternal hell. What a powerful haki! Magellan widened his eyes at the show of power. One has to understand criminals locked in eternal hell aren't normal people. All of them are powerful criminals with terrifying bounties. Still, they couldn't withstand Blaze's haki. Blaze! A hoarse shout attracted Blaze's attention. When he glanced at the source, he saw a shriveled man with one leg missing held in a single-person cell. You are Speed, right? You look good. It was like yesterday, but it's been nearly 10 years. Time's a cruel thing. Blaze laughed as if he was meeting an old friend. Ah! Cough, cough! Speed roared and exploded with Conqueror's haki. I will kill you. What a weak haki! Blaze commented and waved his right hand. A black arrow actualized and pierced Speed's chest in a flash. The force carried Speed's body and impaled him to the floor. After a moment, his body slid to the floor lifeless. Even at death, his eyes fixed on Blaze with raging hatred. It's not a problem, right? Blaze asked Magellan. Magellan shook his head, they are just criminals. It doesn't matter if they die. People like Crocodile, Redfield, Bullet, World, and some vicious criminals were amazed by Blaze's strength. Just now, if they aren't wrong, it should be the Haki of Kings. But it's their first time noticing Haki can be exercised this way. What a strong person! They all thought. His overpowering aura kept them quiet. With the floor finally quiet, Ace was detained in a solitary cell. Blaze looked at Ace, whose hands and feet were shackled by sea stone restraints. With some serious wounds, he looks bad. Blaze, kill me. Please. Ace pleaded in his embarrassed state. I can't and I won't do it. Blaze shook his head and thought silently, don't worry, Ace. You won't die, and if nothing goes wrong, Whitebeard won't be killed either. Making sure everything is okay, Magellan led Blaze back to the top. After leaving Impel down, Blaze's marine battleship set sail to Marineford as Sengoku called him back. The last few days are sure as hectic. Making me run here and there with no rest. Blaze shook his head and called Regis and Kuina. I will be gone for an hour or two. If there's any emergency, you know what to do. Instructing them, he figure disappeared from the ship. After a few minutes, Blaze reappeared on Dawn Island and appeared next to Madara. Madara, it's time you make the move, Blaze spoke and handed him a small vial that had 2 drops of golden liquid. It's nothing but God's blood made by Blaze, blended with solar energy. As we planned before, once Ace's public execution is released in the newspaper, you can contact Whitebeard, Blaze spoke. Finally, I was getting bored recently. Madara's eyes turned into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he showed an excited expression. Be careful when you contact Whitebeard, he's quite stubborn and prideful. Of course, not as prideful as you. Blaze explained. Considering 5 Elders' personality, they won't let him participate in the Summit War as it would enhance his prestige among the Marines. It's why he prepared the God's Blood. With that, the strength of Whitebeard may be even better than in his heyday. What will happen when Prime Whitebeard attacks Marineford? What if Madara joins Whitebeard? It would be nothing but disaster. There will be casualties, but war can't be won without sacrifice. The Marines have to understand only he has the strength to stop Whitebeard and Madara. Only he can end the war and save the Marines from destruction. 231, Fishman Island and Jinbe. As soon as Blaze returned to headquarters, Sengoku asked him to visit Fishman Island and invite Jinbe to fight Whitebeard. Knowing the relationship between Jinbe and Whitebeard, Sengoku wanted Blaze to go and invite Jinbe personally. If the other party rejects the summon, his warlord status will be voided. After coating the ship at Sabayati, Blaze and his unit went down the sea to reach Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters underwater. The Fishman Island looked the same as he visited nearly 10 years back. But to Kuina, Regis, and other Marines, it's their first time visiting this place. They marveled at the magnificence of Fishman Island and the underwater scenery. Especially, the sunlight tree eve that illuminated the entire island. Entering via the doorway, they docked the ship at the port area reserved for surface people. As Blaze got down from the ship, he was surprised to see Jinbe and some royal guards lined up in an orderly manner to welcome him. Unlike Blaze, Regis, Kuina, and other Marines were embarrassed by such a royal welcome. Vice Admiral Blaze, welcome to Fishman Island. I was surprised when I was informed of your arrival. Jinbe politely cupped his fists and greeted him. My, I didn't expect you would come and welcome me personally, Jinbe. Blaze smiled. Fishman Island looks better than before. It certainly has your part. Queen Otohime reformed many things and made it a better place for everyone to live. Jinbe replied. It's nostalgic. How's Queen Otohime and King Neptune? Blaze asked. They are good. Jinbe replied and spoke after a pause. If not for your warning about Hody Jones, we would have lost Queen Otohime-sama. He's an extreme man with a twisted personality, hiding his hatred of humans. He planned to assassinate Otohime-sama just because she wanted to bring the fishmen to the surface and live among the humans. Thankfully, Jinbe heeded Blaze's advice and kept a close watch on Hody Jones. When the other party showed signs of revolt, they swiftly took action and imprisoned him. Chatting, they reached the Ryugu Palace. King Neptune and Queen Otohime waited at the doorway of Ryugu Palace to receive him. Inside, a sumptuous feast's prepared for them. Understanding Blaze's appetite and his love for food, they even prepared extra. Let's dine as we speak. King Neptune led him to the grand table. Without showing any reservation, Blaze accepted Neptune's offer and sat at the royal table loaded with different kinds of food. Some of the delicacies here are native to Fishman Island, you won't find them anywhere in the world. Don't be reserved, have your fill. Blaze ordered his unit to enjoy. As his voice fell, the Marines under his command began to feast on the food while the clinking of silverware began to resound in the grand banquet hall of the Ryugu Palace. Your name resounds throughout the world, Jaemon. Neptune praised Blaze. It's been more than 10 years, he still remembers meeting Blaze first time. After so long, the latter has grown into a tall tree. Even on Fishman Island, people began to learn about Blaze's reputation from the pirates who used this passageway to reach the New World. Blaze simply smiled at the praise and asked Queen Otohim. Queen Otohim, how's your process in migrating the fishmen to the surface, are you still on it? Well, it's as you foretold. I think it's best to wait for the change. Queen Otohim answered with a smile, but Blaze could sense the sadness in her tone. It seems like something unexpected happened. Blaze thought and didn't dwell on it. Well, it's time I talk about the business as I came here for an official matter, Blaze spoke and looked at Jinbei. Jinbei, as warlord of the sea you are officially summoned to fight a certain pirate group by the order of the world government and marines, Blaze stated. Which pirate group? Jinbei asked with a bad premonition. Whitebeard pirates. Blaze answered calmly. What? Jinbei stood to his feet while King Riku and Queen Otohim were shocked by the revelation. Fishman Island is at peace because of Whitebeard. Only after Whitebeard took the island under his wing, the pirates and other forces refrained from making a ruckus here. You aren't joking, Blaze Dono? King Neptune asked with a heavy heart. I'm afraid not. Recently, Fire Fist Ace is captured by the Marines. Blaze threw another shocker. What? Ace-san was captured. Jinbei was stunned by the news. How did it happen? He knew what these words meant. War. With Whitebeard's personality, how would he let something happen to his precious son? Clenching his fist, Jinbei growled. The world government and Marines want to deal with old man Whitebeard. Yes. And, the Marines are going to execute Ace publicly. Whitebeard will definitely come. Blaze said with certainty. What should I do, Blaze-san? I am extremely grateful for that man. I can't go against him. Jinbei's countenance tangled with emotions. King Neptune and Queen Otohim looked at each other with bitterness. They don't know what to do. Blaze waited silently for the reply. After a minute of silence and pondering, Jinbei showed a resolute face. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Blaze. I'm rejecting the summon. Saying this, Jinbei extended his hand, wanting to be arrested. He knew as soon as he rejected the offer, his status as Shishibuokai's voided. Marines won't let him roam free anymore. If it's someone else, he would have resisted, but against Blaze, Jinbei won't do it. He was grateful to Vice Admiral Blaze and won't forget the kindness shown by the other party. What are you doing, Jinbei? I didn't say I'm going to arrest you. Blaze waved his hand and said. But. Don't worry about it. I like your personality and character, so I say this, nothing will happen to Whitebeard and Ace. Blaze assured. But I may need your help. Yes. In a few days, a certain event will happen in Sabayati. And the core of the commotion will be Straw Hat Pirates, captained by Monkey D. Luffy. He's Ace's brother. Meet him, then everything will follow. Blaze said. Why are you doing this, Blaze-san? Jinbei asked. He doesn't understand why he helps Whitebeard pirates. Don't misunderstand. I'm not helping Whitebeard pirates. I'm using the war to my advantage to realize my ambition. Blaze expressed his true thoughts which baffled Jinbei, but he didn't ask any further. Don't worry, King Neptune, Queen Otohim, even if something happens to Whitebeard, nothing will happen to Fishman Island with me here. Blaze assured them, noticing their concern. Okay, it's time I take my leave. I have some other matters to attend. Blaze said his farewell and walked out of the Ryugu Palace along with his unit. 232, Shirahoshi. Just as Blaze came out of the Ryugu Palace, Otohim's 3 sons were seen chasing her daughter, who was swimming towards them. Sister, wait! Don't run on your own. Blaze too noticed a beautiful, giant-sized mermaid. Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess and the current incarnation of the ancient weapon Poseidon. Shirahoshi, my child, why did you come out? King Neptune asked in a nervous tone. He didn't want anything to happen to his daughter. It's not safe to come out of the hard shell tower. You know that, right? Otohim gently spoke to her. But, Mother Sama, I want to meet the savior who saved you from the assassination. I heard he came to Fishman Island today. Shirahoshi mustered her courage before replying. Oh, she's the rumored mermaid princess. Regis's eyes glowed in splendor while Kuina smacked him in the back of his head with her scabbard. She's huge but extremely beautiful. The marine soldiers communicated in a hushed voice. Unlike in the original work, Shirahoshi wasn't that much of a crybaby, but it seemed like it didn't change her personality as he noticed the blush marks on her cheeks due to shyness. You must be Blaze-sama that Jinbei-sama mentioned? Thank you. Shirahoshi thanked Blaze in a sweet voice. Don't worry about it. Blaze waved his hand and asked Neptune even though he knew the answer. And, why can't she come out of the room? It's because of a certain sea pirate named Vanderdecken. King Neptune gritted his teeth at the mere mention of his name. He set his sights on marrying Shirahoshi and marked her with his devil fruit power. He began to bother her with letters and hurls various weapons every day. Due to the constant threat of Vanderdecken, Shirahoshi grew up inside an impregnable tower. King Neptune knew his daughter wanted to visit the outside world for a long time, but he couldn't even fulfill the wish as a father. What a failure I am! Can't you guys catch him with your strength? Blaze asked. That man is too cunning. His whereabouts are unknown and he has a lot of people under his command. He knew the underwater sea as the back of his hand. Jinbi responded. He's been searching that scum for some time, but that bastard is slippery. At that moment, Blaze's observation Haki perceived a weapon flying towards them from a distance. As he was standing before Shirahoshi, it was coming straight at him. Kuina, who was next to Blaze, gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to draw and slash the weapon away. But, Blaze stopped her and took action himself. It was quick. In no time, everyone noticed the flying weapon. Before they could react, the weapon went for Shirahoshi's neck. With a slight force on his feet, Blaze leaped and grabbed the spinning weapon with ease. It surprised many people as they knew how powerful the thrown weapons were. King Neptune once asked a guard to try and stop them, but the guard was decapitated by the thrown sword. After that, no one tried to stop it. The throw is slightly powerful, but do you have to be so afraid of this? Blaze mumbled, but it was audible enough for everyone to hear. He was indirectly saying, you guys are weak. They felt like someone slapped them in the face. Spreading his heat sense along with Nin, Blaze began to perceive the heat signature of every single being in the range. Some fishmen living inside the water were able to evade his perception. As his heat sense extended past Fishman Island, he spotted Vanderdecken and his crew in the distance. Thankfully, they aren't too far. Blaze then looked at King Neptune and Queen Otohim. Don't worry about Decken, I will take care of him. Since you gave your word, it means Shirahoshi doesn't have to be locked up anymore, Jaemon. King Neptune laughed from his heart while Queen Otohim, Jinbi, and other fishmen expressed their joy. Princess Shirahoshi can finally be free from that man's curse. Minister of the Right shed tears of joy. Queen Otohim lovingly caressed her daughter's striped tail. As for Shirahoshi, she blanked. I don't have to be locked up anymore, can I roam the Fishman Island again like I used to when I was a child? Let's go. Blaze then left the Fishman Island along with his unit. Blaze-san, are we chasing that man named Vanderdecken? I want to kill him for locking up such an innocent girl for so long. Kuina asked. No need. He's just a small character, we don't have to waste time on him. Blaze shook his head and gripped the double-sided axe thrown by the Decken. It torched in bluish-white flames. Stepping close to the ship rail, Blaze pinpointed Deccan's heat signature and drew back his right arm to the limit. Further imbuing his haki into the weapon, he flung it with his entire strength. The marine ship sailing underwater shuddered for a moment due to the intense force behind the throw before stabilizing. Swish! At lightning speed, the weapon disappeared from everyone's view before they could react. What the F? Regis cursed in his mind. He could tell Blaze had become stronger again. Let's go. Without caring about the disappeared weapon, Blaze ordered his unit to return to the surface. If the timing isn't wrong, Luffy should have landed on Sabayati. Everyone in Blaze's unit is accustomed to his dominating strength and mind-blowing powers that can't be judged by common sense. Some distance away, Vanderdecken and his crew of flying pirates could be seen chatting and laughing on board the legendary ship, Flying Dutchman. Shirahoshi should have got my love-printed present by now. Is she happy with the present? Decken mind wandered. Suddenly, everyone noticed friction in the water. As they turned their head to look, they found a blur in the distance, and before they could react it closed the gap. The next moment, something hacked Deccan's daydreaming head and cleaved his head above the mustache while blood sprayed from leftover brain tissues. Ari, what just happened? Decken-sama! They shouted as Deccan's body fell to the floor, lifeless. Only then did they see the rose-printed axe stuck firmly on the ship's wall, behind where Deccan stood seconds before. From the axe, a bluish flame began to slowly spread, burning the Flying Dutchman. Seeing the scene, the flying pirates fled the ship, crying and weeping over their captain's death. Sabayati. At the same moment, the Straw Hat Pirates' Thousand Sunny finally reached the Sabayati archipelago as Blaze guessed. 233, Admiral Kizaru shows off his power. After a few hours, Blaze's marine ship emerged from the sea and docked at Sabayati near the mangrove marked with the number 52. As Blaze stepped down from the ship, his haki perceived the commotion. Even the ship docked beside them quickly left the port as if fleeing Sabayati. It's bad. We all are in danger. We need to leave this damn place as soon as possible. What happened? Straw Hat Luffy punched Celestial Dragon in the face. Kid-in-law are there too. Marines already surrounded the island. That Straw Hat bastard? What was he thinking? Fuck the worst generation. The Marine Admiral will come. Let's get out of here. Listening to the conversation around him, Blaze smiled. It looks like we aren't late. He doesn't want to miss Kizaru's chic scene of traveling by cannonball. Kuina, Regis, let's go. We can't miss the excitement. After informing the rest of the unit to stay put, they rushed toward Groove 27, where Kizaru would land. Kuina, what's with your friend's pirate group? I think they aren't right in their head. Everything they do is earth-shattering. Regis complained. He's not my friend but my rival. Kuina replied candidly. Your rival? That kid. Regis scoffed. With your current strength, I doubt that kid would survive a single move. Chatting, they reached Grove 27 and landed on a building that had a good view of the entire port area. At that moment, a marine warship appeared on the horizon, causing a panic. It fired off a round of cannonballs at the pirates trying to flee from Sabayati. Upon closer look, one would find a person standing on top of the fired cannonball. What a timing! Blaze watched the chic scene of Kizaru's arrival and remarked. I have to try that when I have free time. Behind him, Regis and Kuina also admitted it's a classic entry worthy of praise, but hearing Blaze's words they rolled their eyes. Boom! The cannonball lands amidst the pirates, triggering a frightening explosion, killing 2 pirates. As smoke and dust cleared, Kizaru's figure was revealed among the pirates. Upon seeing Kizaru, the pirates scrambled in all directions. Oh, this is Kizaru. I've arrived. Please respond. Kizaru announced his arrival through the black den mushi on his wrist, requesting a response. Seeing this scene, Regis gave an exaggerated reaction by face-palming. What is Admiral Kizaru doing? That black den mushi is used to eavesdrop. Isn't it fun to watch? After that, the events unfolded as happened in the original series. Under the pretext of finding Sentamaru, Kizaru fired a laser beam at 2 weak pirates, but strangely it missed and leveled a mangrove Mark 27. Is Admiral Kizaru showing off his power or trying to destroy Sabayati? I don't understand what's he thinking. Regis complained. Next, Kizaru found Basil Hawkins and played with him for a bit before asking the classic line, have you been kicked at the speed of light, and delivered a high-speed kick? Look at him, enjoying his time. Blaze laughed hard, watching Kizaru's wretched look and dragging actions. Regis and Kuina were dumbfounded by Admiral Kizaru's actions and more so by Blaze's enjoyment. What happened to Blaze-san? How would they know? It's kind of fun to watch the scenes you see in anime play in real life. What's the warlord Bartholomew Kuma doing here? No. It's not him. Is it Pacifista developed by Vegapunk? Regis noticed a Kuma-looking machine fighting another rookie Urage. After showing off his light power for a bit, Kizaru defeated the 4 supernovas Hawkins, Urage, Apu, and X-Drake. After contacting Sentamaru, he decides to go after Luffy. Grove 12. After defeating the Pacifista with much struggle, Luffy and his group were exhausted with no spare strength. It was at that moment that Sentamaru gave his entrance with another Pacifista PX-1. You guys have some nerve, it costs as much as an entire warship to build one Pacifista. It's a real disgrace, PX-4. Under Sentamaru's command, PX-1 attacked the Straw Hats with a major blast. Luffy knew they couldn't fight in their current state, so he told. Let's get away from here. Not together, we split up into groups. Everyone was surprised as it was the first time Luffy backed away from a fight, but they agreed with the decision. Just as they escaped in 3 different directions, Sanji's group was blocked by PZ-1, Luffy's group met Sentamaru, and Zoro's group encountered the scary one, Admiral Kizaru. A beam took out Zoro. Brook and Usopp try desperately to keep Kizaru from killing Zoro, but everything proves futile since Kizaru is a Logia user. In the meantime, Kizaru's feet turned into golden light, but he dragged his attack so long that Blaze, who was watching the fight, yawned in boredom. It was as if the Admiral was waiting for someone to stop his attack. Finally, Rayleigh appeared in a flash, intervened with Kizaru's kick, and diverted the light beam. Let's go and meet everyone. Saying this, Blaze's figure disappeared and appeared next to Luffy, startling him. Yo! Luffy, it's been a while. You have a lovely group, but it seems like they are in a bad situation. Blaze chatted casually. Blaze, you! Luffy was overjoyed seeing him, but it was short-lived. He put up a fighting posture and asked, did you come to catch me too? With a flick to the forehead, Blaze commented, a weakling like you want me to come and apprehend you personally? Snort, you should at least have the strength of a Yonko for me to take action personally. Ah, it hurts. Clutching his forehead, Luffy rolled on the ground in pain. Blaze's sudden appearance stunned Kizaru and Rayleigh, while it frightened the Straw Hat group seeing Blaze's marine cap. Another marine. They all thought. A troublesome one has come. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. He's Vice Admiral Blaze. Robin discovered his identity with a look as she worked under Crocodile for some time. Even Crocodile was deeply afraid of this man. What? Hearing Robin's comment, the rest of them reacted aside from Zoro and Chopper. Of course, they heard of him. The strongest man in the world. Ah, Blaze. What are you doing here? Kizaru greeted him while scratching his head. Well, I was a bit bored so I came to join in the fun. Can you let the Straw Hat group go? This kid Luffy, I watched him grow up. Blaze spoke, pulling Luffy from the ground. 234, End of Sabayati Incident. The Straw Hat group noticed Blaze seemed to know Luffy, it somewhat calmed their emotions about meeting Pacifista and the Marine Admiral. This bastard, why didn't he tell me he knew such a strong man? Nami clenched her fist in anger. Everyone he knew is more terrifying than the last. Seeing the situation, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't come for Luffy. With his old bones, stopping Kizaru is already his limit. Such an overbearing haki. Rayleigh thought. Against someone like Blaze, he won't stand a chance. The other party's haki is as vast as an ocean. I don't mind letting them go since you're the one asking. Kizaru stroked his chin, but, how should we answer the celestial dragons? Marines can't lose face in front of them. Hearing Kizaru's words, Blaze narrowed his eyes. The next moment, terrifying coercion covered the entire Sabayati, terrorizing every living being. The palpitating feeling came and went quickly, which most people brushed off as a feeling of fear because of Admiral's arrival. Only strong people like Kizaru and Rayleigh felt the intimidation. Who cares about that scumbags? If they have any qualms, let them come to me. Blaze replied. Kizaru didn't reply as he knew it was wise not to provoke Blaze. Admiral Kizaru, can you lift your leg? He's my rival, you know. Kuina spoke as she walked next to Zoro. She radiated with an aura of sharpness while her marine cape rippled without any wind. Oh, Rear Admiral Kuina. Kizaru slowly withdrew his leg and took a step back. Scary any. Why do I have the feeling of being threatened? I think it's just a misconception on my part. Kizaru boosted himself. Regis gulped, feeling the tension in the air as he stood like a statue behind Kuina, trying not to draw any attention. This girl learned all the bad things from Blaze-san. Kuina. Zoro struggled to stand, but groaned in pain and crashed back, coughing up blood. You look weak, Zoro, Kuina commented while Zoro clenched his fist. Damn. It was at that moment PX-1 took action and opened its mouth to fire a beam at Sanji's group. Since it's a machine, it couldn't follow the situation. Oi machine, stop the attack. Blaze informally ordered. But, PX-1 didn't listen to his command and fired the light beam. Frowning slightly, Blaze casually punched the air, but his punching action triggered a loud boom in the air. Then, a powerful, projectile-based air pocket kindled in blue energy was unleashed from his fist toward the Pacifista. Bang! Struck by Blaze's attack on the head, PX-1's head banged into nothingness. Without its head to provide command, its lower body crashed into the ground with an audible thud. The Straw Hats were dumbfounded, that's all. Blaze, why did you destroy them? It's too costly to build one. How am I going to answer to that bastard punk? Sentomaru shouted. It should have listened to me. Blaze spoke as if he didn't do anything wrong. That's because you don't have the authority chip. Vegapunk should have programmed for it to listen to my command, Blaze shrugged. Okay everyone, the party's over here. Go home, drink some milk, and have a good rest. Blaze cleared the crowd. Sentomaru, let's go, Kizaru found it troublesome. How am I going to answer the world nobles? It's not my problem, let Sengoku-san deal with it. After that, Kizaru left with Sentomaru and the marines under his command. Kizaru no Ajiki, it seems we can't complete today's mission, Sentomaru commented, carrying the huge, two-edged axe, as tall as himself. Well, with Blaze stepping forward, I can't do anything. He isn't someone I can fight or reason with. Kizaru casually replied, as if he didn't care. Maybe because he saved Luffy and his group, Blaze didn't see Kuma coming to save the day. Blaze thank you. Luffy thanked him seriously. He knew without Blaze, his crew would have been either arrested or killed. Accepting Luffy's gratitude, Blaze divulged the important matter. Luffy, do you know Ace is captured by the Marines? He's going to be executed soon. What? Luffy yelled, unable to believe. He blanked. How is that possible? Fire Fist Ace is captured. The rest of the Straw Hats are stunned by the news. Capturing Fire Fist Ace means they are picking a fight with Yonko Whitebeard. Robin analyzed. Marines won't do such a nonsensical thing unless they decided to deal with Whitebeard. Being the resourceful General Snegoku wants to use this opportunity to stop the rampaging pirate era and uplift the Marines' prestige in New World. Rayleigh commented. As expected of Dark King Rayleigh. Blaze praised. I can't compare to young people like you, Rayleigh shook his head and asked, is the news really true? Though Whitebeard's old, it won't be easy to bring him down without the sacrifice of countless lives. There's a chance Marines may even fail. It's true. I just got info from a reliable source. Blackbeard defeated Ace and exchanged him for the position of Shishibukai. Shuki came from behind a groove, admitting it. In 1 or 2 days, the news will be posted in the newspaper. Luffy, who was silent for some time, clenched his fists and said firmly, "Everyone, I'm going to rescue Ace." "I know you idiot would say this, but I agree with you on this." Nami supported his decision. Not just her, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper, everyone supports him. They follow Luffy even if it's a journey to hell. "Thank you, everyone." Luffy smiled and said, "Let's do it." Ha ha ha. Blaze laughed as if he couldn't control it. A bunch of brats who couldn't even defeat a machine wants to go against the Marines. It's so funny. You. Luffy clenched his fist as anger clouded his face. It may be bitter to hear, but it's the truth. With your current condition and strength, you guys won't stand a chance, Rayleigh added. As a Marine, I helped you enough, Luffy. And, I found you a good helper. He will contact you in 1 or 2 days. Blaze uttered. After this, you are on your own. Regis, Kuina, let's go. Saying this, Blaze's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. I hope the next time we meet, you won't be so weak, Zoro, Kuina spoke coldly and left with Regis. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku ends the call with an annoyed countenance. If not for his good self-control, his anger would have destroyed the office. That brat Blaze, he's going to be the death of me. Doing whatever he wants, how am I going to respond to the world government? After stabilizing his emotions, he called the Garo CI. 235, Madara contacts Whitebeard. Ending the call with 5 elders, Sengoku sighed and stroked his temples in annoyance. Thankfully, it was a crucial time for the Marines as they were making preparations for war with Whitebeard. He could feel the tension between the world government and Blaze. Don't know when it's going to erupt. After a minute, Sengoku picked up his Den Mushi and called Blaze. Hello. Sengoku-san. Blaze's voice came from the other end of the call. Blaze, why did you stop Kizaru from arresting Straw Hats? Sengoku asked in a suppressed voice, stifling his anger. Well, Luffy's someone I know, I can't let him be captured, at least for Garp-san's sake. Don't bring him up, and I am the one who got scolded for your actions. Sengoku roared and asked, what happened with Jinbe? Did he accept the warlord summon? He refused. He refused? Then why didn't you arrest and bring him to Impel Down? Don't tell me you let him go free too. Sengoku lost his cool. How could I? I tried to capture him but he escaped. As we were undersea, I couldn't use my full strength. Blaze responded innocently. From you? Don't joke around. Sengoku berated and ended the call with a note, I need to see you at Marine Ford in an hour. Catcha. Shuki's rip-off bar. A few hours had passed since Blaze and the Marines left. Rayleigh, Shuki, and everyone from Straw Hat Pirates discussed the next course of action. Luffy, are you crazy? You want to breach into Impel Down and save Ace? Nami spoke in an angry tone. They know about Impel Down, it's a maximum security prison for the most dangerous criminals and pirates. It is located underwater in the middle of the calm belt. I won't recommend it. Rayleigh shook his head. It's risky, Monkey-chan. Shuki also advised against the crazy idea. Then, what should I do? I can't sit back and do nothing. Luffy clenched his fist. I will help you. At that moment, a voice traveled from outside. The next second, Jinbe arrived before everyone. You are? Luffy asked with his head tilted. You are one of the Shishibukai, Jinbe, right? Sanji identified the man. Aside from Luffy and Zoro, everyone recognized him. Are you the helper Blaze told me about? Luffy asked. Yes. I would do whatever it takes to save Ace and stop this damn war. Jinbe spoke. Good. Moby Dick. Marco, what happened? Whitebeard asked Marco, who had come back from a short trip. After meeting Shanks, Whitebeard felt a bad premonition. He figured it was a bad idea on his part to send Ace alone after Blackbeard, so he asked Marco to bring back that kid Ace. Seeing Marco come back without Ace, he knew something happened. Pops, it's terrible. Ace is captured by the Marines. Marco revealed with an unseemly countenance. What? Everyone including Whitebeard got shocked by the news. I don't know whether it's true or not, I bought the news from the black market as I couldn't find Ace. But I found something suspicious. A large portion of Marines are being called back to headquarters. Ace is most likely handed over to the Marines by Teach. Whitebeard analyzed. Damn that bastard Teach, I'm going to kill him when I see him. The Marines got courage. Don't they know their actions mean war? None of the chatter fell on Whitebeard's ear as he fumed in anger. At the same time, he knew Sengoku planned to deal with him and his family. But with his current health condition, Can he save Ace? Clenching his fist, Whitebeard looked at the vast sea. Pops, if everything's true, we are being targeted. Marco narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a Whitebeard pirate ran from inside the ship and said, Dad, something happened. I received word from the lookout ship, that someone destroyed a marine ship near our territory. A voice shouted from the lookout area, Captain Marco, someone's approaching our ship, not good, it's Scarlet Demon Madara who has a bounty of 3.5 billion berries. What? The Whitebeard pirates went on high alert. Madara? Why did he come here at such a time? Marco asked. Though they hadn't encountered the man in person, his various deeds spread throughout the world and speak of him. The recent one was, that this guy went into Big Mom's territory, caused quite a ruckus, and attacked Big Mom and his sons. Madara's figure hovered in mid-air before Moby Dick. Unlike his usual self, he wore a red cape that had a Uchiha symbol at the back instead of his armor. As Madara's Sharingan did a quick scan, the Whitebeard pirates gulped hard, feeling his powerful aura. Wherever his eyes glanced past, everyone felt Death God himself staring at them. The pressure, it's different from Conqueror's haki. Gulalala, you have beautiful eyes boy, but don't show it off in front of me. Whitebeard's monstrous figure stood in front of everyone. Boy. I may look young but I am even older than you, Newgate. Madara commented casually with his arms crossed over his chest. Whitebeard squinted his eyes while the atmosphere changed. As for Madara, he hovered in the same place with an air of arrogance around him. After a moment, Whitebeard once again laughed. It seems like you didn't come for a fight. Naturally. I presume you heard of the news about Ace? Madara asked. Yes, Whitebeard responded. Then we need to speak alone. After Whitebeard's signal, Marco and other division commanders cleared the small fries and left the deck, leaving Madara and Whitebeard alone to discuss. Tell me your purpose. Whitebeard directly asked, as he didn't have time to waste. He needs to save Ace. I came here to seek cooperation. And, Blaze asked me to give this to you. Saying this, Madara threw the vial to Whitebeard. Blaze? You two are on the same side. Gulalala, what a surprise. Feeling the familiar energy from the vial, Whitebeard knew it was genuine. Blaze said this thing can restore your physique to your prime and improve your strength. It will last for a day. Madara stated as he gulped the wine prepared for him. What's our deal? Whitebeard asked. The Marines plan to execute Ace in Marineford and you will see it in the newspaper tomorrow. Your goal is Ace, ours is the Marines. That brat wants to take over the Marines, he's crazy. Even Whitebeard was surprised as he knew what this meant. The world government won't allow it. 236, back to Impel Down. Whitebeard decided to cooperate with Blaze and Madara. With Blaze's assurance, he's relieved and confident he can rescue Ace and retreat without losing many people on his side. It's better that you don't reveal our cooperation to the third person. Not even to your sons. If the Marines know about my involvement, it will become tricky. Madara said the facts. If they find his participation, the Marines lineup won't be just admirals, Garp and Sengoku. The world government will partake and send their best men. Good. Happy cooperation. Whitebeard laughed, satisfied with the development. I want to see what he changes after becoming a fleet admiral. Whitebeard wasn't afraid of being deceived as he knew Blaze's personality well. As someone who fought him to near death, he trusts his judgment. After discussing the details of their cooperation, Madara left. Oyaji, what did he come here for? Marco asked. He came to warn me about Teach and Marines. Whitebeard lied. Teach? Oyaji, I have a bad feeling about all of this. Marco expressed his thoughts. Whitebeard too has the same worry, but he didn't show it on his face. Since the Marines decided to execute Ace publicly, it means they know about Roger. And, Teach, who planned all this, can't be underestimated. He's extremely ambitious. What is his purpose? Whitebeard couldn't figure it out. Gulalala, don't worry. I am Whitebeard. With me here, no one can do anything to our family. Whitebeard exclaimed loudly. We will rescue Ace from the Marines. Yet. The Whitebeard pirates roared in confidence. Marco, make the preparations and call everyone. Whitebeard instructed. The next day. What? Fire Fist Ace is captured and going to be executed publicly in a week. Are the Marines crazy? They plan to fight that monster Whitebeard. The bombshell spread around every corner of the globe. It spread like wildfire. And, it's a big one that shook the world. Everyone knew what this means: war. The news added more chaos to the already burning world. The young pirates who were extremely ambitious surged into the new world, eyeing Whitebeard's territory. In the meantime, the Marines didn't care about the small-time pirates. They called most of their powers to Marineford, leaving a few to defend the Marine base all over the world. As days passed, the entire world was in high tension. All eyes upon Marine headquarters. A slight mistake may destroy everything. With 2 days left for the execution. Atop the red line, Sengoku was having a meeting with the 5 elders inside the room of authority. As always, the room was ancient, noble, and imposing. It accentuated power. After a discussion, we have decided not to let Blaze participate in the war against the Whitebeard pirates. Make sure he's not in Marineford during the execution. Saint Saturn said, hunched over his walking cane. What? Without Blaze, it will be tough to win the war. There may be countless casualties. Sengoku stated. Yes, but we don't care about the casualties, only the result. You can use Vegapunk's creation for support. Saint Peter said. Whitebeard is old. According to our intelligence, he's sick with his haki on the verge of fading away. The admirals are more than enough to bring him down. Saint Mars said, with his hands folded behind his back. Yes. I will make sufficient preparations and try to minimize our loss. Sengoku said, preparing to leave. You have to win this war, Sengoku. The entire world's going to watch it. There can't be any mistake. Saint Warkiri said. Yes, Sengoku said and left. Just in case, let Kong be on standby. That Blaze is extremely dangerous, we can't trust him. Saint Nusjoro decided, leaning on his great sword. Correct. The others agreed. With a day left on the countdown for Ace's execution, the entire Marineford was on high alert. After publicizing Ace's execution in the newspaper, the 3 admirals, the world government's greatest military power, stayed in headquarters. Nearly 100,000 elite marine troops gathered in headquarters while 50 marine ships were stationed around the island, with cannons lining the coastline. The warlords of the sea, Kuma, Moria, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Blackbeard arrived at the marine headquarters while Jinbe and Hancock didn't accept the summon. As for Hancock, though she rejected the summon, the marines didn't use any force. Would they dare? After all, Blaze is behind her. For some crappy reason that Whitebeard may attack Impel Down, Sengoku ordered Blaze to visit Impel Down and safeguard it for a day. Regarding Sengoku's order, Blaze didn't raise any kind of objection. He left Marineford with a smile on his face. Damn. It's definitely on purpose. The world government is shady, but I didn't expect even Sengoku-san would support it. Regis asked, Blaze-san, why did you accept it without a word? It doesn't matter since everything's under our control, Blaze replied calmly, gazing at the disappearing Marineford. Still. Regis didn't speak as Blaze waved his hand for him to be silent. They reached the Impel Down in a few hours sailing through the Gate of Justice. This time, they're welcomed by Vice Warden Han Yabao and Head Jailer Domino. Sengoku-san told me that you would stay here for 2 days. I can only arrange a nice small room for you. Once I become warden it will be different. The separate room arranged by Han Yabao is good, so Blaze was satisfied. As for Regis, Kuina, and others on his unit, they can only stay on the ship. Did something happen before my arrival? Blaze asked. Yes, Vice Admiral Blaze. Yesterday 2 people, Luffy and Jinbe, invaded the Impel Down. They caused quite a ruckus, but Chief Warden Magellan took action personally and captured them. Jinbe was locked on the 6th floor while Straw Hat Luffy was detained in level 5 freezing hell. Head Jailer Domino explained. Oh. How did they invade Impel Down? Blaze asked. It seems like Luffy got into Impel Down like in the original work. They came in through an opening where blue gorillas go and hunt sea kings for good. But, we couldn't understand how they managed to bypass the sea kings of Calm Belt. Interesting idea. Blaze chuckled. With Jinbe's help and Rayleigh's planning it's achievable. In the end, everything's heading in the same direction. Fate is truly mysterious and wonderful. Don't disturb me for unnecessary things. Only inform me if anything fatal happens. Blaze ordered. Yes, Vice Admiral Blaze. Head Jailer Domino took her leave. 237, Impel Down Riot. The next day. Outside Impel Down, a marine fleet led by Vice Admiral Inigamo along with other 5 Vice Admirals came to bring Ace to headquarters with only a few hours left for his execution. Magellan personally escorted Ace from the 6th floor and transferred him to Inigamo. Getting him into his custody, Inigamo ordered the marine ships to return to Marineford. Just a few minutes after Magellan escorted Ace from level 6, the disappeared Luffy came in the hope of rescuing Ace, but he was disappointed as he was late. Rescuing Jinbe and Crocodile, Luffy and his group made their way toward the top. At the same time, a riot broke out in level 2 thanks to Buggy and Mr. 3. Meanwhile, a marine ship with no authorization suddenly entered Impel Down. Blackbeard and his crew arrived using the Warlord title. With that, everything began to progress as transpired in the original work. Is this really the Impel Down that was said to be Hell Fortress with maximum defenses? There's a complete chaos happening. Regis came back and reported the situation to Blaze. Blackbeard's group entered the Impel Down but they were poisoned by Magellan. Right now, Magellan is confronting Luffy's group on level 1. At that moment, head jailer Domino came over. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you, Vice Admiral Blaze, but the situation is critical. We need your help to suppress the riot. What do you want me to do? Blaze asked in a lazy manner. Chief Warden informed me he will take care of the Straw Hat group and asks you to guard level 6, Eternal Hell. It holds insanely powerful prisoners who are major threats to the world government. If they use this riot to escape, it will lead to serious consequences. Domino told. Remembering Blackbeard's next action and some strong people detained in level 6, Blaze was interested. Lately, he was very bored waiting for the summit war. Level 6, it's a good idea to pass some time. Regis, Kuina, let's go and have some fun. Laziness vanished from Blaze's face. Domino showed a puzzled expression. Level 6 criminals are just time passes for him. With Domino leading the way, they reached level 4 through a lift. Not good. Blackbeard and his group disappeared. How did they recover from Chief Warden's poison? I need to report it. Don't worry about it. Blaze waved his hand. They soon reached level 5, freezing hell. I like this level, it's a bit chilly. Not hot, like other levels. Let's wait here. It's the only way to go up, right? Blaze asked. Yes. The lift space was destroyed to prevent the inmates escaping from level 6. Good. Kuina. Blaze called. Kuina waved her hand while a crystal throne materialized. Blaze sat on the crystal chair, waiting for Blackbeard's group and prisoners like Bullet, Redfield, and other strong prisoners. After a few minutes, Blackbeard came out of level 6, Eternal Hell happily, followed by a rather clamorous bunch of lawless people. But he stood on his spot, seeing Blaze. With an apathetic expression, Blaze stood up from the chair and stretched his shoulder a little. I was waiting for you, Blackbeard. You took your time. Zahahaha, I was surprised to see you here, Vice Admiral Blaze. I thought you would be the main force to battle Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard laughed. Glimpsing Blaze's lack of reaction, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes. I admit you are ridiculously strong, but you can't defeat us all. At that moment, many people walked out of the level 6 floor. Aside from famous ones like Bullet, Redfield, and Brindy World, there are some familiar faces that Blaze personally captured. About Blackbeard's warning, Blaze chuckled. Go back to your cell and lock yourself or die. And Blackbeard teach, you two pick a good cell for yourself and your crew. Zahahaha, looks like we can't leave without a fight. Everyone, if you want to leave, kill him. He's strong, but if we work together we can win. Blackbeard instigated the crowd. But, no one took action. Especially people who fought Blaze, they even took a step back. Seeing this, Blackbeard's face turned ugly. Just as he planned to ask his crew to attack together, someone stepped forward, Douglas Bullet. Zahahaha, the demon heir is taking action. It saves me the trouble. I heard you are the strongest man in the world. After Roger's demise, even a young man like you got such a title. It's ridiculous. I trained all my life to become the strongest. After I defeat you, my next target is 4 emperors. Bullet uttered as he tore his prison shirt, flaunting his muscular, ripped physique. His body exuded a monstrous battle aura as he grinned and dashed at Blaze. Coating his arm with armament haki, Bullet let out a crazed laughter. Let me show you the strength that I achieved after training my haki and body for 20 years. Nearing Blaze, he punched his fist. In response, Blaze simply stretched his left hand. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted with streaks of dark purple energy arcs flying everywhere. But, Bullet's haki-imbued fist remained 2 inches away from Blaze's palm without making any contact. An invisible haki shield stopped him. Impressive strength. You are able to train your haki and body to this level at Impel Down. It's commendable. Blaze praised, sensing Bullet's intense haki. It's at the level of admirals. But, that's it. Balling his fist, Blaze punched. Boom. An overwhelming force struck Bullet in the face. The attack didn't make contact, but it sent him flying backwards. It's not a haki, internal destruction, but Blaze used a concentrated haki emission from his fist. It's similar to a normal haki-coded attack but without making any contact. It exhibits his fine haki control. As for Bullet, his figure knocked some of the level 6 prisoners along the way and crashed into one of the faraway buildings. 238, one-hit KO. With a bestial roar, Bullet emerged from the wrecked building. You are strong, but I will defeat you. At that same time, Blackbeard shouted. Zahaha, you guys, if you want to get out of this place and live, now's the chance to show your skills. Bullet's move and Blackbeard's words stirred the 100-some level 6 prisoners. Being in prison for a long time, without sufficient food, and going through cruel tortures, they are not in the strongest state. It's also why they hesitated to fight Blaze. But now they decided to fight as they wanted to see the clear blue sky once again and taste the best wine and women. Yeah. Let's go and kill him. I had enough of fearing his strength. A pirate captured by Blaze before showed a demented expression and rushed forward. Ha ha ha, I'm going to enjoy drinking his blood. Damn that guards, they let me eat food but didn't give me any water. That girl looks good. She's mine. With crazy laughter and nasty faces, the prisoners rushed forward. Seeing the crazy crowd, even as head jailer, Domino broke out in a sweat. She knew how crazy and strong these prisoners were unlike other levels. Some of the comments made Kuina unsheath her sword. She emitted a strong aura and intent to kill. Regis stood behind Kuina with his arms crossed and a lively expression as if going to watch a good play. Well, since you guys want to fight as a group so be it. It won't be nice if I play fair. Blaze once again sat in the throne-like crystal chair and commented. As he finished his sentence, two figures materialized out of thin air before everyone who was of similar appearance to Blaze. The sudden change shocked everyone. It's an technique Blaze created recently 50-50 clone. Blaze created this technique with shadow clone jutsu in mind. The two clones have separate consciousnesses with their memory intact and retain 50% of their strength. Not just Nin, they own 50% of his everything like Nin, devil fruit powers, physical strength, and haki. This technique has harsh restrictions and vows. The significant one is that he can't use Nin during the time when the clones are called, not even a basic technique like Ten. But it didn't limit his physical strength, haki, and devil fruit powers. It's the loophole and his advantage. In fact, he wanted to create a 100% clone of his strength but he couldn't do it even with strict Nin vows. He didn't know why. After his physique broke past the 100 bar limit and reached the half-god level, his Nin also underwent a major transformation. Now, his Nin's stronger than even peak Miruem. Why do you look like me? Clone Blaze 1 asked. No. You look like me. You dare impersonate me. Clone Blaze 2 narrowed his eyes. You two, stop the bickering and take care of the opponents before you. Blaze commanded and mused, they do this every time, I have to do something about it, it damages my image. His Nin clones are powerful but they take some time to realize they are clones. Oh. It seems we are his clones. Both the clones came to the realization and shifted their attention to the rushing prisoners. It's rare to see people rush to their deaths. Clone 1 commented and pointed his finger at pirates, firing a laser beam similar to Kizaru but more deadly. Boom. Splash. A pirate's head exploded like a firework, scattering brain matters. Within a second, nearly 10 prisoners lost their lives in a similar manner. It has to be mentioned that most of the level 6 prisoners are masters in haki. It seems like fun. Let me try it too. Clone 2 followed Clone 1's method. Blaze facepalmed and shook his head looking at their behavior, which is completely different from him. It can't be helped they have their own thinking. As for how they can fire beams similar to Kizaru, it's because the sun emits light. He can use the power of light but he can't elementalize like Kizaru. In a matter of seconds, the level 5 freezing hell was smeared with blood and brain matter. It was a striking contrast to the white vicinity. Aside from the Blackbeard group, only a few people remained alive, Bullet, World, Redfield and 3 more whose name Blaze doesn't know. Blackbeard and his crew stood rooted on the spot with their backs drenched in sweat. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people were killed. Only now have they come to realize that they are standing before the world's strongest man. But the cunning Blackbeard couldn't conceal his greedy eye, he began to covet Blaze's devil fruit. Zehaha, such power. It's better than shock fruit but what fruit is it? I haven't seen such a powerful fruit mentioned in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Though greedy, he didn't shoot rashly and decided to wait for the opportunity. If not possible, it's better to follow the plan and attain shock fruit. Bullet, who recovered from the last strike, rushed towards Blaze oozing with a frightening battle aura, ignoring Blaze's 2 clones and head-exploding prisoners. This action of ignoring angered the clones. After all, they have their own will. Black energy rays sparkled around as the clones looked at one another. As Bullet neared Blaze, he coated his arms with haki ready to strike but the 2 Blaze appeared out of nowhere and punched his face at the same time. The strike was fast, precise, and decisive with no room to escape or block. You made a mistake by targeting him. He may be original but we are also named Blaze. Black lightning sparked off their hands as the attack banged Bullet in the face. Bang! The overbearing strike knocked Bullet and pounded him down to the ground, creating a massive crater. It was a one-hit KO. Bullet lost consciousness with a deformed face. 239, destroyed Blackbeard crew. Looking at the senseless Bullet whose life aura is hanging by a thread, everyone present gasped. It's Demon Air Bullet they are talking about, they knew how strong he is. Though being an impel down made him physically weak, it's not the reason for his defeat. The opponent is ridiculously strong. A hit took down Bullet. Among the level 6 prisoners who escaped, only Patrick Redfield and Burndy World remained standing aside from the Blackbeard group. Blaze glanced at Patrick Redfield and Burndy World, both of them were old with their haki severely weakened from their prime state. It made him lose interest. But, Red wasn't intimidated by Blaze's show of strength. He doesn't know about the current world but he believes in himself and his strength more than anything. After a long time, he finally got the opportunity to leave this place and he didn't want to miss it. Everyone, it's time we make our move, Blackbeard commanded and signaled Lafitte with his eyes. Lafitte understands his captain's gesture, he wants him to create an opening. Against opponents like Blaze, they need to strike him with everything they have and end it as swiftly as possible. Since the opponent is a devil fruit user, they have a chance. Along with Blackbeard pirates, Red and World joined the attack. They rushed forward with the intent to kill anyone in their way. Blaze's clones looked at each other with a faint grin on their face and breathed in as their chest enlarged to the limit. After a second, they breathed out bluish-white flames. As they did it together and enhanced the flames with haki, the intensity of the attack was far stronger than Kaido's bolo breath, at least 5 times. SSSHHHHH. A sea of flames blazed forward. The entire level 5 floor, freezing hell liquefied within seconds under the extreme temperature of the flames. Such a large-scale destructive attack caught everyone off guard. After all, Blaze clones were just playing with laser beams and haki from the start. The sudden change somewhat stunned them. Blaze-san, tell them not to go overboard. Otherwise, along with the impel down, we will sink to the bottom of the sea. Regis advised, fearing the impel down will burn to ashes. Why are you saying this to me? You know they have their own personality, right? Blaze shrugged. He didn't care about the impel down. AC water isn't enough to kill him. Wolf you, protect us, Blackbeard shouted. San Juan Wolf who was hiding behind a building till now came out after Blackbeard's command and protected them with his body. But, it was a bad idea. Boom! The Furcoia's flames collided against Wolf's colossal physique. Wolf protected the Blackbeard group but his entire body torched in bluish-white flames. Since Blaze's flames are super hot, his giant body begins to burn and emits a roast smell. It seems like Wolf didn't know armament haki since he didn't coat his body with haki. Hot, 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 I couldn't douse the flames. Ah! Wolf cried, rolling on the ground in pain. His actions quivered the very impel down. Captain, do something or he will die. Lafitte said. Dark Vortex. Blackbeard shouted while black mass naturalized from him and covered his hands. When he touched Wolf's body, Blaze's flames were swallowed. Though the flames were sucked, it didn't help much as Wolf's body was burnt heavily. The latter lost consciousness barely holding onto his life, thanks to the giant bloodline. Zay-ha-ha-ha, it's working. Now, I don't have to fear his flames. Blackbeard mused and conveyed loudly, we have a chance. His words made their eyes gleam. It's also why they joined Blackbeard pirates, they want to subvert this world. For that, they need power. None of them cared about Wolf who saved their life. Just a passing glance, it's the limit of their relationship. Looks like I made the right bet. Shiryu remarked, smoking a cigar. Oi, you two, hey? What happened to Burndy World? Blackbeard paused his order, noticing missing World. Did he escape? He was burned to ashes, Red responded. Unlike the Blackbeard group who fended the flames with San Juan Wolf's body, Redfield and World didn't have that luxury. They had used their haki to block the flames. Pity, World's haki is weakened considerably so Blaze's flames carbonished him while his ashes fused into the world. At that moment, Kuina reminded, Blaze-san, we are getting late. Yes. We have a war to attend. Can't miss the time. Blaze stood from the seat and stepped forward. Wait, don't call us off. At least, let us finish them off. Blaze's 2 clones shouted, trying to stop Blaze's action as if they knew what he was going to do. You guys are wasting too much of my time. Blaze waved his hand while his clones faded into non-particles and returned back to him. Looking at the old man Red who had a gentlemanly demeanor, Blaze chuckled. Patrick Redfield, I heard you are a powerful pirate on par with Gold Roger and Whitebeard. You are good but your haki disappoints me. Even in old age after being significantly weakened from senescence, he was able to withstand his attack. It's remarkable. Nothing can be done about that. I age and get old with time. But, I am surprised someone as young as you remember me. Red was genuinely surprised. Okay. Let's start. Are you guys ready? Blaze snapped his fingers. Head jailer Domino blinked her eyes. Time slowed in her eyes as Blaze's figure faded into vapor and he reappeared before Red and punched with his fist imbued with armament haki, flowing Sakura. Red was able to react to extreme speed and used his hands to block but it was for naught. Boom. His body crashed into the wall of impel down, unknown of life and death. At the same moment, Blaze's figure appeared before Burgess. He waved his left hand like a slap but an overbearing haki flowed from his hand and swatted Burgess's head into red mist. Blaze's other hand fired laser beams that burned a hole in Avalo Pizarro, Doc Q, and Vasco Shot's chest. Following that, Blaze's figure appeared before Lafitte and punched him in the gut while a flame sword materialized in his other hand. With a swing, Shiryu's head and half-sword flew in the air. Unlike others, Shiryu reacted and parried the swing with his sword, but it was of no use. Blaze then took care of Van Augur and Katarina Devon with a hacky arrow that pierced their head. Time began to flow normally while the after-images of Blaze's body began to fade away while his true body appeared in front of Blackbeard Teach. At the same moment, Bajus's headless body swayed left and right before falling to the ground. Avalo Pizarro, Doc Q, and Vasco Shot had a hole in their chest region with their heart destroyed. They too dropped to the ground with an audible thud. Lafitte's knees hit the ground while his hand clutched his stomach in excruciating pain. He was in a half-conscious state, struggling hard to breathe. Shiryu's lopped head blinked his eyes in confusion seeing his headless body drop to the ground as his life aura vanished. Katarina Devon and Van Augur's bodies hit the floor with a hole in their head, lifeless. "Why you, monster?" Blackbeard stuttered, trying to comprehend what just happened before his eyes. 240, Summit War. The fuck? Regis cursed internally, witnessing the overwhelming strength. How strong is Blaze-san? Is there anyone in the world who can be his opponent? What just happened? Domino had her mouth wide open in shock. Even Kuina, who had known Blaze for a long time, stood stunned. With a half-god level physique and haki attribute at 100, Blaze is practically invincible and unrivaled in the world of One Piece. Blackbeard. Blaze called him in a low tone, bringing the latter from a state of shock. Yami Yami no Mi is a strong devil fruit, but if you thought it's going to help you conquer the world then you are dead wrong. Hearing the words, Blackbeard clenched his hand. This monster, he even knew about my fruit. I have to take the risk or he will kill me like the others. Dark water black mass covered Blackbeard's hand. With a thought, it extended towards Blaze while the power of gravity activated and attempted to pull him. But, the power of gravity failed to pull Blaze. It surprised Blackbeard. What? Why isn't it working? His hand covered in black energy stretched, trying to grasp Blaze. But, it caught nothing as Blaze's figure appeared behind Blackbeard. You disappoint me, Blackbeard. Blaze's body exploded with fierce flames that blasted Blackbeard far away with his entire body torched in bluish-white flames. As soon as Blackbeard's body caught on fire, the power of darkness sprang up on its own and covered his entire body, devouring Blaze's flames. It saved Blackbeard from turning to ashes. Still, Blackbeard's skin region was scorched with blood oozing from multiple cracks that spread over his skin. The other party rolled on the ground in pain. Ah! Hot! 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 Before he could recover from the pain and get to his feet, a foot with overwhelming strength pressed him to the ground with no chance to rise. Blackbeard struggled desperately, he grasped Blaze's leg and activated his devil fruit power, but to his dismay, nothing happened. Why? Why? Why is he so strong? Blackbeard refused to accept this fate. He, Blackbeard, was born to conquer the sea. After so many years of waiting, he finally got the dark fruit and planned his rise to the top. But, everything fell apart because of this man. In the end, he was bound to the ground by another person's foot. This kind of humiliation, I won't accept it. Blackbeard roared while black flashes of lightning flared all over him. When his life is at the end and all doors closed, he awakens his conqueror's haki. It didn't surprise Blaze, but the other party burst with sudden strength and nearly succeeded in escaping from his grasp. As Blaze added strength to his feet, the floor of freezing hell expanded with cracks. As for Blackbeard, he felt some kind of majestic force shut his haki. As his aura and strength vanished he was left with no option, so Blackbeard stopped his desperate struggle and looked Blaze in the eyes with hatred and unwillingness. His eyes radiated with the intent to kill. I like this stare. Blaze commented and exerted power on his foot. Pow! Splat! Blackbeard's head mashed into meat paste while invisible haki shrouded Blaze, preventing blood splatter from dirtying his clothes. Let's go, we have a war to attend. Blaze left with Kuina and Regis. As for Domino, she stood blankly staring at the blood-stained freezing hell. Marine Ford. A tense war atmosphere enveloped the entire island. The Marines know the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is coming. Reporters and cameramen from all over the world surged to watch the live broadcast in Sabayati and break the news all over the world. 50 Marine warships were arranged around the crescent-shaped bay while countless heavy cannons lined the shore. The tension continued to rise on Marine Ford as lookout ships sent by the Marines were destroyed by Whitebeard. After that, there has been no report on Whitebeard pirates. A staggering 100,000 elite Marine troops waited for the arrival of Whitebeard pirates while John Gant roused their fighting spirit. No matter what happens, it'll only last 3 hours. Then it's all over. Oh! The Marine soldiers roared, each of them holding a gun, sword, or weapon of their choice. Aside from Jinbe and Blackbeard, the remaining warlords of the sea Kuma, Moria, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Boa Hancock stood at the forefront. Watching over these forces are the Marines' greatest military strength, the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. Just the aura of admirals intimidated countless marine soldiers. Looking at the marine forces, people around the world wondered whether Whitebeard would come to the rescue. After all, he's old. With 3 hours left to the execution countdown, Ace was brought to the execution stand. Following him, Fleet Admiral Sengoku came to the execution stand and stood beside the kneeling Ace. "Give me the Den Mushi," Sengoku asked the soldier. "Yes, sir." A marine soldier handed over the Den Mushi. "I have something to tell you all." Sengoku's firm voice resounded across the marine fort. "It is about the identity of Ace and the significance of the execution." Everyone listened attentively, but there was a touch of doubt on their faces. "Ace, tell them the name of your father." Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. "My father is Whitebeard." Ace responded in a firm voice. "No." Sengoku denied. "Yes, he is. Whitebeard is my only father." Ace yelled. Then, under everyone's incredible eyes, Sengoku's told a long-lost past. "Your father is the king of the pirates, Gold Roger." Sengoku finally revealed it. As soon as he uttered words, the marine fort and the whole world watching the broadcast fell into an odd silence. After a moment, everyone reacted. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. This is a huge news. The bloodline of the king of the pirates? It still exists. Everyone was so shocked by the news that they exclaimed one by one, with a look of horror on their faces. Some stood still with an unbelievable look. Ace. Garp covered his head with a hand while his eyes were full of regret. "With your ability and bloodline, you have the potential to become the next king. That's why it's a great deal to execute you here today. Even if it's risking an all-out war with Whitebeard." Sengoku shouted firmly while 100,000 marines roared hearing his passionate speech. At that moment, a marine officer came over and reported to Sengoku. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have something to report." The gate of justice opened without anyone's order. "We couldn't contact anyone in the control room." "What?" Sengoku's face darkened. Meanwhile, the marine soldier on the lookout shouted, seeing several black shadows of ships in the distance. "They are here." Hearing his shout, the alarm sounded in marine fort. They appeared suddenly. Where did they come from? Sengoku frowned, failing to locate Moby Dick. "Where's Whitebeard?" At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Moby Dick and 3 other ships of Whitebeard emerged from underwater, appearing in the center of Marineford Bay. 241, Here comes Whitebeard. Unknown to Marines. Approximately 6,000 feet above the Marineford, 3 people watched the arrival of Whitebeard pirates standing atop the clouds. They were none other than Madara, Jax, and Akira. "Madara-san, it's starting. Whitebeard has come." Jax spoke, observing the situation with a spyglass. "Shall we make our move?" "No. It's too early. And, I want to see whether the Whitebeard is as strong as his fame." Madara answered. At the same time, a little cloud carrying 3 people, Blaze, Kuina, and Regis, dashed towards Marineford. Utilizing the travel time, Blaze checked the system panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100 half-god. Devil Fruit, 79.9. Haki, 100.0. Free Attribute Point, 8.1 greater than 11.1. The system rewarded him points for defeating the pirates, Blackbeard Group 1.0 points, Redfield 0.5 points, Bullet 0.5 points, and other miscellaneous pirates 1.0 points. In total, his free attribute points rose by 3.0 points. It's a big leap. In no time, his group arrived at Marineford. Instead of showing himself, Blaze went to Madara's location and landed on the clouds made by Jax. "Looks like I came on time." Blaze spoke. Looking at the situation below, he commented, "I can feel Whitebeard has consumed the golden blood that I gave him. I'm excited to see him fight the admirals." Marineford. On the leading ship, Moby Dick, 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates people stood in a row. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and other captains with hefty bounties. Their indifferent eyes scanned the marines gathered while their countenances showed no emotion. But, the marine soldiers below could feel the intimidating aura radiating from them. Facing the Whitebeard group, the marines sweated with audible gulps. After all, they are facing the Yonko group. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru and 3 admirals stared at Moby Dick. After a second, everyone heard the sound. Tap. 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 He's coming. The marines held their breath while silence enveloped the area. Among the nervous expressions of the elite marine soldiers, Whitebeard walked along the stairs and emerged from inside the ship. They finally glimpsed at him. Yonko Whitebeard, holding the naginata in his hand, walked over and stood on the deck of Moby Dick. His majestic figure sent fear into the hearts of countless marines. Gururera. Whitebeard slammed the naginata to the ground. It's been a while, Sengoku. Whitebeard. Sengoku reacted. Whitebeard looked at Ace in the execution platform and commented, "Give me a second, Ace." Oyaji Ace looked at Whitebeard while tears flowed from his eyes. Is he really the old Whitebeard? Why do I find him so scary? A marine soldier sighed. It's not just you, something's wrong. Not just him, everyone looked at Whitebeard in shock. Unlike his aged self, Whitebeard exuded vibrant vitality while his body brimmed with overwhelming strength. Garp looked at Whitebeard in stupefaction. His aura is stronger than his prime. What did he do? Just a look, Tsuru shook her head. She knew the Marines had miscalculated. I hope Sengoku has some backup plans, otherwise we are done for. Akin clenched his fist, feeling Whitebeard's overbearing haki. Every one of them. Why can't he just go and die? His era is over. Arera. Kyuzan sighed. Only Kizaru stayed relaxed as if he was just a spectator. Whitebeard. Sengoku's face darkened while cold sweat covered his forehead. How did he revitalize his body to his peak? Looking at Ace's tearful face, Whitebeard comforted gently. Don't worry, Ace. With me here, no one can harm you. Whitebeard grinned while his eyes turned fierce. Clecing his fists, he punched the air on both sides. Crack. A cracking sound ensued before the air shattered into countless fragments. A terrible shock force swept across the surrounding waters, the sea surged wildly and regressed. Within a few seconds, they came back as a mega tsunami. The massive waves blocked the very sun and shadowed Marine Ford. Looking at the mega tsunami, the Marines gulped with fear on their faces. Against this kind of disaster-level power, they can do nothing but watch. Whitebeard's single blow crushed the Marines' fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Aokiji got up from his seat. If no one takes action and stops this blow, Marines will suffer heavy casualties. Leaping into the sky, he stretched his arms. Ice spear extended from his fingers and touched the monstrous waves. Ice Age. Aokiji's called. In an instant, Kyuzan's ice power completely froze the billowing waves along with the entire sea. Admiral Aokiji stopped Whitebeard's attack. Yes, we have admirals on our side. We don't have to fear anything. The Marines woke up from their fear and showed fighting spirit. That's right. Aokiji, you little brat. Whitebeard grinned. Kyuzan radiated cold air as he attacked Whitebeard, ice spear. Hundreds of ice spears materialized before him before he launched them at Whitebeard. Unlike in the original work, Aokiji attacked with full force. He could tell Whitebeard before him is not the aged man with weak haki, his strength is at his prime. So, he didn't hold back his strength. Facing Aokiji's ice spears, Whitebeard smashed the air with overwhelming strength and haki. The air cracked. The power of shock crushed Aokiji's spear and struck the latter. Ararara. Though Aokiji elementalized his body in time, the shock waves carrying haki smashed him away. His body crashed into a far away building, destroying everything in the way while clouds and dust rose covering everything. From the rising dust, Aokiji's figure appeared dusting himself. Such power, it's no doubt his strength is at his peak. When everyone noticed the drop of blood trickling from the corner of Aokiji's lips, they couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone present was shocked by the scene. Who is Aokiji? One of the Marine Headquarters Admiral with shocking strength. Aside from Yonkos, they rank in the top. Such a strong man was injured by Whitebeard's single blow. Everyone wondered, can they really defeat this monster named Whitebeard? At that moment, Blaze's figure appeared in the minds of Marines Vice Admiral Blaze, the current strongest man in the world. If he was here, they don't have to be helpless. A question crossed their mind, where's Vice Admiral Blaze? Why isn't he participating in the war? At that moment Sengoku's voice resounded across the Marine Ford. Don't be afraid, everyone. Whitebeard is old and sick, he must have used external means to improve his strength. It's definitely temporary. Yes. Fire. Destroy the Moby Dick. The Marines responded. Go, my sons. Rescue Ace. Tonight, we will celebrate our victory. Whitebeard commanded. 242, War. Whitebeard Pirates vs Marine Headquarters. With the bay now frozen, Whitebeard's ships are unable to move while the Marines begin to bombard them with cannon fire. The Whitebeard pirates charged forward over the ice surface without minding the cannon fires. The pirates and Marines battled above the ice surface. In no time, the fight was chaotic. The Vice Admiral stepped forward to stop the commanders of Whitebeard pirates, but the strength of Marco, Jaws, and Vista is clearly superior to them. Seeing the situation, top-level Vice Admirals came forward and clashed with the division commanders by joining forces. At that moment, Mihawk stepped forward, startling many people. Hawkeye, Mihawk is making the move. What? Do you want to make a move? Doflamingo snorted. I just want to figure out the true distance between us and the man who once hailed as the strongest man in the world, my hawk commented while his sharp eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Drawing his supreme grade sword, Yoru, he swung it with his full strength. A green sword light swept towards Whitebeard, cleaving the ice surface on its way. My hawk brat, you are still too early to challenge me. Go and play with Shanks for a few more years before coming at me. Gururera. Whitebeard laughed and slashed his naginata, wrapping it with quake bubble. Boom. Upon collision, my hawk's sword light burst into countless particles, unable to bear Whitebeard's power. The world's strongest swordsman slash was broken by Whitebeard in a simple manner. How can it be? Am I seeing things? Hawkeye's slash was resolved just like that. They wondered whether my hawk used his full strength. It's true, my hawk didn't use his full strength, it's just a pure swordsman slash without any haki or technique. Whirling the weapon over his head, Whitebeard slashed vertically, wrapping his naginata with a quake bubble. The air cracked, firing a slash that ripped the space itself. Whitebeard's slash wasn't as exquisite as Hawkeye, but it carried oppressive strength along with shock fruit power. Facing Whitebeard's attack, Hawkeye's eyes narrowed as he swiftly used his sword to parry the slash. Clang! The collision triggered a minor shockwave and pushed the other warlords away from my hawk's side. The strong impact and vibration made Hawkeye's arm tremble, and he was forced to take a few steps back to offset the power. A look of astonishment flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. Such strength, no wonder he was called the strongest man. Hawkeye was pushed back? He's this strong even in his old age. The Marine's face changed seeing the clash between the strong. Whitebeard is too strong. It's completely different from the old and sick man they assumed. The still atmosphere was broken by boisterous laughter. Puff, wahahaha. Garp laughed, pointing his finger and hugging his stomach. Whitebeard is really strong. First, he hit Aokiji, and now, my hawk. Garp, you shut up. Sengoku shouted from the execution platform, his eyes glared at Garp. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Garp apologized insincerely. Damn. Sengoku's having a headache. Something's wrong with Whitebeard's strength, I thought it's just temporary. It's unwise to delay anymore. Considering Whitebeard's strength is at his peak, only he and Garp can stop him. But, looking at Garp standing below, Sengoku shook his head. Ace is Garp's grandson. He knew his friend well, and even if he took action because of his duty he would never give his all. Blaze's figure flashed in his mind, but the world government strictly told him to keep him out of the war. With Blaze, I don't have to worry about Whitebeard. Pity. He can only utilize the admirals. He trusts their strength, but against the peak Whitebeard, the three admirals need to attack together to defeat him. Whitebeard standing atop Moby Dick felt Sengoku's gaze. He looked at the latter before flashing a grin. Not good. Seeing Whitebeard's grin, his senses gave him a warning. Sengoku, I hope you prepared well before declaring war against me. Saying this, Whitebeard leaped high in the air and landed firmly on the ice surface. As he landed, Whitebeard's eyes flared purple-red. Ripples moved in all directions with sparks of royal purple lightning. The ice surface showed signs of crack while a shockwave blew everyone far away from him. A precise burst of Conqueror's haki knocked out the weak-willed Marines. Foam came out of most Marines' mouths as they all hit the ground with audible thuds, their eyes blank and mouths wide open. Aside from strong-willed Marines, everyone below the Rear Admiral level was taken out by Whitebeard's wide-range haki burst. Damn, how's Hoku haki? A Rear Admiral uttered, using every ounce of his willpower to stand on his feet. Almost 70% of the Marines' force was knocked unconscious. Whitebeard. Sengoku clenched his fist and ordered the soldiers to rise the iron wall in advance. He needs to stop Whitebeard from rampaging. Dozens of walls shot up from the ground, encircling the Whitebeard pirates and blocking their exit and path toward the execution platform. Their path. As the pirates tried to attack it, the wall didn't budge while cannons emerged from the walls, preparing to fire. Seeing all this, Whitebeard snorted. Petty tricks. Whitebeard grabbed and pulled the air as if it were tangible. As he did that, the entire island shifted to his wish. The Bay Area went up while the iron wall was pulled down. With a little twist in the air, the two sides collided and merged as one while the iron walls disappeared underneath the ground. Gururera, Sengoku, if this is all you prepared. Whitebeard cocked his arm back and banged the air in front of him. You are underestimating me. The air cracked, followed by a thunderous sound boom. A terrifying shock swept through Marienford like a ferocious beast, destroying everything in its path. Its target is the execution platform where Ace is kept. Huge cracks spread like spider webs, unable to withstand Whitebeard's frenzy. The very Marineford quivered. Not good. Sengoku sweated. The war's going in the worst possible direction. If they do nothing, they are done for, as he knew how scary peak Whitebeard is. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Borsellino. Sengoku called. Like in the original series, the three admirals came forward and stopped the shockwave with haki emission using their full strength. 243, Whitebeard vs 3 Admirals. Under Sengoku's order, the person in charge cut off the live projection of war. It was at that moment that Luffy, Jinbe, and others who escaped from Impel Down made their entry. Garp and Ace stared at Luffy with wide eyes. Luffy. On the other hand, the 3 admirals confronted Whitebeard at the same time. Even if it's peak Whitebeard, facing 3 admirals he had to be wary. A flashing golden light blinded everyone's sight as it materialized above Whitebeard. As the light dimmed, Kizaru's figure came into view. Crossing his arms in front of him, Kizaru fired a torrent of deadly light particles that shot toward Whitebeard without any mercy. Great eruption. Sakazuki sprinted forward while his fist turned into pure magma before rocketing towards Whitebeard, melting whatever lay in its path. Ice block, Pheasant Beak. Aokiji unleashed a massive wave of ice that took the shape of a pheasant before speeding towards Whitebeard. It's Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. They are finally taking action. Yes. With them intercepting, Whitebeard can't rampage as he wishes. We just have to take care of the Whitebeard pirates. The Marines who were reserved for emergencies like now came out to confront the Whitebeard pirates. They cheered seeing the admirals confronting Whitebeard. Seeing the 3 admirals attacking from all sides, the division commanders showed worried looks. Oyoji. But, facing the attacks, Whitebeard grinned while the fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Feeling the strength in his arms and overpowering haki, Whitebeard hoisted his weapon. His naginata emitted streams of black lightning-like energy while Whitebeard further fueled it with a quake bubble. With a strong power in his feet and arms, he waved his naginata and spun around. The slash made a circle covering 360 degrees. Boom! Followed by a thunderous sound, a terrible shockwave blasted in all directions like a violent superstorm, crushing everything in its path. The attacks of the 3 admirals couldn't withstand Whitebeard's shock power and haki, they were shattered into nothingness. What's even more incredible is, that they were forced to use their haki to block Whitebeard's shockwave and took a few steps back to stabilize their body. Pin drop silence. That old man is strong, is he the one Ace respects? Luffy took a stop before further speeding towards the execution platform. Gururera. Enjoying the feeling brought by strength and the temporary disappearance of old injuries, Whitebeard laughed loudly. His laughter intimidated the Marines further. The 3 admirals landed in different positions, surrounding Whitebeard in a triangular formation. They looked at him in a solemn manner. Though they didn't use their entire strength in the attack, it wasn't one to be underestimated. But, Whitebeard made it look easy. From Whitebeard, they sensed overflowing haki and fearlessness as if he didn't take them seriously. If you brats want to stop me, practice a few more years. Garp and Sengoku had to join hands to stop me. Or that brat Blaze, but it seems like he's not here. Whitebeard smiled. Scary any, Whitebeard with his peak strength. He can easily repel our combined attack. It's terrifying. Kizaru exaggerated while he suddenly disappeared with a golden flash. Have you been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru appeared before Whitebeard, stating his iconic phrase. His right foot sparkling golden aimed at Whitebeard's head. Against Kizaru's attack, Whitebeard defended calmly with his haki-coated left arm. Bang! Upon collision, a shockwave burst with them as a center. With a slight force, Whitebeard pushed Kizaru's foot away and slammed his elbow hard. It cracked the air similar to his quake punch. Boom! At such close range, Kizaru, who didn't expect such an attack from Whitebeard, blasted away by the power of vibration. His figure crashed into the far building, stirring the dust and debris as if he was hit hard. Kizaru's actions, for a moment, made Whitebeard wonder whether he infused House Hoku in his attack. It's just a normal punch with little vibration. But, he didn't have the luxury to ponder as a huge magma came at him. With a sidestep, he evaded the magma shaped like a fanged dog head and looked at Akainu. Magma brat, you should use your skills to roast dog meats. Whitebeard. Akainu roared in anger. Looking at Whitebeard coldly, he spoke, it's time for old things like you to die. Today's your funeral, nothing can change that. Whitebeard grinned, but a trace of anger burned in his heart. Who wouldn't be when uttered such cold words to the face? For no reason, he didn't like Akainu, so he decided to teach this magma brat a lesson. At that moment, Aokiji cautioned from the side. Be careful, Sakazuki. It's no doubt, his strength is greater than his peak period. But, who was Sakazuki? He didn't bother to listen to Kuzan's suggestion and attacked Whitebeard head-on as if the latter were his lifelong enemy. His arms turned magma, and pointing them at Whitebeard he fired a barrage of magma fists. Volcanic eruption. Facing the attack, Whitebeard evaded them at ease, employing his observation haki that could predict a few seconds into the future. Both advanced while one attacked and the other evaded. In no time, there was only a 1-meter gap between them. At such a close distance, Sakazuki launched his signature attack. Great Eruption, shooting a huge boiling magma fist that exuded high temperature. Facing the attack, Whitebeard lifted his arm and smashed the air. Cracks. Boom. The power of vibration and magma collided fiercely in mid-air, casting out streams of purple lightning. With them as a center, stormy energy raged before exploding into a terrifying shockwave. It was just for a moment, both sides seemed equal before the force of vibration smashed the huge magma fist and overpowered Sakazuki. Unable to withstand the intensity of the blow, Sakazuki was pushed back. Before Sakazuki could recover and stabilize himself, a huge shadow stood before him. Glimpsing Whitebeard so close with his fist wrapped in quake bubble, cold sweat broke out of his forehead. Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't hesitate in the slightest against the Marines' greatest military power. He punched Akainu's head, giving his all. Boom. With a booming sound, Sakazuki's body hit the ground while his face deformed severely. Though he elementalized at the last moment, it didn't help him much. The air cracked into countless fragments. The power of shock traveled past Sakazuki's head and struck the ground, forming a huge ravine in the middle of Marine Ford. Ah! Sakazuki roared, struggling his best, but it was all for naught. Blood gushed from his ears, nose, and mouth as the power of vibration injured his internals. Ice Ball. Kyuzen unleashed ice energy as he approached Whitebeard, trying to freeze him. Overbearing haki burst from Whitebeard's body, blocking Kyuzen's attack from freezing his body. Get away, young brat! Roaring, Whitebeard kicked at the approaching Kyuzen. The air cracked. The shock power knocked Kyuzen far away, preventing him from helping Sakazuki. 244, Madara. Zop. Several laser beams stormed Whitebeard, forcing him to take his hand off Akainu and smash a punch to his left. At the same time, he kicked Akainu with his right foot coated with haki. The air cracked to Whitebeard's left while Akainu's body was catapulted to the back straight into a building near the execution platform, spreading dust everywhere. Boom. Kizaru's laser beams exploded upon colliding with Whitebeard's shockwave. Sakazuki. Sengoku's face changed, noticing the situation. If the three admirals get entangled with Whitebeard, it's hard to stop the Whitebeard pirates and fugitives from impel down from advancing. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku ordered via the Den Mushi. Tell the Science Division to execute the plan. The next moment, numerous pacifistas came out of nowhere and surrounded the Whitebeard pirates. Erg! Whitebeard! With a beastly roar, Akainu got up from the ground. His countenance was ferocious with blood streaming down his face. With all the blood and injured body, the majesty of the admiral had long disappeared. He had the look of an injured beast, but the look of shame covered it. I'm going to kill you. Akainu seethed in rage while his entire body turned into magma, exuding high temperature. He is a marine admiral with the highest combat power among the three, but he was injured like this. Whitebeard overpowered and kicked him like a ragdoll. The three admirals once again encircled Whitebeard. Even if it's Whitebeard, they have the confidence to restrain, exhaust, and kill him. Whitebeard's complexion turned solemn. He can fight the three of them, but his strength is temporary. The more he uses his abilities, the sooner he will lose the power given by Blaze. He had to be calculative and smart, to rescue Ace without much sacrifice. Hooray! Destroy the Marines. They are nothing without the admirals. Rescue Ace. The confidence of the Whitebeard pirates skyrocketed, witnessing Whitebeard fighting the admirals without losing. Amidst the cheers and roars, they rushed towards the Marine. Above the clouds. Woohoo! The peak Whitebeard is crazy. He can fight the three admirals without losing the momentum. Jax watched the fight in excitement. Do you think the title of World's Strongest Man is a joke? Before Blaze-san got the title from him, he was undefeated. Akira gave her comment. Oh. It's rare to hear a comment from you, Akira. Jax spoke playfully. Madara, it's time for you to go. I can sense the energy within Whitebeard draining rapidly. He's overusing his power and haki to match the admirals. Blaze told Madara. Good. Today, I'm going to show them hell. Madara's aura flared as he jumped from the cloud. Don't harm the low-ranking Marines. Blaze spoke aloud. What do you think of me? I don't care about the ants. Madara's voice came from below the clouds. Blaze-san, let us go too. Jax asked in an excited voice. No. It's not time for you guys to show your faces. Marines are just a vanguard of the world government, their true strength is very formidable. In the near future, we will clash with world government. You guys are my trump cards, I don't want your strength to be exposed early. Hearing Blaze's reply, Jax and Akira nodded their heads and glanced at Madara descending on Marine Ford. Before the admirals could bombard Whitebeard with their attacks, they sensed a domineering aura and looked toward the sky. Madara's figure descended from the sky and landed on Marine Ford with a bang, stirring the dust and clouds. Uchiha Madara. Everyone on the battlefield recognized this person, especially the Marines. They won't forget the tragic battle that happened here 2 years ago. Sengoku's face turned gloomy. Shit. Why did he appear here? Even though we kept tabs on his whereabouts, his movements were extremely secretive. He knew Madara is an unstable factor, but he didn't expect him to really come and participate in the summit war. Garp appeared next to Sengoku and spoke in a solemn tone, "Sengoku, call that brat Blaze. If not, forget about losing, we will be crushed." Though Ace is his grandson and hopes Whitebeard rescues him, Garp knows how strong Uchiha Madara is. If he doesn't step forward, the Marines can't stop Madara and Whitebeard at the same time. "I can't call him to fight Whitebeard, the 5 elders personally ordered it." Sengoku responded. "Fuck them in their order." Garp raged. "Garp!" Sengoku called sternly. "Whatever. I will go and stop Whitebeard, let the brats deal with Madara." Saying this, Garp unclad his marine coat. "Garp, you don't have to do this." Snored. "I can't watch the young ones lose their brilliance just because of my personal feelings." Garp's figure leaped and landed before Whitebeard. "Garp-san!" Kuzan and Kizaru called, seeing Garp's arrival. "You brats go and deal with him. I will take care of Whitebeard." Garp waved his hand in a manner of shooing away the admirals. Understanding the plight, the admirals set their sights on Madara. "Garp! Whitebeard!" Whitebeard and Garp clashed, setting off streams of purple lightning all over the battlefield, pushing the ordinary marines away. On the other side, the admirals encircled Madara as Kizaru commented. "Be careful, you two. His strength is in no way inferior to Whitebeard." "Marines, are you ready for round 2? Madara declared arrogantly while his aura turned into a tangible purple form. "Madara, you have no reason to participate in this war. Why don't you come another day, we can have a good fight." Kizaru spoke in a joking manner. Madara gave a cold stare while his eyes turned to Rin-Egan. Stretching his hands, he silently muttered, "Bansho Tenin." A strong attractive force shrouded Kizaru, Aokiji and Sakazuki before dragging them toward Madara. Facing such a weird attack, the admirals didn't panic, they attacked Madara in return. The power of magma, ice and light beams flooded Madara. Shinra Tensei. An explosive force appeared out of nowhere and pushed the admirals and everything in the path far away. Unable to evade the attack at such close range, the figures of admirals crashed into different parts of Marine Ford. This scene stunned the Marines and Whitebeard pirates alike while the entire Marine Ford turned quiet for a moment. Even Garp and Whitebeard stopped their attacks. 245, single move crush the Marines. Unlike the last time Madara visited Marnie Ford, he showcased his entire strength including Rin-Egan and Haki mastery. With his Rin-Egan power, he smoothly comprehended armament and observation Haki. Aside from that, he's also Conqueror's Haki user as Blaze expected. For Madara to exhibit his full strength, Blaze shared natural energy and bestowed him with a few drops of golden blood. With that, his strength is a step higher than Yonko's. Sending 3 brats who hadn't even awakened their king's will, "Are you underestimating me, Marines?" Madara stated, his arms crossed across his chest. Bang! Garp's figure smashed into the execution platform, destroying it completely. "Gururera, Garp, your Haki got weak." Whitebeard laughed, appearing next to Madara. Ace and the newly called executioners fell to the ground along with Sengoku who landed firmly. At the same time, Luffy got to the execution platform and freed Ace using the No 3's key like in the original work. Noticing Ace rescued from his sea stone cuffs, Whitebeard roared, his voice piercing into every corner of Marine Ford. "Whitebeard pirates, retreat! Ace's brother is super fierce. He rescued Ace. Yay! Ace is rescued. Let's get out of here." Whitebeard pirates cheered and began to withdraw from the battlefield. Since Whitebeard himself gave the command, none of them dared to disobey it. Marco flew over and landed next to Whitebeard. "Oyaji, what about you? You guys retreat, I have some unfinished business." Since they dare to touch my family, the Marines should understand the consequence of their actions. Whitebeard uttered. But Marco hesitated. Understanding Marco's worry, Whitebeard waved his hand. "Don't worry. I understand my condition better. I will fall back after teaching the Marines a lesson." "Understood." Marco flew away and helped the Whitebeard pirates to withdraw safely. He knew they were nothing but a burden to Oyaji after this. With them here, he can't go all out. "Thanks for coming." Whitebeard spoke in a low voice, swallowing his pride. "I didn't come here for you. I will be glad if you don't get in my way. The Marines are my prey." Saying this, Madara clapped his hands. Sage art would release, drew several thousand hands. Huge chakra erupted from Madara while a titanic, many-handed wooden statue rose from the ground. It was gigantic, overlooking the entire Marine Ford. He further augmented the several thousand hands with his iconic blue Susanoo. With natural energy provided by Blaze, Madara can indeed perform Senju Hashirama's unique wooden release. But Madara didn't just stop there, he further coated Susanoo with armament Haki that exuded terrifying momentum. Looking at the enormous figure, the Marines felt palpitations. What the fuck is that? Is that something that humans can create? What kind of devil fruit does this man consume? His strength should be even greater than Yonko's. Ken Admirals, Fleet Admiral and Garp San defeated. After Ace was rescued, the war lost its meaning. Now, what they have to do is defeat this man and Whitebeard. Otherwise, the Marines will lose big. Gururera, what a terrifying ability. Whitebeard laughed. His haki perceives threatening power from the wooden giant. He's not sure he can defeat this man even with his peak strength. Sengoku's in a pinch. If the Marines fail to defend this man, they will be in big trouble. The three admirals appeared before Madara with just minor injuries and scratches on their bodies. Along with Garp and Sengoku, they stood in a line facing Madara. On one side, Whitebeard and Madara. On the other side Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku. At that moment, Whitebeard stepped back, indicating he wouldn't partake in the battle. If possible, he wants to conserve his strength in case of need. Sengoku, it seems like we old fellows still need to take action. These brats are no good. Garp spoke, picking his nose and criticizing the admirals. Yes, at their age, Garp was fighting Roger while Sengoku fought Whitebeard. Similar to Whitebeard, Garp could feel the explosive strength concealed within the wooden giant shrouded in Susanoo and haki. Against this kind of thing, even two emperors joining forces won't be able to win. Last time, we may have lost. This time, I want to see how he fights the five of us working together. Sengoku's body turned into a huge golden Buddha. Though the wooden giant looks huge, Sengoku is confident in his strength and believes in Garp. Sakazuki's body fumed in magma while ice surrounded Kyuzen's body. As for Kizaru, his entire body turned extremely golden bright as if he was ready to deliver a light-speed kick. All of them were extremely serious, exuding fierce momentum. Understanding the upcoming battle would be huge and terrible, the ordinary Marines were evacuated from Marineford, leaving rear admirals and vice admirals. Madara sat atop the head of the wooden statue and glanced at the ant-like existences from above. His eyes showed disdain and arrogance. "Are you guys ready to dance?" Madara said as he made a one-hand seal. The next moment, hundreds of fists rained down upon the three admirals, Sengoku and Garp. Facing the attacks, Garp and Sengoku erupted with terrifying armament and Conqueror's haki while the admirals displayed their destructive Logia abilities. Boom! The clash is like the universe's Big Bang. It was extremely destructive, capable of annihilating everything. The very Marineford shook while a powerful shockwave swept away everything. In the center of the collision, the space itself showed signs of bending. Endless streams of haki flew in all directions. Magma, laser beams, ice, and golden holy power forcibly resisted the wooden fists wrapped in Susanoo and haki. It seemed like the two sides were on par. But, the next wave of Madara's attack submerged the five strongest figures among the Marines. Even if it's Garp and Sengoku, they couldn't fight against thousands of overpowering fists pounding them repeatedly. After a minute of struggle, they were crushed. The entire Marineford was overwhelmed with endless cracks extending from the center to the surroundings. The dust on the battlefield submerged everything, making it hard for the onlookers to see clearly. The Marines and pirates watched the terrifying confrontation from afar, staying in their respective ships. Luffy and Ace were shocked by the power displayed by the man. It was simply godlike. Once the dust cleared, everyone was shocked by the scene. The three admirals, Garp and Sengoku lay on the ground with blood all over the floor. They were beaten black and blue, standing no chance. Now, who's gonna fight this man? For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. 246, Blaze vs Madara. Silence. Looking at the miserable appearance of Marine's strongest fighters now on the ground, none of the onlookers could believe their eyes. They thought the clash would be earth-shattering, destroying Marineford. But it was completely one-sided. A feat unrivaled. Whitebeard's face was solemn, looking at Garp and Sengoku. Without a doubt, he can't achieve the same feat even in his prime. Looking at the blue sky, Garp sighed while blood leaked from the corner of his lips. Sengoku, I can't move a muscle. I had to agree to the bitter truth, I got old. Sengoku started coughing violently before he gasped for air. Even if you aren't old, I don't think you can take him down. You sure don't care about my face. On the other side, the three admirals were in an even worse state covered in blood. I think only Blaze stands a chance against some as monstrous as him, Garp said. Considering his personality, he's definitely here. You just have to call him. I know. It's just I thought he would help considering our circumstances. Wahahaha. I didn't expect you to be this greedy, Sengoku. You are unbelievable. You stopped him from participating in the war so that he doesn't get any credit. Now, you want him to help you without expecting anything in return. He's also human. Garp, it's not me. The five elders strictly issued the order, what do you expect me to do? Sengoku spat. For once, do what's right. Sai Sengoku closed his eyes for a moment. Garp, I am retiring after this war. Me too. Madara's attacks were so strong. Their defensive abilities couldn't hold much against him. Sengoku had not yet fully recovered from the onslaught but quickly picked himself up from the ground. As Fleet Admiral of the Marines, he can't bring shame to his position. Following him, Garp and the 3 admirals rose their feet. With his arms crossed, Madara looked at them with a smirk on his face. It seems like you guys can still dance. At that moment, Sengoku roared. Blaze, I know you are here. Are you going to watch us old people die? Tisk. You can't blame me, Sengoku-san. A voice reached over from the Marineford building at the center. Blaze stood atop with his hands behind the back. His marine cape, with the word Justice printed on the back, fluttered in the wind giving people a heroic bearing. It's Vice Admiral Blaze. We are saved. Our strongest marine is back. With him here, we don't have to worry about anything. Looking at Blaze, Sengoku spoke, I know you are disappointed. My hands were tied. But, I am going to make it right. I plan on retiring after today. I will nominate you as the next Fleet Admiral but whether the world government accepts you or not is not in my hands. Sengoku knew in his heart, aside from this position there was nothing in Marines that could interest Blaze. He always knew this but refused to accept it. Hearing the words, Blaze just smiled. But on the other hand, Akainu's face turned ugly. He always wants to be the next Fleet Admiral. Only by doing that, he can achieve his absolute justice better. Clenching his blood fist, he looked at Blaze in aggressiveness. On the other hand, Aokiji and Kizura didn't show much expression as if they were okay with Blaze being Fleet Admiral. Long time, Whitebeard. Blaze greeted Whitebeard while the latter responded with a snort. You must be, Madara. Blaze then looked at Madara standing inside Susanoo enclosing wood release, drew several thousand hands. You must be Blaze, the strongest man in the world, Madara responded with disdain. Blaze had to admit Madara was a natural-born actor with years of experience. There's no change in his expression, he perfectly plays the part. But, to bring down the top-order Marines to their knees, he burned chakra, haki, and natural energy to a high level. Still, it's not to the extent he burned all his fuel. And, he still has the golden energy given by Blaze. He can put on another show with him. My target isn't the Marines. It's you. Your title, the strongest man in the world. Madara's voice thundered around. Uchiha Madara, the strongest man in the world. It suits me better. Ha ha ha, good. Come, let me see whether you have the strength to get it. Blaze laughed. In fact, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Madara's pretentious speech is truly enjoyable. Bluish-white flames of high temperatures surged from nowhere and surrounded Blaze. Under such extreme temperatures, the very Marineford showed signs of melting. The flames then converged behind Blaze and began to take shape, forming hundreds of hands similar to 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva of Netero. But, the form is even bigger than Madara's wood style. It's like a flame god descended onto the world of mortals. This is truly getting exciting. Madara's countenance turned into excitement, feeling the power. Though he knows Blaze well, it's his first time feeling his strength so close. He can't hurt Blaze, but he can at least enjoy the clash. Ararara, should we get out of here? I doubt Marineford could withstand their clash. Kyuzan sighed, feeling Blaze's haki up close. Such power, I want to know what kind of devil fruit he ate. Kizura spoke. Whitebeard pirates and Marines watched from the distance. The Marines were excited as soon as Blaze arrived and further riled up when he showed his powers. Madara didn't waste time, he utilized the true several thousand hands to attack Blaze. Opposite, Blaze responded by sending hundreds of punches coating them with haki. Devil fruit power with maxed haki is no joke. Bang! The clash between them was like the end of the world. Marineford Island split into 2 parts with Madara at one end and Blaze at another. Every punch of Blaze burst into high-temperature flames that dissolved Madara's haki and Susanoo coating. After a few seconds, his flames began to burn the wood release hands. It was a short clash, but both of them exerted their full strength, without holding back. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. 247, Blaze vs Madara 2. With haki enhanced attacks, Blaze's flaming fists stormed Madara's Susanoo enhanced true several thousand hands. The blue Susanoo armor was shattered in various parts, with some leftover fragments that covered the head and a few hands. Blaze could sense Madara's chakra, natural energy and haki nearly drained to the limit, after repeated replenishing. Sensing this, he suddenly stopped the attack. Madara dissipated the Susanoo and true several thousand hands before landing on the ground. The battle was short, but it gave Madara the excitement that he hadn't experienced before. In his estimate, Blaze's strength should be at the 6th path level. Only by being the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he can have the power and strength to fight Blaze as an equal. Even after that, he wasn't sure of winning him. Moby Dick. Whitebeard and his crew were stunned by the clash between Blaze and Madara. Their clash was sky-shattering. If it had happened on land it would have reduced everything to nothingness. I know Blaze is strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful, Ace muttered aloud. Such power was simply godlike. Hearing this, Marco and Whitebeard were startled. Whitebeard asked, Ace, you know Blaze? Yes. Luffy, Sabo and I have known him since our childhood. Ace replied. He even taught us fighting techniques, it's been so long, Luffy added with a look of reminiscing. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed. Gururera, it's no wonder he wants to help Ace. Did I think too much? He thought the brat had ulterior motives for agreeing to help Ace. Marine battleship. Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and the 3 admirals stood on the battleship ship. They retreated after Blaze and Madara started to fight. Looking at the destroyed marine fort with nearly nothing left, Sengoku clenched his fist. As the fleet admiral of the Marines, he shamed the Marines by letting the criminals destroy the headquarters. Since the whole world watched the battle, he couldn't imagine the consequences of this war. The Marines achieved nothing but lost everything. You couldn't have done anything, Sengoku. We are old, it's time we let the younger generation take the stage. Garp spoke, seeing through Sengoku. The latter loosened his fist and accepted the cold truth. He knew Blaze was strong, but not this much. Such devil fruit output and Haki's exertion didn't even make him sweat. Is there anyone in this world who can fight such a monster? Only the world government has the power. He thought as he knew how strong the 5 elders were. Considering Blaze's ambition, he knew the battle between them was inevitable. I don't know what's going to happen next and how it will affect the world. Akainu looked at the distant Blaze with a stern face, his thoughts unknown. Such power, any strike between them can injure us heavily. It's like they were on different levels. Kizaru commented, wiping the non-existent sweat. Kyuzan agreed. Even against Yonko, he didn't feel such thoughts as he could put up a fight against them to some extent. In different marine battleships, that accommodated the warlords. Hancock glanced at Blaze with star-filled eyes and a loving look. As expected of my man, he's so strong. My hawk-like eyes stared at Blaze with the intent to battle. If Blaze had been a sword practitioner, he would have already gone forward and fought him regardless of the consequences. Fu, as expected of the world's strongest man, he's ridiculously strong. Doflamingo laughed, but his eyes behind the glasses narrowed with a dangerous glint remembering their old battle. At that time, the red-hair pirates who came to stop the war watched the clash between Madara and Blaze from some distance. Do you still want to stop the war? Beckman asked Shanks. Shanks rolled his eyes, I think neither of them will give me a face and if we go there we will attract everyone's attention. Furthermore, I couldn't perceive Blackbeard's aura while Whitebeard and Ace were safe. There's no need for us to intervene, let's get out of here before Blaze notices us. Yes, Chief. Hearing his command, the red-hair pirates swiftly left the spot before others could notice them. It looks like nothing went the way you envisioned. Beckman commented. Yes. And, the biggest variable is Blaze. The world government won't allow someone like him to exist, but do they have the power to eliminate him? What happens next has nothing to do with us, but it's going to determine the future of this world. Shanks replied, his eyes looking at the distant horizon. As expected, you are strong. But, if you think you overpowered me, you are wrong. Saying this, Madara's aura burst with strong momentum as he utilized the golden energy provided by Blaze. The sudden aura outburst scared the onlookers as they thought the fight between them was finally over. This monster still has other trump cards, I can't believe it. Is he even human? Even after fighting the entire Marines and Blaze-san, he still has the energy to fight. Aside from Vice Admiral Blaze, I think he's the strongest man in the world. I doubt even Whitebeard is his match. Everyone discussed as they watched. Seeing Madara's pretense, Blaze chuckled inwardly. He didn't plan on continuing the fight with Madara as he didn't want to expose his full strength. The same applies to Madara. Still, he had to put on a show with Madara and display a valid excuse to end the fight. As if in response to Madara's flare-up, Blaze smiled. Since you think you still have the chance, I will crush that thought. Saying this, Blaze unleashed his Max Conqueror's Haki that reached 100 points. Buzz. In an instant, extremely intense Haki exploded in all directions affecting the world itself. The sky darkened with dark clouds while the sea raged. Endless golden streaks of lightning fell from the sky as if they were welcoming their king. None of the people lost consciousness as Blaze didn't target anyone, as he just wanted to show off his strength. Still, it terrorized everyone to the core. Though they weren't targeted, every one of them felt suppressed by some kind of invisible force. None of them could raise their head. They fall into some state of sluggishness as their brain refuses to act or react. They stood still as if they were frozen. Only strong people with strength above the level of admirals could resist the suppression, that too because they weren't targeted. This conqueror's haki. Garp and other strong people quickly recovered from haki's impact. Even with their strength, this kind of haki is like that of God with no chance to resist. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime in preparation. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. 248, Fleet Admiral Blaze 1. Red Force, Red Hair Pirates Ship. This haki. Shanks looked at the distant golden lightning bolts showering from the sky. It's so strong. Even from the distance, I could feel the suppression. Beckman commented, squinting his eyes. Ha ha ha, Blaze is stronger than I thought. This conqueror's haki is stronger than Captain Rogers. I would love to fight him, but now's not the time. Shanks laughed. Blaze's overbearing haki shut everyone. After a few seconds, his conqueror's haki faded away while the spectators had a look of awe and fear. Madara, let's stop it here. The war today is over, we suffered enough casualties. Blaze spoke, as his eyes looked around. As his gaze passed explored, everyone lowered their heads. Though some of them, who were fanatical followers of the world government, have opinions they didn't dare to voice it out. They had a hunch that if they dared to speak their mind, that man would kill them without any hesitation. I will re-challenge you. But next time, I will defeat you. Good. Madara, why don't you join the Marines? In that way, you can challenge me anytime you want. Marines need a man of your caliber. Blaze presented an offer as if he ended the fight just to rope him into the Marines. Why is Blaze Ji-san inviting that monster to Marines? No, it's a good idea. He's a wanted man for sure, but he isn't a pirate. We can even take down the Yonko if he joins the Marines. The Marine officers discussed among themselves. No need. I am used to being a free man. Madara spoke and disappeared from the spot utilizing the body flicker technique. As soon as Madara left, the Whitebeard pirates also swiftly retreated. Only Marines and warlords of the sea remained on the scene. At that moment, Sengoku came forward and spoke via a den mushi that resounded his voice across the marine battleships. I am going to resign from my position as Fleet Admiral of the Marines as of now. Before Sengoku could finish his speech, Blaze continued. After Sengoku-san, I will take over his position. If anyone has opinions, you can say that now. And, if any of you don't like to be under my command, you can quit the Marines. After tomorrow, I shouldn't hear any case of disobedience. Saying this, Blaze looked at the three admirals with narrowed eyes. Kizaru and Kyuzan shrugged their shoulders as if they had no opinion. Meanwhile, Sakazuki clenched his fist which fumed in magma. Sakazuki, you know in this world strength is supreme. If you want to be the Fleet Admiral, you can do so by defeating me. After hearing this, blood dripped from Sakazuki's clenched fist. After a brief moment of silence, he turned around and left by flicking his sleeve. His marine coat floated in the air for a moment before igniting into flames. As Sakazuki disappeared from everyone's sight, his marine coat finally burned to ashes and swept by the wind. His answer can't be more clear. This left everyone to discuss. It's a big blow to the Marines as Akainu's considered the strongest among the admirals. Some of the Marines who follow absolute justice like Akainu and followers of the world government, gathered their courage and walked away in the direction of Akainu. Sengoku, who saw this scene, shook his head. He expected some people wouldn't accept Blaze taking his position, but he didn't expect them to leave directly. For now, let's treat the wounded. We will shift our basic operations to the G1 branch. Without bothering about the leaving people, Blaze ordered the others. Room of Authority, Pangdia Castle. The Fiver Elders watched the war from start to end, broadcasted by the Den Mushi. It went in an unexpected direction. It took them by surprise. They expected some kind of interruption or even possible failure of Marine, but not this. The sudden arrival of Madara collapsed their plan. And, before they could react, Blaze took everything by storm. Troublesome. Saint Marcus Mars spoke. Considering his personality and haki, it will be a matter of time before he shifts his target to us. His goal is always the world government. Saint Jagartia Saturn uttered. We should have killed him when we had the chance, but we missed it. Now, he has grown into someone we can't kill by force. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter expressed his thoughts. Though he took the Marines under his control, he's nothing but a child with a gun in his hand. Without our support and funds, the Marines won't last a month. Saint Topman Warcury narrowed his eyes. Squeak. At that moment, the door of the room opened and a beautiful figure came inside. Elders, you are requested by Imusama to the throne room. The five of them looked at each other before hurrying towards the throne room. The hidden room where the empty throne is. Imu sat atop the empty throne, an extremely tall, ornamented red and gold throne that bears the symbol of the world government, as if the throne is made for Imu himself. Imu-sama, the 5 elder planets knelt on one knee, ready to receive the order. What's happening? Imu asked, his voice and tone sharp. He heard about Blaze but didn't take him to heart, as only persons with the surname D requires his attention. It's our negligence, Imu-sama. We will deal with him. The 5 elders accepted their mistake. No, I saw him fighting, he's strong. It's time we test the mother flame being developed by Vegapunk. Imu narrowed his eyes. Imu-sama, there's no need for your interference in such a small matter. We will take care of him ourselves. The mother flame is still in the development stage, it takes time to develop it. Saint Jagarsha Saturn spoke. Tell Vegapunk to develop it fast. Yes. 249, Fleet Admiral Blaze 2. Next day. Just as the world government thought Blaze would struggle to bring the entire Marines under his control, he amazed everyone with unforeseen actions. The people Blaze cultivated and enlisted in the Marines swiftly took control of the Marine bases scattered around the 4 seas and first half of Grand Line. The remaining 1,000 men joined the Marines and entered the New World. With him as Fleet Admiral, they stabilized their positions and made sure Marines operated as before. Of course, there are many world government followers or agents in the Marines. They may trouble him later, but he wasn't too worried about that. G1 Branch. A fleet of Marine ships docked around the base with a lot of Marines running here and there carrying heavy things. After the end of the war, the headquarters was shifted here. In a huge office, a meeting was held that was attended by all the important people, admirals, vice admirals, intelligent officers, retired people like Garp, Sengoku, and some rear admirals. Blaze attended the meeting as the fleet admiral of the Marines. Blaze-san, there are some uproars in the New World. It's because of the news circulated by Morgans. Saying this, Branyu slapped the newspaper on the table. Marines lost the war. Ace was rescued, Whitebeard's unscathed. A single man destroyed the entire Marines. The secret strength of Scarlet Demon, Madara. Will he be crowned as the 5th Emperor? Marine hero Garp and Sengoku resigned from their positions. The new fleet admiral of the Marines, the strongest man in the world, Blaze. Marines lost one of their pillars. Admiral Akainu A.K. Sakazuki left the Marines with some of his subordinates rather than stay under Blaze's command. His current whereabouts are unknown. Flipping the newspaper, Blaze read the headlines and some key points of the report. After a minute, he tossed it aside. Don't worry about it. There will be a new admiral taking Sakazuki's place soon. As for other things, there's no need to worry about it. Let's begin the meeting. He already sent Regis and Kuina to search for the traces of Fujitora. With him providing the latter's description, it won't be long before they find and recruit him into the Marines. Blaze spoke, let me make something clear first. After today, we won't be under the command of the world government. We are just Marines. The reason why I worked hard to get to this position is for this reason. As Marines, you definitely would have seen what the world government or celestial dragons have been doing over the years. As the leader of the world, what they do is justice. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. Protecting the weak from the strong, it's my justice. And, it's our duty. What's yours? Find it, fight for it, and execute it with your heart. In my command, no one can stop it. You are free to follow your heart. His words aroused some bitter memories in every Marine officer. As high-ranking Marines, they have seen cruel things done by the world government. But, they can only turn a blind eye to it as instructed by the top. To be frank, world government and I have some personal enmity. But, I won't use Marines' power to accomplish my personal vendetta. Even if I fight the world government, I won't ask a single Marine to stand behind me. I alone strong enough to overwhelm them. His domineering words backed by his strength completely conquered the Marines. After today, they will follow his orders without any objection. We aren't going to do anything big. Do your duty as you always did. Other things, I will take care of it. For now, let's take it easy and let the wounded get proper treatment. Sengoku whispered to Garp, who was next to him. He's doing well, his words completely aroused the Marine's spirit. He has the aura of a leader. Garp laughed. Wahahaha, I told you, it's time we let the young ones take the stage. Blaze is strong. Under his command, I see a future that we couldn't create. At that moment, Tsuru commented. World government won't sit by and watch. Don't forget they are the sovereign of the world. Without their support, Marines can't hold for long without money and supplies. Let's see how he handles it. Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Pirates just finished their last rites to hundreds of dead brothers who lost their lives during the war. Many were seen with bandaged looks, while some even lost their arms or legs. Looking at them, Ace suddenly dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me, we lost many of our brothers while many of you are injured. Tears trickled down his cheeks and his face was full of guilt, unable to face his father or brothers. What are you saying, Ace? I know you would have done the same thing if we were caught. Yet. Don't be so guilty, it didn't suit you. Get up, Ace. Whitebeard gestured and laughed. Guerrera, I consider everyone on this ship as my sons. I would have done the same thing for anyone else. Family is my belief. If someone touches it, I will fight them with everything I got. Even if I die in the process, I won't regret it. Because it's my belief. I can't betray it. After Whitebeard's words, the atmosphere calmed down a little. Still, the loss of their brothers made them grieve silently. Ace, old man Whitebeard, it's time for me to go. My crew is waiting for me. After the war, I saw how weak I was. So I'm going to take a short break before continuing my adventure. Then, I will become the king of the pirates. Ace, the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Luffy showed his teeth before jumping onto the 1,000 Sunny that came to pick him up. You idiot, take care. Ace waved his hand and bid farewell to Luffy. Your brother is good, Ace. He has the spirit. But, it's time you take it seriously too. Whitebeard spoke. My time is limited. If you don't want Whitebeard pirates to disband, it's in your hands. Yes, Oyaji. Ace clenched his fist. A royal purple streak of energy flashed in his eyes, the sign of Conqueror's Haki. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime in preparation. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. 250, The World Panics. Getting to the temporary fleet admiral's office, Blaze settled down on his seat and opened the system panel to check his rewards. He didn't have time to check them yesterday. Achievement complete, become a fleet admiral of the Marines. Reward, 5.0 free attributes 1 lucky draw. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100 half-god. Devil Fruit, 79.9. Haki, 100. Free attribute point, 11.1 greater than 16.1. Looking at the 16.1 free attribute point, he didn't hesitate to use them to improve his Devil Fruit attribute. Devil Fruit, 79.9 greater than 96.0. As soon as his attributes improved, he felt overwhelming power and some changes in his body. Clenching his fist, he felt the power coursing through his body. He has a feeling, with the thought he could incinerate everything within a kilometer radius. He didn't dare to test his power in Marine headquarters. He just needs another 4.0 points to max his Devil Fruit attribute. Still, with his current strength, he's sure to dethrone the world government from the seat of power. It's time to set the plan in motion. Blaze thought and shifted his focus to Lucky Draw. Last time, he got the character summoning card and summoned Madara. Let's see what I get this time. System, start the lucky draw. Blaze thought in his mind. The system panel blanked for a second, before displaying a lucky roulette wheel with 8 rewards, like last time with some changes. The pointer began to spin. 1 character summoning card 2. World traveling card. 3 Rinnegan 4. Jujutsu Limitless, Infinity. 5 Zanpakuto, ability can be customized. 6 Pepsi 300 ml, pack of 6. 7 Limit breaking physique, same as Saitama. 8 No reward. Blaze glimpsed at the rewards and noticed some changes, but most of them are in a good way. After a few seconds, the pointer slowed down, passing the rewards one by one at a slow pace. Finally, the pointer stopped at Jujutsu Limitless, Infinity. Infinity is essentially the power to stop, and anything that approaches infinity slows down and never reaches the user. Though he got the Limitless, Infinity skill, Blaze wasn't too excited because it may provide limited help to him as his strength got past that level. His Devil Fruit ability itself can mimic the skill to a certain extent. A few days after the Summit War. For a long time, the world was controlled by a careful balance of 3 great forces: the Yonkou, the Shichibukai, and the Marines. Such a balance kept the world from chaos. But now, one of the Marines' greatest fighting forces, Admiral Akainu, left the Marines. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Marine Hero also resigned from the post. Uchiha Madara, the Scarlet Demon, a grave imbalance emerged out of nowhere. With his overbearing strength, he single-handedly destroyed the top forces of the Marines. After reading the news delivered by Newsku, the entire world was in turmoil for a few days. Since the Marines failed to execute Ace, it means they lost the war. And, their strength is at their weakest. As if sharks smelling the blood, the news triggered countless pirates to enter the Grand Line and challenge the authority of Marines. Regarding the sudden shift of the world, Blaze wasn't too worried. The Marines can handle it without any worries. But, the kingdoms and small island rulers around the world were trembling after receiving the latest announcement sent to them by the Marines. After getting the message, many of them thought Blaze was mad and foolish. From now on, every island and kingdom has to pay some payment to Marines as a protection fee. By doing so, they can cease supplying any further heavenly tributes to the world government. The Marines will protect them from all threats, including the world government. Even if some poor countries couldn't pay the fees, they could still get the protection. The only condition is they need to stop paying the heavenly tributes. A direct challenge to the world government, and there was only one outcome. The world government would end the Marines' insolence with their strength or get overthrown. Either way, the result is the world plunging into chaos. He's a madman. But he's strong. If he somehow successfully implements this change, our country can flourish for the years to come. A king of a certain poor kingdom thought in his heart. Since the world government hasn't got rid of him yet, it means he's strong enough. Is it wise to side with the Marines and oppose the world government? Another one thought. Caught between the choices, the rulers of every island thought carefully. But, people who know the power of the world government scorned Blaze's order. Soon, the world government and world nobles above the red line got the news. It made them furious. Marines are nothing but a watchdog raised to guard them. But now, it's bearing the fangs at them. Blaze's move is tantamount to directly opposing them. The 5 elders immediately convened a meeting. It was attended by Commander-in-Chief Kong, God's Knights, and key CP0 personnel. As we thought, his target is the world government. The elder Jagartha Saturn spoke. We should have killed him the time he showed again. But, he came back stronger than before, and we missed the chance because of slight hesitation. Saint Marcus Mars expressed his thoughts. Facing him head-on is equivalent to fighting 2 or 3 Whitebeard. Even now, we don't know the extent of his strength. The samurai-wielding saint spoke. The last time they faced Blaze, he was the one who got beaten to a pulp. He doesn't want to fight Blaze again, if possible. What do you think, Garling? Saint Topman Warkiri asked. It's simple. Eliminate him. No matter how strong he is, it's pointless. He's nothing but an ant trying to shake the elephant. Saint Figarland Garling said in an expressionless tone. Don't underestimate him, Saint Garling. If you meet him, you will know. Kong said, knowing Blaze to some extent. There shouldn't be any mistake this time. Gather a powerful force and make sure he won't survive. Saint Jagartha Saturn said, clenching his walking crane. 251, Blaze and Hancock, 18. Let him in. Creak. The door opened, and Sakazuki walked in. After leaving the Marines, he was reached by the Kong. He then joined the world government. This is an important meeting location. Since Sakazuki was called, it means they trust his strength. Sakazuki, sit. Saint Marcus Mars commanded. What do you think about Blaze's recent actions? It's brilliant. From the very beginning, since he joined the Marines, his target is the Fleet Admiral position. After the latest news, it's clear he wants to dethrone the world government from its overlord position next. Sakazuki gave his opinion, balling his fist. He wants to bring the world under the Marines. But, he doesn't plan to rule it. It's not his personality, and that's what makes him terrifying. Saint Ethan Baron Venus Juro spoke. Let's come back to the topic, how are we going to deal with him? Saint Topman Warkiri asked. We can make use of Kaido and Big Mom. Along with our forces, it should be enough. We can't deal with him directly, not with the Marines behind his back. We need to strike him when he's alone. Let's target his weakness, Hancock. We received reports that he visits Amazon Lily regularly. The world government discussed their plans briefly. Amazon Lily. After a long fight, Hancock and Blaze lay in bed without a piece of clothing, looking at the ceiling. Their entangled bodies glistened with sweat under warm sunlight passing through the window. From above, their nude entanglement looks like a rare piece of painting. Hancock snuggles up under Blaze's arms, resting her head on his chest. Her eyes filled with love and tenderness. Meanwhile, her soft and delicate hands ran over his toned body before reaching his shaft. You naughty Empress, don't provoke me. Blaze hugged her tightly, playing with a piece of Hancock's hair that was softer than silk. With a slight inhale, Blaze discovered a reaction on his lower body. Her scent is utterly intoxicating. They finished the long round, but it looks like Hancock still has the energy left in her for another fight. Blaze, you are hard, again. Hancock lovingly uttered, her hands still stroking his shaft. You smell good, Blaze said, nuzzling her neck. Then, he leaned in and kissed deeply on her cherry lips. As soon as their tongues came into contact, Hancock instinctively closed her eyes as heat filled her entire being. Though it was not the first time they were kissing, she still felt jolts of electricity course throughout her body. She loves him that much. Before she could kiss back, Blaze pulled back while a thin string of saliva connecting their tongues broke apart. You taste sweet, Hancock. Blaze gently pushed her back to the bed and stood on his knees, positing him between Hancock's legs. Hancock covered her bashful face, leaving herself wide open for Blaze to admire her ample breasts. A beautiful sight to behold. You have a fine pair of tits, Hancock. Blaze laughed, tasting her right nipple while his left hand played the other one. His right hand moved to her pussy, it was wet flowing with love juice. Look how wet you are, you horny girl. Are you that excited to bear my offspring? Blaze showed the hand for Hancock to see. She watched it through the openings between her fingers. Why yes, Hancock hissed in a slightly moaning voice. She opened her legs wider apart, presenting herself to Blaze. When he set his eyes, her pussy lips tightened and expanded in anticipation, dripping wet. Her shy and slutty side aroused Blaze so much, his rock-hard cock further pulsed. Snatching both her hands, Blaze pushed them above her head and gripped them tightly while he lowered his entire body on top of her. His enormous bulge rubbed against her wet lips, making her moan in pleasure. Blaze started teasing her by kissing and sucking on her long collarbone. Kissing his way up, he gently suckled on her left lobe as she gave out soft whimpers. Blaze Hancock breathed out as the head pressed her pussy. Aligning his dick to her hole, Blaze slowly pushed the fat head inside her. He could feel her slits enlarging slightly to accommodate his cock. A small whine escaped Hancock's lips as his cock made its way. Since it's already familiar with the way, it moved boldly. After more added pressure, half of his cock went safely inside. Since her pussy clenched him so hard, Blaze couldn't go any further. Hancock's so aroused and excited every time they make love. It's her unique trait, and Blaze loves it. It's like her love for him only grows as they make love. I love you, Hancock. Kissing her lips, Blaze pulled out a little before shoving it back. Me too, husband. I love you, too. Hancock moaned as she pushed his head to her bosom, clasping his neck. Supporting her back, Blaze lifted Hancock and began to speed up. With every thrust, her large breast began to bounce in a ridiculous manner. No matter how many times he sees it, it's so arousing. The entire room is filled with the arousing smell of heat and the sounds of moans and thuds. After a few minutes, Blaze and Hancock climaxed at the same time as he cummed deep inside her womb. After a deep kiss, they both pulled apart with Hancock lying on top of Blaze. Catching her breath, she looked into Blaze's eyes that's filled with warmth and love for her. They stayed like that for a while, enjoying each other's warmth. After a few minutes, Hancock noticed Blaze looking at the ceiling thinking something. What are you thinking, my husband? She asked him. Well, I'm thinking about the world government's next plan. Blaze said. If my guess isn't wrong, they will definitely target you. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of them. Hancock said as she knew how strong Blaze is. He smiled. Blaze isn't worried about the 5 elders or anyone else, but the mysterious Im and his mass destruction weapon disturb him to some extent. He doesn't want to see anything happen to Hancock. It's time to destroy the world government. 252, Brewing Conspiracy. Somewhere in the New World. A marine battleship docked at the pier, and Kuina and Regis disembarked from the ship. The people at the dock involuntarily made way for them to pass, seeing their marine cape. Is he really on this island? Kuina questioned, glancing at the medium-sized town. If our intelligence report is accurate. Regis answered. After a few minutes of searching and asking around, the duo ends up in a restaurant cum bar. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they witnessed 6 thugs bound to the floor. Despite trying their best, none of them could move or get up. It's as if some unique power pressed them to the floor. Devil fruit ability. Regis and Kuina looked at each other. They finally found the man Blaze San asked for. Old man, do you know who we are? We are members of the Mad Boss pirate group. One of the punks shrieked, lifting his head with difficulty. The blind man responded. Oh. It seems like I can send you all to hell without hesitation. Thanks for telling me who you are. Isho unsheathes a sword from his cane, and a crushing force produces a massive hole in the floor, swallowing the pirates. The entire restaurant harbored a pin-drop silence as everyone was in awe of the blind man's power. Bahaha, old man, you are good and strong. I like you. Regis laughed and praised as he appreciated the blind man's personality. Excuse me, mister, do I know you? Isho asked, sheathing the sword back. We are from the Marines. We are currently recruiting strong personnel all over the world. Are you interested in joining the Marines? You're hacky, it's strong. Kuina explained. And, we came to this island in search of you. Fleet Admiral Blaze asked us to recruit you especially as he thinks highly of you. He even said your strength rivals that of admirals. I didn't think I was famous enough to be noticed by the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Isho was confused. Though he planned to join the Marines after much consideration, he hadn't decided or contacted anyone yet. Sensing something, Isho looked at Kuina. Little girl, you seem to dislike me. May I know the reason? Though you are blind, your observation haki is extraordinary. I want to know whether you are as strong as Blaze-san said. Kuina commented as her hand grasped the hilt of her sword. Oh. Isho showed an interested expression. From Kuina, he can sense the aura of the strong swordsman. The air turned tense as the aura of the two brought a sense of oppression to the people present within a few meters range. Whoa! 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 Can we stop this, please? At least, do this somewhere else. Regis interrupted at the right time and asked. What do you say, mister, are you interested in joining the Marines? After a minute of silence, Isho answered. Yes. Good. Let's return to the headquarters. Artificial Sky Island, Dawn. As soon as Blaze came, he was greeted by Dragon, Sabo, Koala, Jax, Akira, Madara and other Demon Squad members. Blaze-san, you are here. We have been waiting for your arrival for some time. Sabo adjusted his top hat and said. Well, I was busy with some personal matters. Blaze responded, remembering his time with Hancock. You made quite a commotion. You could have taken one step at a time, I don't know why you rushed everything. Since it's done, we need to prepare ourselves. The world government won't rest until they kill you and regain their lost reputation. Dragon commented. No worries. I can deal with them. Ignore my problem, it's the perfect time for you guys to make a move on Mary Gosa. Blaze shrugged, not taking the world government's threat seriously. Since the Marines are under your control, it's the perfect time to clear out the world government agents and spies. For that, we need to force them out by directly affecting their interest. Dragon briefed his strategy. I don't like any of these. With our strength, we can barge into wherever that Gosa is and bring the so-called celestial dragons to their knees. Madara snorted. He's long done with the so-called manipulation and schemes. Well, considering your strength, there really isn't any need for all these. Jax agreed solemnly. The world government isn't as simple as you think. Have you heard of God's Knights? Dragon asked. God's Knights? Everyone looked at each other in wonder. They are a group of troublesome individuals with terrifying strength. They will intervene only when things get troublesome. I haven't encountered them personally, but I heard my dad and colleagues talk about them. Dragon told what he knew. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing about it. The world government is like a mystery box that can give a surprise every time you open it. Proceed with the plan you prepared, Dragon. If something goes wrong, I will deal with it. Blaze's entire bearing exuded an aura of confidence. His absolute confidence gave others peace of heart. With him here, they have the confidence to do the impossible. Aside from Madara, everyone follows Dragon's lead. Madara, I need your help. I kept the exciting part for you. Blaze teased. Ring, ring, ring. Clank. Mama, Mama. Kaido, it's been some time since we last spoke. Isn't it? Big Mom's voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. What do you want, Linlin? Kaido frowned, as he gulped the wine. Don't act stupid with me, Kaido. I know the world government contacted you. Did you agree? Big Mom asked. My decision is none of your business. It seems I'm not the only one they reached out. Ridiculous. Kaido snorted. Mama, Mama, it shows how afraid they are of him. Tell me about him, Kaido, I heard you faced him some time ago and fled in a sorry state. Big Mom sniggered. Do you want to die, Linlin? Kaido roared. Without his notice, his hand caressed the scorching wound on his chest that still pains from time to time. He won't forget that battle in his lifetime. It was deeply imprinted in his mind, that man's strength is stronger than Roger and Captain Rock's. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime in preparation. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. We are nearing the end of the novel with only 3 or 4 chapters remaining in the Patreon. Starting today, I will be updating one chapter daily until the last one. Thank you so much for your unwavering support. I am extremely grateful to each and every one of you. 253, Admiral Fujitora. A great change is coming, Kaido, we need to unite our strength to overcome it. Big Mom's slick voice came from the other side. What are you trying to say? Kaido asked, raising his eyebrows. Let's form a pirate alliance. With our 2 pirate groups, Big Mom Pirates and Beast Pirates joining force, we will be undefeated. Let's be friends, just like we used to be. At least until we dominate the world, then we can get back to killing each other. What do you say? Good. I don't trust the guys from world government. Kaido agreed. Mama, Mama. Excellent decision, Kaido. What did the world government offer to confront that man? I'm not doing it for the materialistic things. I am going to kill that brat for what he did last time, making me lose face. Kaido snapped. That battle plummeted his reputation and induced everyone to talk behind his back. He's not the same man who defeated you, Kaido. He's the current fleet admiral of the Marines. What about you, Linlin? Why did you agree? I can only say they gave an offer that I can't refuse. Big Mom replied. Kaido snorted as Big Mom evaded the question and didn't answer. Unknown to Kaido and Big Mom, the Marines' intelligence department taped into communication between them. The two emperors of the sea joined hands. It's a big news. We need to inform the headquarters. What did you say? High-level people within the Marines heard the news and came to the Fleet Admiral's office to discuss the matter. Aokiji, Kizaru, Jun, Tokicake, Tsuru, some best vice admirals of HQ, and recently retired veterans Sengoku and Garp, all came hearing the news. But to their astonishment, they didn't see the Fleet Admiral Blaze in his office. He's missing. Where's Blaze? Sengoku asked. Blaze-san left 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. One of the Marine officers replied. He isn't taking this position seriously. Forget about him. Is the intelligence report true? Sengoku asked, deciding to address the issue first. Yes. Arera, the trouble's coming, Aokiji muttered. It's unexpected. We can't allow the two emperors of the sea to join hands. Jun stated. There's nothing we can do now as we are short of an admiral. On top of that, many people left the Marines with Akainu. We need to recruit young Marines urgently. Tsuru voiced her thoughts. I don't know what that brat is thinking. Taking everything in a carefree manner. Where is he? Sengoku scolded exasperatedly. At that moment, a flicker occurred in the air and the next second everyone noticed a figure sitting in the fleet admiral position. What are you guys discussing without me? Blaze asked, sitting in a relaxed manner. Kaido and Big Mom have joined hands. Sengoku revealed the news. Oh. Blaze's plain reaction made Sengoku enraged as veins protruded on his forehead. Why you, what's your reaction? Don't say you are going to do nothing. Just relax, Sengoku-san. Enjoy your retirement life. Blaze teased and spoke. Focus your attention on the world government-affiliated kingdom that decided to side with us. As for the unruly ones, please pay them a visit. The world needs to know that Marines have the power to do as they say. As for the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, I will take care of it. At that moment, a Marine soldier came in and reported. Sorry for the intrusion, Fleet Admiral Blaze. We found the blind swordsman you were looking for. They are the dock and told me to inform you. Blaze excused the soldier by waving his hand and spoke, let's go and welcome our admiral. He will assume responsibility for the vacant position. What? Hearing his words, all of them were shocked. At the same time, they were curious about the person Blaze asked to find. Kuina, Regis, and Isho got down from the ship. Is it Marine headquarters? It's really a place filled with strong people. With his powerful observation haki, Isho could sense the aura of people present in headquarters. It surprised him, there were many strong people present. Especially, the aura of Blaze, it was like a Sunday. At that moment Blaze appeared along with the others. The gathering of such top people in one place attracted talented Marines like Smoker, Tashiji, Hina, Kobe, Helmeppo, and other Marine officers. Welcome to the Marine headquarters, Isho. Blaze welcomed in a formal manner. His arrival will reduce the pressure on the Marines to some extent. Thanks for inviting me over. Isho bowed his body a little forward as a show of respect. He had a simple and honest smile while his voice was steady. No need for formalities. I know your strength and character, that's why I intend to assign you as the Marine Admiral. You can join now if you are ready for the challenge. Blaze extended his invitation. Hearing Blaze's words, discussion heated among the Marine officers. Does the blind uncle really have the strength of an admiral? He doesn't look like someone with strength. Kobe scratched his head. Is he going to be the next admiral standing side by side with Kizaru and Aokiji? But, Sengoku interjected. Wait, Blaze, let's discuss first before deciding such an important matter. Even if he has some strength, he's blind. A Marine Admiral can't be someone with a disability. Its true observation haki can help him to some extent, but it won't change the fact he can't see. Is he a swordsman? His haki is strong. Garp commented, munching the rice crackers. It's true. I can tell he's strong. Aokiji said. Is he going to be our new comrade? It seems like we finally have someone who can share our work. Kizaru spoke lethargically. Jun has a very keen intuition for things related to swordsmen. She can tell the blind man is strong. She saw the cane in Isho's hand that's used by blind people. But, she could feel the aura of katana contained in a cane. She knew Blaze well. Since he said that man has the strength of an admiral, then he's definitely a capable person. Like her, others believe in Blaze's vision, but there's a touch of uncertainty in their hearts. I know some of you have doubts. Since I invited him over, he's definitely strong enough to sit in the position of admiral. Still, it's better to clarify things. Blaze smiled, glancing at the surrounding crowd of marines. Show your ability, Isho. Let the young ones have a peek. Make them recognize your strength. Isho took a step forward and smiled. Bending his body, he drew his sword. Purple halos extended directly from his body to the sky. Unlike in the original work, Isho seems to be serious this time. Blaze sensed he didn't hold back his devil fruit ability at all, he used his complete strength in the show. Devil fruit ability. Everyone was astonished. They then began to wonder what kind of ability the new admiral possessed. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Next chapter, Sunday. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have 20 plus advanced chapters there. 254, Target, Big Mom. Be careful, everyone. What's coming may be a little dangerous. Isho cautioned with a smile, sheathing his sword back to the walking stick. The first impression is the best. You didn't hold back at all. Nice. Blaze commented, glancing at the cloudless sky. Noticing Blaze's action, everyone followed suit and set their sights upon the sky. Everyone wondered what kind of devil fruit user he was and what his abilities were. They didn't have to wait for long as everyone noticed a brilliant streak of light in the sky. What is that? Rumble. Within a second, the glowing dot enlarged in their vision. It's a meteorite. This rapid fall of the meteorite caused the surrounding air to expand rapidly, resulting in a shockwave. The shockwave generated a sonic boom, which was heard by everyone as a loud, explosive noise on the ground. The sheer enormity of the meteorite cast a shadow that shrouded the entire marine headquarters. All the marines present in the HQ looked at the looming meteorite in the sky and froze in place. Not just them, even retired Sengoku and Garp were shocked by the display of power. If that thing crashes, forget about HQ, even islands within a few kilometers may affected by shockwaves or tsunamis. Arera, such destructive power. Aokiji's body emitted a white mist while a part of his face turned to ice, ready to take action. Though he knew nothing would happen with Blaze around, it's better to be careful. Not just him, Kizaru, Jun, Tsuru, and others were also ready to take action. Oi, Kuina, thankfully I stopped you in time and prevented your fight with him. His ability is scary. Regis gulped, sweating bullets. You ruined a good chance. Only by fighting such opponents, I can grow stronger. Moreover, he's a swordsman. Once he's appointed as an admiral, I can't challenge him easily. Kuina snorted. Fujitora's ability appears scary to others, but to her, it's just a meteorite that can be slashed by her sword. She's strong enough to do that. As I thought, all the admirals are scary. Though that blind uncle looks kind, his powers are frightening. He's a walking natural disaster, like the other admirals. Hey Kobe, are you listening? Helmeppo nudged his friend. An admiral has to be that strong to intimidate the pirates of the New World. Kobe clenched his fist, face full of excitement. His dream is to become a marine admiral. It's indeed an exciting thing for him to witness an admiral showing his power. I am a man who ate paramecia-type devil fruit, Zushi no Mi, which allows me to create and manipulate gravitational forces. Isho calmly introduced his devil fruit ability. Looking at Blaze, he asked. Should I stop it? Seeing no one taking action, Isho couldn't help but ask. No need. Blaze raised his right hand toward the sky. The next moment, the flaming meteorite stopped in mid-air while the flames around it faded. With a wave of his hand, the scary meteorite, in the eyes of others, rocketed the way it came. Within a second, it turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. As the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, I appoint you as the Headquarters Marine Admiral, code-named Fujitora. Welcome to the Marines. Blaze welcomed Isho. Fujitora didn't react to the words said by Blaze. A wave of the hand to overpower a meteorite I summoned with all my strength, the way Blaze solved his ability stunned him. What the? Not just him, but everyone was stunned by Blaze's display of power. No matter how many times they witness his strength, he always surprises them with new tricks. Garp and Sengoku sighed in defeat. We are old. He's a monster of the current generation with no rivals. Can the world government stop him or get destroyed by him? Jun thought. As long as he protects the civilians, she will stand by his side. It took a moment for the others to come out of the shock, but they accepted the fact with ease as Blaze was regarded as the strongest being in their hearts. Don't mind him. He's a monster, not on the same level as us. Anyway, welcome to the Marines. We will be comrades from now on. You can call me Kyuzan. Aokiji introduced himself. Your ability is scary. I'm Borsellino. Kizaru said, hands inside his pockets. The three admirals of the headquarters chatted for some time before Blaze summoned them to his office. What's the matter, why did you call us? Kyuzan asked, taking a seat along with Kizaru and Fujitora. If I'm not wrong, Big Mom and Kaido's target is me. The world government should have contacted them, it should be the reason. I had no plan to deal with them. Since they decided to side with the world government, it's time they disappear from the world. Blaze sighed. Are you serious? Do you know what kind of impact it will have on the world? Aokiji asked while the usual laziness vanished from his face. I don't care. The other Yonkos won't sit by and watch. I don't know about red hair and whitebeard, but Kaido will definitely make a ruckus. That's why I called you three. I will deal with Big Mom myself, meanwhile you three make sure no problem comes my way. Blaze stated his purpose. Is it necessary? Fujitora asked. Yes. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom ended the call with Kaido and looked at the people standing in front of her. They are none other than four sweet commanders of Big Mom Pirates: Charlotte Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack, and Charlotte Parosparrow. Mama, are we really joining hands with Beast Pirates? Charlotte Parosparrow asked. Marines won't let two Yonko pirate crew join hands. Mama, I think it's not wise to side with the world government to offend the fleet admiral of the Marines. Katakuri expressed his thoughts. Mama, don't worry. The world government won't let him sit in the position for long. You don't know their strength. Still, be careful in the next few days. Let's have a final push, everyone. Support with Power Stones. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. For advanced chapters, check out my p.a.t.r.e.o.n page. I have advanced chapters there. 255, Blaze arrives at Whole Cake Island. Brother Katakuri, what did the world government promise, for Mama to make such a rash decision? The sweet Commander Charlotte Smoothie asked as only Katakuri was present at the time of the deal with the world government. Katakuri stood tall, his dominant stature exuding an aura of haki. With his eyes narrowed and a touch of coldness, he spoke his words. The world government has promised to provide her support, resources, and people with an extinct bloodline like a buccaneer, Lunarian, and other unknown races. On top of that, 5 devil fruits were promised by them. 3 of them are unknown devil fruits while the other 2 are Logia, Jam fruit and Honey fruit. No wonder Mama agreed. Smoothie exclaimed, her eyes widening with disbelief. Indeed, such an offer was tempting even for Big Mom, who has always been driven by her hunger for power, and the desire to expand her crew and add a valuable collection to her precious books. However, her recklessness in making deals with the world government and joining hands with Kaido has provoked a formidable opponent, the strongest Marine Blaze. I'm worried about the man Blaze. His reputation as the strongest in the world is not to be taken lightly, Katakuri voiced his thoughts in a solemn tone. Since even the world government can't do anything to him, he should be ridiculously strong. Smoothie nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Katakuri's seriousness. The implications of the deal with the world government were clear, it was a gamble, one that could either secure their family's future or lead to their downfall. Though they hadn't fought Blaze before, they had heard about his battle against Whitebeard, Kaido, and even Shanks. It shows his immense strength and ability to defeat even the Yonko. The strongest Marine, I can't wait to see him fall under Mama. Kukikiku. Charlotte Parosparrow's eyes gleamed. Unlike his siblings, his confidence in his mother's strength was unwavering. That Marine may be powerful, but Mama is unmatched. Charlotte Cracker stated. We must be prepared for anything. Katakuri's voice was serious. Inform our siblings to be careful and pay attention to the Marines. Next day. In the vibrant waters of Tato Land, the mixed juice current is a phenomenon unlike any other. Formed at the intersection of 3 distinct juice seas, the watermelon juice sea, the peach juice sea, and the orange juice sea, the mixed juice current is a swirling vortex of colorful and aromatic juices, creating a spectacle of sights and scents that captivates all who behold it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure materialized above the vibrant waters, shocking the lookout ship of Big Mom pirates. Blaze hovered in mid-air with hands behind his back while his entire being exuded overwhelming haki, enveloping the entire area in a suffocating pressure. Just his mere presence alone is enough to force the weak-willed to their knees. Oh! Is it the infamous mixed juice current? I should taste them since I'm here anyway. Blaze thought and soon noticed Big Mom's ship. What a bad luck! I was spotted as soon as I came here. I thought of enjoying various delicacies before they were destroyed. Well, it didn't matter. Blaze mused. He's here. One of the Big Mom pirates hurriedly called Katakuri via the Den Mushi. Marine Fleet Admiral Blaze is here. In an instant, Blaze's figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared on the deck of the Big Mom pirate's ship. His arrival was accompanied by a shockwave of Conqueror's haki that rippled outward, knocking everyone on the ship to unconsciousness. I should give them some time to prepare themselves. Once they gather together, my job will be easy. Blaze mused and took his time to savor the unique flavors of the mixed juice current. There's a reason for Blaze targeting Big Mom pirates aside from her alliance with Kaido and the world government. By defeating her, Blaze will earn 2 free attribute points as she's the only one he hasn't defeated among the Yonko. Furthermore, she annoyed him at the wrong time. Unknown to him, his arrival caused chaos among the Big Mom pirates in Whole Cake Island. Whole Cake Island. Mama, Fleet Admiral Blaze is here. It seems like he came alone, but we can't underestimate him. Katakuri conveyed the intel. How dare he come here? Big Mom bellowed, her voice thundering across Whole Cake Island. Blaze's audacious actions enraged her to the core. Katakuri, prepare the troops. He needs to know the consequence of angering me. Big Mom seethed in anger as she commanded. Though angry, she hadn't lost her will to think. She knew facing Blaze alone wasn't a wise choice. As a cunning woman with years of experience, she decided to use Kaido. Big Mom immediately contacted Kaido via the Den Den Mushi. Ring, ring, ring. Clank. Mama, Mama. Kaido, I need your presence in the Whole Cake Island. That man Blaze has come to my territory, alone. It seems the Marines have intercepted our last communication. But, it's a wonderful opportunity to take your revenge. Want to come, Kaido? Worororo. It seems like even you can get scared, Linlin. Kaido's laughter came from the other side, finding the situation funny. Don't be ridiculous, Kaido. Who do you think I am? Big Mom exploded with fearsome presence. As a pirate from the Rocks era, what kind of storm she hasn't seen? Indeed. I will be there soon. Don't get taken down before I come. Kaido agreed to come. It's indeed a good opportunity. With Big Mom by his side, he's confident in defeating that man. Prepare for battle, Katakuri commanded, his voice ringing with authority. Under the command of Sweet Commanders Katakuri, Smoothie, Snack, Cracker, and Deifuku, the members of the Big Mom pirates began to assemble on Whole Cake Island. Countless ships docked along the shores of the island with various chess soldiers and officers taking their positions. The entire fleet protected the Whole Cake Island like a fortress. Suddenly, a ripple formed in the air. Blaze's figure materialized above the Whole Cake Island. His presence silenced the entire crowd. His overwhelming haki enveloped the Big Mom pirates like a suffocating blanket. Only then they realized, they were facing the world's strongest man. What a powerful haki! He's no joke. Sweet Commander Smoothie gripped her large sword. A single man faced their entire Big Mom pirates with confidence. Meanwhile, they trembled in awe and fear of the commanding presence exuded by Blaze. Mama, Mama, you have guts, coming here alone, Fleet Admiral Blaze. Who gave you the courage? Big Mom's roar came from afar as she made a grand entrance. Perched atop Zeus, the homey cloud that crackled with lightning, Big Mom held her sword Napoleon in one hand and Prometheus in another. Her presence is no way inferior to Blaze. 256, Blaze vs Big Mom. Why did you do it, Big Mom? You shouldn't have agreed to the world government's request to deal with me. Blaze's voice reverberated across the Whole Cake Island. So what if I do, brat? Do I need to seek your permission to make my decision? Who do you think you are? Big Mom's thunderous voice boomed. With an air of indifference, she casually labeled him a mere brat. Is that so? Then remember it, Big Mom. It's your decision that's going to be the downfall of the Big Mom pirates. Blaze uttered casually as if he could them on a whim. Mama, Mama, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible after defeating the old Whitebeard who's weakened by the passage of time and burdened by the hidden wounds? Big Mom spoke. Disappointing. Blaze shook his head and voiced in amusement, I thought you were smart, Big Mom. Haven't you thought about why would a behemoth like world government strike a deal with the likes of you to deal with me? Big Mom's expression stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. What are you trying to say? Blaze continued. Why do you think they let me take control of the Marines without putting up a fight? Is it because they were so bored, they want to see what I do with it? No, he shook his head, his entire being radiated with an overwhelming aura as he spread his hands in a flashy manner. It's because I am strong. Even the world government fears facing me head-on. Knowing me well, they are making preparations by assembling their forces and trying to draw strong people to their sides like you and Kaido. What an arrogance! Big Mom pirates thought, but after a moment of contemplation, they found it right. Let's test your words. If you aren't as formidable as you claim, be prepared to be buried here. Big Mom's fingers tightened around Napoleon's hilt, shifting it to its long sword form. A surge of black lightning danced along the blade's edge, infused with House Hoku haki. Ha! With a roar, she unleashed a mighty swing in Blaze's direction. The sheer force of her attack cracked the air itself. A deafening roar pierced the air as an explosion like shockwave of pure destruction, as it surged forward at incredible speed, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Buildings crumbled to dust, and the very earth trembled as the shockwave tore through everything in its path. Meanwhile, the Big Mom pirates struggled to maintain their footing while the weak ones took cover. Facing such an attack, Blaze stood tall, his hands casually tucked inside his pockets, with a relaxed expression. He looked nonchalant as if he had no intention of blocking the attack. As the destruction wave neared Blaze, it crashed against some barrier and stopped in mid-air. And with a wave of his hand, Big Mom's attack dissipated into nothingness. If that's all you got, then it's pretty weak. Blaze chuckled and stated, let me show mine. First, let's take out the weak ones. They will be a nuisance in the battle of our scale. Katakuri ne-san, can you see what he's going to do? Charlotte Deifuku inquired, knowing full well of his brother's extraordinary observation haki. My observation haki is restrained by his presence, Katakuri said with his brows furrowed. I can foresee every move, but when it comes to him, it's as if the future itself is blocked. My abilities don't seem to work against him. What? Blaze unleashed his full-level Conqueror's haki. The air around him twisted for a moment before a ripple spread outward, sparkling with black arcs of energy. His haki covered the entirety of Whole Cake Island in an instant, rendering everyone unconscious while buildings and vegetation were crushed to nothingness. Aside from the suite commanders and a select few strong individuals such as Deifuku, Oven, and a handful of others, no one remained conscious on Whole Cake Island. After a second, fissures formed on the ground, spreading like spiderwebs as if the island itself was under Blaze's overwhelming pressure, showing signs of falling apart. The impact was catastrophic, as the entire Whole Cake Island turned into a ruin. How dare you! I'm going to kill you! Big Mom screamed in fury, witnessing her home getting reduced to rubble. Her Conqueror haki exploded in rage and fought with Blaze, trying to reduce the impact and protect the island from falling apart. With a resounding roar, their haki clashed in mid-air, but the next moment, Big Mom found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer power of his will. How can this be? Despite her years of experience, she found it unbelievable. Such a level of haki is impossible. It's even stronger than Captain Rox and Roger. In no time, Blaze's intense haki exerted his dominance over Big Mom and suppressed her. At Big Mom's level, there's nothing more disgraceful than being defeated by an opponent's will. Big Mom clenched her fist. It's infuriating, to think one day I would be, Mama's haki is suppressed. He's so strong, we underestimated him. Charlotte Snack exclaimed nervously. We have to do something. How? Charlotte Oven asked in a frustrated tone. We're already using every ounce of our willpower just to remain standing. How are we supposed to confront him? His words mirrored everyone's emotions. Despite their formidable strength, they found themselves at a loss against Blaze's overwhelming power. Though he's strong, Mama's not weak. Be ready, when there's a chance we must unite our powers and deliver a fatal blow. Katakuri uttered and continued. In case something worse happens, be ready to retreat with Mama. Using Brulee's Devil Fruit ability, we can withdraw into the mirror world. Even if the battle destroys all the mirrors on Whole Cake Island, I have a spare one right here. Charging forward, Big Mom released a devastating punch aimed at Blaze. Her fist was boosted by the firepower of Prometheus and infused with the House Hoku haki. In the face of Big Mom's attack, Blaze countered with a powerful punch of his own, coating his fist with the formidable haki of the king. Boom! As their attacks collided, a shockwave reverberated outward, crackling with the black streams of energy all over. A grand clash of two Conqueror haki users. A blinding flash of light flared from the epicenter of the clash, blazing the entire island with its brilliance. And then, with a resounding boom, the sky above Whole Cake Island split apart. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. 257, End of Big Mom Pirates. The result of the clash between Blaze and Big Mom was so tremendous that it could be seen from miles away. All the residents of Toto Land were frightened by the sight. They were aware of the ongoing battle between the Marine and Big Mom, but they were taken aback by the immense scale of the battle. Admiral Fujitora and his unit, stationed a little away, marveled at the awe-inspiring spectacle in the distance. The sheer magnitude of the clash filled them with a sense of wonder and reverence as they knew it was the work of Fleet Admiral Blaze. Though they had witnessed many battles of large scale, such display of power still impressed them to the core. Such strength, Fujitora murmured, no wonder he's the world's strongest man. They continued to observe, showing no sign of partaking in the battle. Fujitora and his unit were ordered by Blaze to observe and prevent Big Mom pirates from escaping. They can only enter Toto Land after Blaze gives his signal. Crackle! As the attacks of the two collided in mid-air, flashes of lightning energy flared all around. The ground trembled, and the very laws of nature seemed to bend and warp in the presence of such overwhelming power. What initially appeared to be an equal clash suddenly underwent a massive change. Blaze's power surged forth, overwhelming Big Mom's haki in an instant. Blaze's fist clad in Conqueror's haki connected with Big Mom's towering form. Big Mom resisted by pouring all her haki into defense, but despite her formidable power, found herself unable to withstand the punch. With a thunderous impact, she was sent hurtling through the air, her massive frame propelled backward with astonishing speed and crashed far away. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield as the few conscious Big Mom pirates watched their mama, who was invincible in their hearts, get smashed to the ground. They were terrified. Since her form was obscured by a cloud of dust, they didn't know how's Big Mom. At that moment, Katakuri reassured. Don't worry, Mama's fine. Just like he said, Big Mom emerged from the dust cloud, her furious expression clear even from a distance. Blood trickled from her lips and forehead, but she looked fine. Though she looked fine, only she knew how much damage she had taken. If not for her monstrous physique, she may have been knocked unconscious. With a casual shrug, Blaze remarked, You have a good physique, Big Mom. But how many can you take? In response, Big Mom balled her fist while the Prometheus in her right hand grew into a gigantic size, its flames threatening to torch everything within a few hundred meters. Seeing this, Blaze nearly rolled his eyes. Don't you have any other attacks, using fire in front of me? With a casual stretch of his hand, he forcefully pulled the flaming cloud with his gravity ability. Grabbing them by hand, Blaze devoured the flames which destroyed the flaming cloud. It's nothing but a mass of compressed flames with Big Mom's soul fragment. Blaze mused. What did you do? Big Mom roared as she found the Prometheus disappeared along with her soul fragment. I'm going to kill you. With a swift movement, she approached Blaze and unleashed devastating sword attacks that shook the very foundation of the island they stood on. The strength of her blows sent shockwaves rippling through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. In the face of Big Mom's overwhelming strikes, Blaze either casually dodged the attacks or repelled them with haki-clad arms. I find your attacks boring, Big Mom. It's time to end it. Evading her attack, Blaze delivered a precise kick that sent Big Mom's figure to propel backward. With a thought from Blaze, a giant sun materialized above him, a radiant sphere of scorching heat and blinding golden light. The sky darkened but its golden light bathed the landscape in an otherworldly glow, illuminating the entirety of Whole Cake Island. The land crackled and sizzled under intense heat. No doubt. If that thing were to fall, the whole Cake Island would be annihilated and reduced to ashes. He's too powerful, Katakuri muttered as he began to feel the heat corroding his haki cladding his body. He commanded urgently, Quick! Everyone, get into the mirror world. What about the others? Charlotte Oven asked. Though they saved some of their brothers and sisters by moving them to the mirror world, most of the officers and other soldiers were still in Whole Cake Island, unconscious. If they leave, they will surely die. We have done what we could. Sending the others into the mirror world, Katakuri rushed towards the location of Big Mom. Sensing the power within the huge sun conjured by Blaze, Big Mom was shocked. She could tell if that thing were to fall on her, she would die. What Roger, what rocks? She mumbled, they are nothing but beings with stronger haki, even against them I can hold my ground. But, facing Blaze, Big Mom felt powerless and vulnerable, despite her formidable strength. His power transcended anything she had ever encountered before. In Blaze, she saw the epitome of the strongest man with no weakness. No wonder the world government fears him. Though she found Blaze's strength, it won't change her stance. After all, she's Big Mom, a Yonko with her own ambitions and goals. She won't back down just because of a stronger opponent. In fact, facing a stronger opponent like Blaze only pushed her haki to her peak state. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Big Mom challenged, Come, brat, show me what you've got. As you wish. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the huge sun surged forward, hurtling toward Big Mom. Its radiant golden light engulfed the entire island in a blinding glow. The intense heat ignited the land below, transforming it into a raging inferno of flames. The once solid ground began to melt away as the whole Cake Island became a sea of magma. In the face of such overwhelming power, all the beings were reduced to ashes aside from Big Mom, Blaze, and Katakuri. I'm not going to let anything happen to Mama. Protecting the fragile mirror with his haki, Katakuri rushed into the heart of the burning sun. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. 258, Kaido vs Aokiji and Kizaru. Big Mom let out a painful cry as the huge sun engulfed her entire being. Being the target, haki covering her body shattered within seconds under the searing heat and it began to burn her alive. The unbearable pain of being boiled alive made her consciousness shut itself as she passed out. But at the last second, she felt someone pull her away from the burning inferno. Blaze suddenly found Big Mom disappeared from his senses. It didn't take long for him to realize Big Mom was transported to Mirror World as he perceived Katakuri near Big Mom. Should I pursue them? Blaze mused, and before he could decide, the system notification interrupted his thoughts. Achievement, defeated Big Mom pirates. Reward, 2.0 free attributes. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100 half-god. Devil Fruit, 96.0. Haki, 100.0. Free attribute point, 2.0. Good. With just 2 more points I should be able to max out the devil fruit attribute, Blaze remarked in joy. As for pursuing the Big Mom, he didn't think much. His primary reason for coming here was to obtain the attribute points, and now that he had achieved his goal, he felt no need to chase after her. And considering that she took his attack head-on, she won't be able to do much for 1 or 2 months and won't be much of a threat. As Blaze closed the system panel, he watched the entirety of Whole Cake Island below him consumed by boiling sea, causing it to vanish from the world without a trace. Sigh, another island is destroyed, Blaze lamented softly, retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket. He called Admiral Fujitora and issued his orders. Isho, encircle the Tato land. Don't let anyone escape. Big Mom is injured heavily by me, if possible capture her alive. Me? I am returning to the headquarters. Contact me if you require assistance. Some distance away from the Tato land. An earth-shattering battle is taking place between Yonko Kaido and 2 of the 3 admirals of the Marines, Aokiji and Kizaru. Aokiji's ice power enveloped the entire sea, creating a frozen expanse, while Kaido transformed into his hybrid form before landing squarely in front of them. On the other side of the battlefield, Kizaru and Aokiji stood with some grazes impairing their marine uniforms. It was evident that they had clashed with Kaido for some time. Kaido's entire being boiled in anger, as soon as he found himself confronted by 2 admirals of the marine. His plans to confront Blaze alongside Big Mom were foiled, leaving him frustrated. With Aokiji and Kizaru blocking his path, leaving would not be an option. Despite his formidable strength, Kaido knew if he fought them, the outcome would not be determined anytime soon. With his spiked kanabo slung casually over the shoulder, Kaido looked at the 2 admirals with narrowed eyes. Since you 2 have dared to stand in my path, I suppose you are prepared for what comes next. It means war. Arara, it seems our actions have angered you, Aokiji remarked coolly, perhaps you should have thought more carefully before aligning yourself with Big Mom. And don't overestimate yourself, we Marines are not afraid of you. Scary any. Fighting a Yonko is exhausting, Kizaru remarked casually, his hands tucked nonchalantly into his pockets. Worororo, after that brat became the fleet admiral, you Marines grew some balls. Kaido crackled for a moment before his voice took on a serious tone. Since you 2 insist on standing in my way, then I suppose I have no choice but to crush you both. With his words, the atmosphere grew tense and electric. Kaido's entire being radiated with black streams of energy, a show of his mastery over Conqueror's haki. On the other side, Aokiji's body began to change, half of him encased in ice, chilling the air around him. Meanwhile, Kizaru's body was engulfed in a radiant golden aura, ready to strike at any moment. With a surge of strength, Kaido charged at the 2 admirals with his kanabo crackling in black lightning arcs. Facing the charging Kaido, Aokiji unleashed torrents of freezing ice, aiming to turn Kaido into a frozen statue, while Kizaru fired torrents of deadly golden light beams from his hands. Don't kid me with such puny attacks! Kaido roared as he swung his spiked club with thunderous force, imbuing it with the overwhelming power of his Conqueror's haki. The elemental forces of ice and light shattered upon impact, unable to withstand the sheer might of Kaido's blow. Undeterred by the admiral's attacks, Kaido pressed forward, his impervious dragon skin rendering him immune to their assaults. With each exchange of blows, shockwaves reverberated through the frozen sea, sending tremors rippling across the surface. Black lightning crackled through the air, intermingling with blinding bursts of golden light, explosions and shards of ice as Yonko and admirals collided with everything they had. As the clash raged on, Kaido thought, Linlin, you have to do this one on your own. Don't you dare lose to that brat, or I won't forgive you. Inside Mirror World. How's Mama? Charlotte Perospero asked. I managed to wring out the residual heat and pain, but Mama's in critical condition and requires immediate treatment. Charlotte Smoothie said. Big bro Katakuri, what about you? Are you okay? Charlotte Oven inquired, looking at his bloodied form. My skin's burned but I'm good. If not for everyone using their haki to protect the mirror, I would be done for. Katakuri said and insta-cute. Brulee, transfer the best doctors present in Tato Land to Mirror World. After that, destroy all the mirrors, except for the well-hidden ones. Okay, Unii-san, Brulee acknowledged before turning and departing. I can't believe we were reduced to such a state by a single man. Charlotte's neck clenched his fist in vexation. Hearing his words, there was silence. In the face of such overwhelming power, they could do nothing but watch. For the first time in their life, they saw a man whose strength had no bounds. That man's casual moves defeated their entire Big Mom pirates. Let's not dwell on anything else for now, as we're not out of danger yet. Without Mama, we're nothing, Katakuri warned. Let's concentrate on healing Mama before considering our next moves. Good. The others replied in unison, accepting Katakuri's words. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. 259, The Hunter Becomes the Hunted. Marine Headquarters. At the round table, Sengoku, Tsuru, Garp, Jun, and several other marine officers sat comfortably in their seats as they enjoyed their meat and wine. Sengoku and Garp were untroubled, enjoying their retirement life. How's the retirement life, Garp-san? You seem to be happy. Jun inquired. Wahaha, I like this leisurely life of teaching the young brats. Sengoku, it seems I finally found peace, what about you? Garp grinned as he showed off to his good friend Sengoku. As for Sengoku, he didn't bother responding to Garp's jest as he simply enjoyed his herbal tea. You two fools, there's no such thing as peace in these treacherous seas. No matter what you do or where you hide, trouble has a way of finding you. Tsuru snorted sternly. Don't be like that, Tsuru-chan, you have to learn to enjoy your life. Why don't you spend some time with your granddaughter? Garp persuaded in a soft tone. At that moment, Aokiji and Kizaru entered the room. Their presence attracted everyone's attention and everyone was surprised by the sight of bandages and plasters adorning the admirals. Kyuzen brat, what happened to you two? Garp asked casually munching a donut. Not just him, everyone was curious why Aokiji and Kizaru were in such a state. When you're clashing with Yonko, a few scratches and bruises are to be expected, I suppose, Kyuzen remarked nonchalantly. Entangling Kaido is no easy feat. Kizaru sighed. Why were you two fighting Kaido? What exactly happened? Sengoku inquired, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. Arara. So Blaze didn't tell you guys anything. Kyuzen chuckled softly before recounting their operation of taking down Big Mom. What? Blaze single-handedly took down the entire Big Mom pirates, and Big Mom's whereabouts are unknown. Sengoku exclaimed loudly in a disbelieving manner, startling his pet goat. He continued with a reproach, what is he thinking, doing something so reckless? They knew Blaze was overwhelmingly powerful but directly confronting and eradicating an entire Yonko pirate crew seemed nothing short of madness to them. Ha ha ha. I must say, I admire that brat's bold way of doing things, unlike certain someone who likes to plan everything. But, he's indeed the right person to succeed you, Sengoku. It seems like the coming days won't be so boring. Garp crackled, excited by Blaze's actions. Garp, don't take everything so lightly, Sengoku warned in a serious tone. Do you know what kind of impact it would have on the world? Whatever happens it has nothing to do with us, Sengoku. We are nothing but two retired guys enjoying our life. Garp grinned carefreely. You're right. Sengoku returned to his relaxed demeanor, and began to feed his goat. Is Big Mom alive or dead? Tsuru inquired. Alive, Kyuzen confirmed. At the last moment, she managed to escape into the mirror world. Blaze didn't bother to go after her and let Admiral Fujitora handle the things. Given Blaze's character, it's entirely possible he grew bored of their fight and allowed Big Mom to slip away, Jun mused aloud. It's possible, everyone agreed. The next day, the news of Big Mom's defeat spread like wildfire across the New World and Grand Line, sending shockwaves throughout the pirate world. The defeat of such a formidable figure struck fear into the hearts of even the most fearsome pirates. Big Mom pirates were destroyed, and Big Mom's status is unknown. Hearing the news, many were in disbelief but after countless confirmations, they found it was true. Yonko Big Mom had been defeated. And, the culprit is the Marines. The Marines are scary. But why the sudden move? The underworld people who had dealings with Big Mom didn't expect the Marines would take such a drastic step. It was a silent and deadly one, where they succeeded in dethroning the Yonko. After that man became Fleet Admiral, the world seems to be in constant change. After reading the news of Big Mom's defeat, aspiring pirates across the seas realized that the waters had become even more unpredictable. With a formidable figure like Blaze sitting in the Fleet Admiral position, some pirates even dropped the idea of venturing into the Grand Line. Room of Authority, Mary Gosa. Saint Jagartia Saturn put down the Den Mushi and looked at the fellow elder planets before speaking slowly. It's true. Big Mom is defeated, whether she's alive is unknown. Kaido who came to her rescue was stopped by Kyuzen and Borsalino. Damn. Saint Nusjuro hit the samurai sword on the floor. He disregards our authority without a care while he's becoming incredibly difficult to deal with. Indeed, Saint Topman agreed, his voice tinged with unease. Blaze's reckless actions have thrown the balance of power into disarray. We must do something as soon as possible. But what can we do? Saint Mars questioned. Just as we were considering aligning with Big Mom and Kaido, he obliterated the Big Mom pirates and indirectly warned Kaido. The other elders exchanged glances, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. In addition to the troubles posed by Blaze, the Revolutionary Army has recently become active and disrupted many of our operations across various regions. Suddenly, Saint Jupiter chuckled before continuing. It feels as though we're trapped in a whirlpool. And at the heart of it all, it's Blaze. This sensation, it's all too familiar. Yes. Usually, it's us who hunt the beings who pose a threat to us. But now, it appears we've become the hunted. Saint Mars nodded. Being alive for so many years and faced countless storms, how can't they understand what's happening? They played right into Blaze's game from the very beginning. It's time we should make our move. We can't afford any further delay, Saint Jagartha Saturn stated in a resolute tone. Call the Gods Knights and CP0. Both Gods Knights and CP0 set out last night after finding the movements of the Revolutionary Army. A world government soldier came in and reported. Why aren't we notified? Saint Saturn asked. This Saint Garling didn't say anything. Hearing this, the 5 elders had a bad premonition. 260, the God's Night. In the vast expanse of the sky, the sun painted the horizon with hues of gold and orange. An artificial island floated gracefully among the billowing clouds. Anyone from below won't notice the difference, as the entire island is created with the extraordinary ability to manipulate clouds. Unlike normal clouds, this cloud is fluffy and dense enough to carry all kinds of things, including people and even buildings. Jax, the cloud fruit ability user, sourced it from Sky Island. Yes, it's a temporary island floating above paradise, created by Jax. As for the Dawn Island, it was destroyed after it served its purpose. Though it's a temporary island, it's as big as 2 Marineford combined, but it didn't have many structures or any other things. Just a few houses to serve as temporary residences. Dragon, Sabo, Kola, Akira, Jax, and the 10 strongest members of the Demon Squad sat in a circle, discussing something. Did they follow you? Sabo asked with his eyebrows raised. I'm certain they did, Jax replied, proud. You needn't doubt it. He's not exactly good at hiding. Even if you instructed him to stay covered, CP0 would locate him without much trouble, Akira remarked sarcastically. Tisk. You are jealous of my ability, Jax retorted with a smirk. Akira rolled her eyes. Dragon, his gaze piercing into the distance, cleared their doubts. He's being followed by a world government agent. I suspect he's already relayed the information. It appears our plan has worked. We should inform Blaze-san, Sabo suggested, his tone tinged with fighting intent. Good. Make sure our commanders are informed as well, Dragon spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Will the Gods Knights come? Jax asked in a doubtful voice. They will. Our recent operations have directly impacted the world nobles, making it their responsibility to intervene. Furthermore, Madara destroyed some of CP0's just before the Summit War, so they don't have much manpower to deploy. Dragon explained, certain of his guess. Dragon-san, it appears we are drawing closer to realizing our vision, Sabo exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. Don't jump to conclusions too hastily, Sabo. You've yet to encounter the truly formidable figures within the world government. Dragon cautioned, his tone filled with wisdom earned from years of experience. Marine Headquarters. Blaze spoke via his Den Mushi to Isho, don't chase them into the mirror world. The risk is too great, as the entire force of the Big Mom pirates may be inside the mirror dimension. Come back. I have defeated Big Mom once, I can do it again. She's not that much of a threat right now. After concluding the call with Admiral Fujitora, Blaze's private Den Mushi rang. Securing the call with another 2 Den Mushi, he attended. Tell me, Sabo, Blaze spoke upon answering. Are they making their move? Wonderful. Don't worry about anything. I will be there in a few minutes. Blaze ended the call and mused. We've finally managed to lure those guys out. After an hour. They are here. Dragon suddenly declared, his tone sharp and intense. The next moment, an overwhelming presence seemed to materialize out of thin air, enveloping everyone in its suffocating embrace. It's been some time, Dragon, a deep voice rumbled. Following the commanding voice, a man flickered into view and landed on the Cloud Island. He's none other than Figarland Garling, Supreme Commander of the Gods Knights. Garling stood tall, his age apparent in the lines etched upon his face and the silver hue of his hair. He donned a cape bearing the world government symbol, draped over exquisitely designed light knight armor. He had a unique hair and beard combo that resembled a forward-facing crescent moon while his eyes were hidden behind stylish circle-frame sunglasses. He had a serious demeanor with an air of indifference that kept everyone far away, while his mere presence radiated authority. A second after his arrival, more figures appeared and stood behind him, 2 additional Gods Knights, along with members of CP0 and World Government Guards. Garling, Dragon replied evenly, his gaze intense. From their interaction, it's evident that Dragon and Garling know each other. It seems there's a history between them, Jax observed. No kidding, Kola replied, finding tension in the air. Saint Figarland Garling. He's a celestial dragon with a prestigious position as the Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights, an organization that holds power just below 5 elders. When Dragon was in the Marines as a young kid, he often accompanied Garp during his travels. It was during one such journey 36 years ago at God Valley that he first encountered Garling. It was after the God Valley incident, that he left the Marines. Your attempt to overthrow the world government? I find it laughable. After all these years, what have you gained but a mere title, world's worst criminal, Garling retorted, his voice laced with disdain. Though I found it mildly amusing to see a group of ants struggling to overthrow a kingdom of gods, your recent actions crossed the line and began to infuriate me. It's time I put an end to this revolutionary nonsense, Garling declared. You world nobles are all the same, thinking of yourselves as gods and such. Someone has to do something to bring a change, Dragon snapped back. We nobles are the chosen few, bestowed with the right to live as gods, above the likes of creatures such as yourself. We don't exist for you to question our actions, only for you to obey. Garling's voice boomed with arrogance and pride. What a prideful man, Sabo snorted, finding Garling's arrogance sickening. Since the revolutionary army is attempting to disturb world order and peace, as the supreme commander of the gods' knights, I condemn the revolutionary army in its disruptive actions. And you, Dragon, are hereby sentenced to death. Garling declared a death sentence. Humph. Who are you to sentence us to death? None of you are going to leave this place alive. Jax retorted. As he spoke, the surrounding clouds began to transform, morphing into a formidable fortress covering sky and earth, with no way out. Without bothering to look at the encompassing clouds, Garling ordered. God's knights, listen to the order, attack them. Kill everyone, no need for capture. As for CP0, be alert, you are responsible for the lookout. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. 261, Sabo, Jax, Akira vs God's Knights. Under Garling's command, the two God's Knights behind him sprang into action, accompanied by the 50 world government agents they had brought along. Of the two God Knights, one was a towering figure adorned in a bull skull mask, brandishing a formidable scythe weapon, known as Death Knight. The other was a dark-haired woman with a slightly aged appearance, dressed in armor similar to Garling's, recognized as Evening Knight Lyra Nox. As the God's Knights and world government agents sprang into action, Jax and Akira moved swiftly to confront the aged woman Lyra. Sabo-san, we'll handle this grandma. You take care of that old skull mask thing. Jax exclaimed loudly, earning the death stare of the two God Knights. Especially Lyra, her entire being boiled in rage at being called grandma. She emanated a murderous breath that momentarily sent a shiver down Jax's spine. Though past her prime, she hadn't lost her beauty, with just a few white hairs interspersed among the black. Any mention of her age or disparaging remarks would make Lyra lose her composure. There are times she even beats fellow celestial dragons to a pulp for making bad remarks. Haha, good. Then, I will take care of him. Laughing a little, Sabo went to meet the other one called Death Knight. I've changed my mind, you insolent brats. I'll grant you both a painful death unseen by anyone for daring to insult a noble lady like me, Lyra spat through gritted teeth, her anger noticeable by anyone. She's not just a grandma, she's a venomous one. Akira, be careful. Don't let her poisonous words affect you or lead you astray. If you do, it could ruin your life. No one would marry you in the future. Jax shouted hurriedly with genuine concern in his eyes. It was that genuine concern that made the vein pop symbol appear on Akira's forehead. She nearly lunged at Jax in a fit of rage. But controlling her impulse, she shouted. Shut up. Speak another word, I will kill you. Without bothering about Jax, she charged forward. Akira's body began to transform, her form enveloped in crackling lightning and shimmering feathers. Wings unfurled from her back, spanning wide and casting a shadow over the battlefield. The air crackled with energy as thunder sparkled dazzlingly around her. In a breathtaking display of power, Akira completed her transformation, assuming the form of the thunderbird granted by her mythical Zoan fruit. With wings of shimmering silver blue and feathers that sparked with electricity, she exuded an aura of unmatched power and noble beauty that left everyone in awe. Simultaneously, Jax unleashed the power of his cloud fruit ability, transforming into a towering cumulonimbus cloud, the cloud type capable of producing hail, thunder, and lightning. His towering form covered the entire cloud island, his imposing form rumbling with thunder and crackling with dancing lightning. With tactical understanding, Akira's avian form soared high into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Nice devil fruits. As Evening Knight Lyra smirked at their movements, her expression suddenly shifted as a bright flash of light streaked towards her a golden, thick lightning bolt. Zzzzz pang. Sensing the danger present in the bolt, Lyra quickly reacted, covering her entire form with haki as a defensive measure. Despite her efforts, the force of the strike was overwhelming, hurling the God Knight far away with blood splashing. This lightning bolt was unlike any other, it was a super bolt, a combined attack developed by Jax and Akira that discharged a single, devastating bolt of lightning, unlike the flashes of lightning typically seen. It was only possible because both of them had lightning-style powers and had exceptional control over them. Stabilizing her body after being thrown several meters, Lyra frowned as she noticed smoke emanating from her left shoulder. The area was charred, indicating a severe injury from the lightning strike. What a powerful attack! I shouldn't have underestimated them. What happened, Lyra? Your clumsy moves are disgracing us, Garling chastised in a stern tone. Dusting off her clothes, Lyra snorted dismissively. I was careless since I had a playing mindset. It looks like I had to be serious. At the same time, Sabo faced the Death Knight who came charging at him and swung his massive scythe weapon, infused with haki. Sabo met the attack head-on, swiftly confronting it with his staff. Death Knight's scythe collided with Sabo's staff. The clash of their haki-infused weapons created a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air. Boom! The force of their collision reverberated across the battlefield, sending shockwaves in all directions and causing the cloud ground to show signs of splitting apart. You're pretty strong, Sabo commented, his eyes slightly narrowed. What's your name? Though I don't usually respond to those beneath me, I'll make an exception for you, considering you're slightly stronger than the last prey I played, the bull mask replied coolly. You can call me Death Knight. Meanwhile, the members of the Demon Squad, despite being outnumbered, faced off against the world government agents. But it was at this moment, the commanders of the Revolutionary Army emerged unexpectedly. Their sudden arrival startled the CP0s who were on the lookout as they didn't sense their arrival. Phew, it seems we came on time. Exclaimed Emporio Ivankov, commander of the G Army. Accompanying him were the other esteemed commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Karasu, commander of the North Army. Balo Betty, commander of the East Army. Morley, commander of the West Army. Lindbergh, commander of the South Army. Accompanying the commanders were the deputy commanders and a host of other revolutionary members. Together, they are a formidable force. With their arrival, the balance of power on the battlefield began to shift in favor of the revolutionaries. Just as the two sides were on the verge of engaging in a deadly confrontation, someone went to Mary Gosa to make trouble. Madara's figure floated above the Red Continent, specifically above the Grand Pangaea Castle. It seems his presence was noticed by the world government as a overwhelming presence locked onto him. Blaze didn't lie, they are strong. Madara mused. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 262, Dragon vs Garling. The Cloud Island transformed into a battlefield as the two sides confronted one another. With the arrival of revolutionary commanders, the CP0 agents were also forced to join the fray. The clashes of haki reverberated across the sky as if the very world itself trembled at the power unleashed in the battle. Seems like you've planned well, Dragon. Well done. Anything less would have been boring, remarked Garling with slight amusement as if he was enjoying the play. We are opposing the world government after all, we must fight with our lives on the line, Dragon replied in an indifferent tone. You oppose the world government without knowing our true strength. Let me show you a little bit. Saying this, Garling took action. His entire being crackled with black lightning energy while a wave of House Hoku haki erupted from him. Unlike the normal one, his presence was ominous and strange, exerting an overwhelming pressure that weighed heavily on all who were present on Cloud Island. Facing such a being, Dragon stood firm, unleashing his own conqueror's haki. A vigorous burst of willpower surged forth like a tidal wave, pushing back Garling's oppressive pressure. Boom! Clash of the Kings. The air crackled with black lightning streaks as their House Hoku clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The titanic clash between two kings caused the very space to tremble. The intensity of the clash between Dragon and Garling was so overwhelming that it brought the other battles to a sudden halt. All eyes turned to witness the epic confrontation between them. As Dragon and Garling locked eyes, Garling wasted no time in taking action. With a swift move, he unsheathed his trademark weapon, a formidable saber with a rounded knuckle bow guard, and launched a powerful slash aimed directly at Dragon. As his saber cleaved through the air, it unleashed a devastating compressed blue energy that tore through the very fabric of the Cloud Island, nearly splitting it in two. The sheer power of the slash was even greater than Hawkeye's most famous stunt known as the strongest slash in the world. As the slash surged towards Dragon with unstoppable intent to kill, Dragon responded by unleashing his Devil Fruit ability. In an instant, the weather around the Cloud Island shifted dramatically, powerful winds swirling and converging with incredible force. In a dazzling clash of two forces, Garling's devastating slash collided with Dragon's powerful gusts of wind. The atmosphere crackled with lightning streaks and swirling wind currents as the two sides opposed in mid-air. In a fierce contest, each force vied for dominance before Dragon's wind currents tore the slash into nothingness. A tense silence enveloped the battlefield, with everyone staying still as if a storm had passed through. Just a single clash between them nearly tore this island apart. With them playing like this, I won't be able to hold on much longer, Jax warned, doing his best to keep the Cloud Island from splitting into two. If the island splits in two, everyone will plummet to the ground. Hearing this, an idea struck Akira as she stood beside Jax. A plan began to form in her mind. Why don't they just allow the island to be destroyed? She thought to herself. After all, they possess the ability to rescue everyone on their side from the fall. But she quickly dismissed the idea as she didn't know well about the abilities of the gods' knights. Underestimating them was not an option. You've developed the hurricane fruit ability quite well, Garling remarked at Dragon and assumed a stance with his sword, for the next strike. With sparks flying in the air, the opponents on both sides locked eyes, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Oh, what a tense situation, Blaze observed the confrontation from a distance. Figarland Garling looks strong, as do the other gods' knights. Should I wait and see how Dragon deals with him? He mused, no, Madara should have started his games by now. I should finish them before the world government takes action. It was at that moment a notification sounded in his mind, his system issued a new task. Task, defeat Figarland Garling and destroy the gods' knights, CP0, and world government agents. Reward, 2.0 free attributes. Sweet. Blaze closed the system panel with a satisfied grin. Now I don't need to think hard. Mary Gosa. Emerging from the rubble, Madara dusted his dusty pants and stood shirtless as his cloak and dress were shattered by the merciless onslaught of attacks unleashed upon him by the 5 elders. Still, it didn't reduce his imposing manner. Looking at the ruined surface, one can tell fierce and intense battle has raged across the terrain with all the craters and devastated land. Unminding the shattered land, Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned into Rinnegan as he glanced at the 5 beasts in front of him. At that moment, he felt something and instinctively raised a hand to his forehead. A warmth of fresh blood, seeing it, Madara chuckled before laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. His wild laughter reverberated through the battlefield like thunder for a few seconds before coming to a halt. The 5 elders looked at each other, communicating mentally, why is he laughing? He's crazy and audacious. In Naruto world, anyone familiar with the Uchiha clan would recognize it's the laughter of Uchiha Madara. To hear Madara's laughter means, chaos and destruction are not far behind. Ever since he failed to achieve his goal of bringing peace to the world, he felt hollow after being summoned to this world. Now, after fighting the 5 elders, he began to feel the familiar feeling. The thrill of battle and adrenaline coursing through him reminded him of the times he fought his best friend, Hashirama. In these fleeting moments, he is reminded of who he truly is, a Uchiha, a ninja born for blood and battle, destined to experience the thrill of battle until his last breath. I thought this world was boring and there's no strong person other than him, but now I can experience the thrill of battle again. Are you guys ready to dance? Madara asked with his Rinnegan narrowed slightly. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 263, Madara vs 5 elders. Madara, do you dare to attack our holy land? Saint Jagarsi Saturn, in the form of Jayaki, a monstrous bull spider, roared in rage. His eyes have changed shape again, it should be his strongest state. Be prepared, Saint Mars, in the form of Itsumade, a colossal monster bird with a serpentine body, observed his eyes and communicated with fellow elders. We must eliminate him at all costs. He dares to intrude upon Mary Gosa, Saint Topman Warkuri, in the form of Fengzi, resembling a boar demon with 4 tusks, voiced in his mind. I have a doubt he's colliding with Blaze, Saint Nusjuro, in the form of Bikatsu, a skeletal horse, voiced his thoughts. It's possible, Saint Jupiter, embodying the form of a giant sandworm, agreed. Who cares about your so-called holy land? It's nothing but insignificant scum land, Madara retorted disdainfully. The 5 elders emanated a rich murderous intent, while Mars, in the form of a colossal monster bird, unleashed a devastating energy beam from his mouth at Madara. Facing the beam head-on, Madara snorted mockingly as the deep indigo Susanoo materialized around his body, shielding him from the incoming attack. His perfected Susanoo stands toweringly tall, around 300 meters, exuding an imposing presence. Similar to the 5 elders, a ribbon of dark, flaming smoke coils around the back of Susanoo. Boom! Saint Mars's energy beam collided with Madara's Susanoo, resulting in a massive explosion. However, despite the unparalleled power, the Susanoo remained unscathed. We have to do something, he's strong. Everyone, attack together. The 5 elders in their beast forms attacked Madara together. Facing their unified assault, Madara's Susanoo responded swiftly. It formed seals with his hands and unleashed a powerful fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. It was a sight to behold as the flames erupted from Susanoo's mouth. They surged outward and engulfed the area in a raging inferno. The flames of high temperature danced in intense fury. The 5 elders, caught amid the blazing onslaught, displayed no signs of panic or despair. With their strength, the flames may not even inflict minimal damage upon them. Madara knew that such a jutsu wouldn't affect them much, it was merely a distraction. He activated his Rinnegan ability, Limbo, Border Jail. The next moment, 4 clones materialized around the battlefield, unseen by the 5 elders. These Limbo clones possessed the same abilities, strength, and combat prowess as himself, effectively multiplying his combat power. Due to existing in a separate dimension, the clones were immune to most conventional attacks and nearly impossible to defeat through direct means. Something invisible just appeared, Saint Marcus Mars remarked, it should be one of his abilities. Yes, the other four also confirmed, their senses going on high alert. Even with their future sight, they only found the existence of the Limbo clones but couldn't find their location. Since Madara's appearance in the world government had been watching him closely. The five elders studied the abilities used by Madara to date, so when Madara employed Limbo, they immediately recognized it. As the Limbo clones launched their assault on four of the five elders, Madara's Susanoo swung its sword at Saturn, aiming to cleave his monstrous bull spider body into two. Despite his armament haki and tough skin, Saturn was unable to withstand the force of the attack. The sword strike blasted him through the air. Meanwhile, the Limbo clones engaged the other elders in battle, the air crackled with lightning streaks as they clashed. Despite their strength, they were unable to deal with the Limbo clones. While they managed to block the clones' attacks with haki, they struggled to finish them off. Looking at the earth-shattering battle taking place in the distance, the celestial dragons residing in the domain of the gods were terrified. The world government agents and gods' knights swiftly began to evacuate them to a safe location. Where are the marine admirals? Can't they see that Mary Gosa is under attack? A celestial dragon complained as he was escorted by his slaves and agents in black suits. I'm sorry, Saint Camille, an agent explained apologetically. The Marines are no longer under world government control. With the current fleet Admiral Blaze leading the Marines, there's friction between the world government and the Marines. The Marines are nothing more than dogs we've raised, a celestial dragon spat in anger. What are the five saints thinking? If they can't be of any use, why do they still exist? Destroy them. The agent remained silent. They wanted to take action, but could they? With Blaze's strength and influence, even the five elders were powerless to act against him. Marine headquarters. A meeting was hurriedly called again. Why there's a word again because just the previous day, they had gathered to discuss the defeat of Big Mom. Garp, Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Kuzan, and some key vice admirals arrived at the fleet admiral's office only to find Blaze dozing off, his eyes closed and feet propped up on the desk. Of course, it wasn't Blaze himself, it was a clone he left behind to maintain appearances. But Sengoku didn't know this, so veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted, "What are you doing, Blaze?" Upon hearing Sengoku's shout, the clone Blaze mechanically opened his eyes and welcomed them mindlessly. Near the Cloud Island, Blaze planning to engage God's Knight Figarland and others stopped in his tracks and hurriedly took control of the clone he left in the marine headquarters with his consciousness. As soon as they saw Blaze's clone, everyone found something off. Who are you? You dare to impersonate the fleet admiral of the Marines? Kuzan was ready to strike. Cool guys, it's me. It's the clone I left behind. The clone Blaze spoke. With their haki, they could tell it was Blaze. They found it odd as they didn't sense his presence the second ago. Sengoku asked, "Where are you?" "I had some urgent matters to attend to and I'm far away from headquarters." Blaze explained, his tone casual. "Tell me, what's the matter?" The Vice Admiral hurriedly reported, "There's been an attack on Mary Gosa just a few minutes ago. We received news it's catastrophic. The Marines aren't under world government control anymore. We aren't responsible for their destruction," Blaze responded. "But will the destruction of the world nobles have any impact on us or the people?" Blaze asked. "No. Then why convene the meeting? Are you still treating the world nobles as your masters?" A terrifying pressure fell on them and disappeared the next moment, but cold sweat appeared on everyone's faces. "He's scary," the Vice Admirals thought. "Carry on with your tasks. The world government's affairs are not our concern." Blaze concluded the meeting. The Vice Admirals left the office, and only Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Kuzan remained behind. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Novel ended in 264, Limitless, Infinity. Blaze, what's going on? Sengoku asked, his voice tinged with unease. They weren't fools, they knew Blaze had something to do with what was happening above the red line. But to what extent, and what his plan was, no one knew. And they weren't in a position to inquire or say something because he was too strong and deep down, they knew he was doing the right thing. Regarding Sengoku's question, Blaze shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know? I know you don't want us to meddle in the clash between you and world government matters, but if you need my help, I will do it even if it means completely falling out with them," Kuzan spoke in a lazy but steady voice. "Kuzan!" Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in objection. "I appreciate it, Kuzan, but there's nothing to worry about. You guys do your duty, I will take care of everything." Blaze spoke with a casual smile. "Wahahaha. I don't know what you're doing, brat, but I know you wouldn't do something that endangers the common people," Garp chuckled heartily. As for that scumbags, it doesn't matter if they are alive or not, it won't impact much. Garb. Sengoku shouted again. Sengoku, we are retired. And, it's time the world changes. Sengoku-san, I'm not opposing the world government for power or to rule, but to change the world, Blaze replied in a solemn tone and said, okay, everyone. I have to go, I'm in the middle of something. With that, Blaze's clone returned to its previous mechanical state. Cloud Island. Terminating the talk in Marine HQ, Blaze regained his consciousness from the clone and his gaze shifted towards the distant battlefield. He could feel the intensity from afar as Dragon and Figarland prepared for the next clash. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he arrived at the center of the battlefield. His presence made everyone pause, their eyes drawn to the imposing figure of Blaze. Seeing Blaze, the tension among the world government side rose. His mere presence and overwhelming amount of haki pressed down upon them like a mountain. This was no ordinary man, this was the world's strongest man, and his arrival could only mean one thing, he was behind everything. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise to encounter the Supreme Commander of the God Knights here. Blaze smiled. Figarland stepped forward, his gaze piercing as it met Blaze's. He spoke in a cold tone that echoed across the battlefield as we suspected, you are the one behind everything, Blaze. Of course, it's me, Blaze admitted nonchalantly. Is there anyone else in the world who opposes the world government as openly as I do? I thought I made it abundantly clear. He continued, you shouldn't have come here, leaving your sanctum Mary Gosa. Figarland sneered with disdain, humph, who do you think you are? Do you fancy yourself a god? You are nothing but a dog we raised, and we can put you down whenever we see fit. Is that so? Blaze's gaze narrowed while the air grew thick with mighty coercion. Blaze-san is terrifying. Jax exclaimed, wiping the sweat forming on his brow. Don't let your guard down, Sabo cautioned, the other gods' knights are here. One misstep, and we're finished. I don't think that's necessary, Akira chimed in. Their attention seems completely fixated on Blaze-san. Do it, Figarland commanded. Hearing his command, the other two god knights, Death Knight and Evening Knight Lyra Nox attacked Blaze simultaneously. At the same time, Figarland lunged forward, his sword gleaming with flashes of black lightning streaks. With a swift move, he appeared before Blaze and aimed a powerful slash directly at him. However, to the astonishment of everyone present, the sword stopped inches away from Blaze, as if striking an invisible wall. Figarland's eyes narrowed in surprise. He concentrated his entire strength into his sword, but no matter how much force he exerted, the blade didn't move an inch. It's futile, Blaze playfully mocked. You can't touch me. It was at that moment, that Death Knight and Evening Knight Lyra flanked Blaze with their own attacks, but similar to Figarland their attacks stopped inches away from Blaze. Is that all you've got? Blaze taunted in a calm voice. I expected more from the so-called Supreme Commander and Noble God Knights. No matter how much strength and haki they exerted, it didn't change a thing. What kind of power is this? Why aren't we able to touch him? Evening Knight Lyra exclaimed in a soft voice. If it were a devil fruit power, it could be countered by haki, but this is different. No wonder the five saints said he has the power to destroy the world. He's strong. The Death Knight commented solemnly. Unlike the other two god knights, Figarland felt something abnormal when he attacked. His slash didn't come to a complete stop, but instead, it slowed down to the point that seemed like it stopped. To confirm his theory, Figarland launched another series of rapid slashes, but each time, his sword would stop just inches away from Blaze as if hitting an invisible wall. Enough, Blaze said, don't you see it's useless? The invisible barrier that stopped the attacks of the gods' knights was none other than Blaze's newly acquired technique, Limitless, Infinity, obtained through the last lottery draw. As if understanding their doubt and thought, Blaze began to patiently explain. What you felt is an infinity. It creates an infinite space between me and others, making it impossible for any attacks to reach me. In simple sentence, your attacks slow down and never reach me. Now, how are you going to deal with me? I'm curious. Meanwhile, Dragon, Sabo, Jax, Akira, and others on the revolutionary side were in awe after hearing it. Is it a devil fruit power? Akira inquired. I doubt it. It feels different, Dragon mused, his expression thoughtful as he observed Blaze. As expected of Blaze-san. His abilities are truly remarkable, Sabo remarked, his tone tinged with admiration. Don't be so cocky. Figarland's voice carried a tone of anger as an intense surge of House Hoku haki erupted around him, crackling with power. A complex magic circle materialized beneath his feet, its intricate design pulsating with ominous energy. These circles bore a pentagram at their center, with 5 identical symbols adorning the space between their jags. This is... Blaze looked at the magic circle closely. Isn't this the summoning circle used by the 5 elders? Even Figarland can do this. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 265, 265, a punch destroys everything. Back on Mary Gosa. The 5 elder saints were locked in a desperate battle against Madara, a madman with overwhelming strength and bizarre abilities of the ninja world. Despite their immense power and experience, they found themselves unable to defend against the relentless onslaught, much less defeat him. In the midst of this titanic struggle, they received a call for reinforcements from Figarland. However, they were unable to respond as they were occupied by the assault of Madara. What's our plan? Jaegarsha Saturn communicated telepathically, his gaze fixed on the colossal wooden statue with countless hands, clad in Madara's titanic indigo Susanoo. The sight was truly terrifying. We can't do anything right now. They planned it very well. Saint Nusjuro implied, his grip tightening on his samurai sword as one of the wooden hands punched at him. The punch sent shockwaves through the air, tearing apart the ground and shattering the very fabric of reality around them. The statue's hands moved with frightening speed and strength, targeting the elders, giving them no chance to react or dodge. Still, the 5 elders dodged and countered as best they could, but the sheer number of attacks was overwhelming. No matter how much damage they inflicted, it recovered to its original shape. It was as if Madara's power was seemingly limitless. We need to find a way to destroy his technique. Saint Marcus Mars suggested. I think we should focus on defending ourselves. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter stated. Indeed. I don't think his powers are endless. If we can defend until then, we might stand a chance and even turn things around. Saint Topman Warkuri expressed his thoughts. Let's do it, the 5 elders exchanged glances as they decided. Madara, perched atop the wooden statue, looked down at the elder saints with a wild grin. Is this the best the so-called rulers of the world can do? His laughter echoed across the battlefield, filled with disdain and amusement. In the distance, the world government agents and celestial dragons couldn't believe their eyes. The combined might of the 5 elder saints was being pushed to its limits by a single unruly man. As the rulers of this world, they couldn't accept this fact. But, as onlookers, they had no choice but to hope the 5 elders would find a way to overcome Madara's overwhelming power. Unknown to them, a figure seated atop a throne in the depths of the Holy Land, Mary Gosa, rose from their seat. Meanwhile, above the clouds, something massive began to stir, its movements unseen by those below. Back on Cloud Island, the battlefield was filled with tension as the significance of the ominous magic circle conjured by Figarland remained unknown. Meanwhile, the CP0 and world government agents who knew some things eagerly awaited the appearance of the 5 elder saints. However, as the seconds ticked by with no sign of the elders, an air of confusion and embarrassment began to settle over them. Even Figarland, the supreme commander of the God Knights, stood in puzzlement, his countenance pale with shame. Similarly, the other 2 God Knights wondered, what's happening? Why haven't the elders arrived? Blaze, standing tall and exuding an air of unparalleled haki, noticed their growing unease. With a smile, he remarked, were you expecting the 5 elders? I don't think they will come. They should be busy. His voice carried a teasing tone. Figarland's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Processing Blaze's words, a moment later, the truth dawned on him. You attacked Mary Gosa. He exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of shock and fury. Blaze's lips curled into a smirk. Bingo! While you were targeting our group, a greater battle rages at Mary Gosa. Let's hope the 5 elders are strong enough to save it from being destroyed. The revelation shocked the world government agents, CP0 and 2 God Knights, who understood the implications. It signals something big with significant consequences. It's time to bid you guys farewell, Blaze declared, I'll give you one last chance. I'll deliver a punch at full strength. If you survive, I won't chase after you. As Figarland regained his composure following the failed summon of the 5 elders, he snorted in contempt. Our plan indeed failed, but it doesn't mean we lost. We will fight till our last breath. We can't lose to an inferior being. How you view the world disgusts me. Disappear. Blaze's fist tightened, crackling with unfathomable power as the pressure around the Cloud Island shifted abruptly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch toward the world government forces. His fist tore through the air like a thunderbolt, dashing towards its target with unstoppable force. The impact was cataclysmic, a blinding explosion of air and wind pressure. The first to face the attack was Figarland. For him, the moment seemed to stretch into eternity. Blaze's fist loomed larger and larger in his vision, towering over him like a colossus. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, but it sent a chill down Figarland's spine, as if death itself had come knocking at his door. The punch triggered a shockwave of unparalleled magnitude that surged outward, obliterating everything in its path. Despite his formidable strength, Figarland was no match for the sheer destructiveness of Blaze's punch. He was caught in the epicenter of the shockwave, unable to withstand the explosive power that surged through the battlefield. The supreme commander of the God Knights was flung backward while his black sword broke into fragments, his haki-shrouded body disintegrating under immense pressure. With a final, devastating burst, his body shattered and exploded into pieces, scattering flesh across the battlefield. Next to bear the brunt of the attack were the other two God Knights and the world government forces. Unlike Vigarland, their defenses crumbled instantaneously, offering no resistance. Their bodies disintegrated into blood mist, leaving nothing but a crimson haze. The very fabric of space seemed to warp and fracture under the force of Blaze's punch. The sheer force of his strike split the sky, creating a chasm that extended from Cloud Island to as far as eyes could follow. From below, one can clearly see the devastating punch that extended for hundreds of kilometers. It was the first time Blaze had unleashed his full strength, 100% of his physical power with haki. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 266, Innocent Weapon. The aftermath of Blaze's punch left a deep, tense silence on the battlefield. The once solid ground of Cloud Island had been obliterated, replaced by a nothingness where the island once stood. The only thing keeping everyone from plummeting into the blue sea below was Blaze's gravitational power, which held everyone in mid-air. The absolute power Blaze showed transcended the limits of this world and their understanding unreasonable and unrivaled. The revolutionary army who witnessed everything was caught between awe and terror, realizing that they were in the presence of a true strong man. Blaze hovered in mid-air with his hand behind his back and a nonchalant expression. Looking at the world government forces that turned to blood and dust, he shrugged. Oh my, did I overdo it? His voice carried a casual tone as if he had done something insignificant. From the beginning, the world government forces never stood a chance against Blaze, whose strength had reached levels beyond their wildest dreams. The disparity in power between the two sides was stark, like night and day. Dragon was among those most affected by the display of power as he knew the strength of their opponents. In the blink of an eye, they were no more. He had always known Blaze was strong, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. Blaze-san is unbelievably strong. Akira muttered, her voice barely audible, still in shock. Ha ha ha. I knew it. That was so cool. Blaze-san, you're amazing. Please teach me that punch. Jax exclaimed excitedly. You fool, there's no technique to it. It's just a normal punch, Akira retorted. What? I don't believe it. Even if I trained for a lifetime, I don't think I could ever reach his level, Sabo muttered in a whining tone. Their exchange snapped everyone out of their stupor, dispersing the tense atmosphere that had settled over them. The Revolutionary Army, who saw Blaze's strength, now began to see him as their pillar of hope, a person capable of truly challenging the world government's regime. Blaze, with his unmatched strength, indeed has the power to reshape the very fabric of the world. Noticing the reactions around him, Blaze chuckled. Okay, everyone. The farce is over, but our fight has just begun. The era of the world government's power is coming to an end. But, it won't be simple to dethrone them from their seat, they have some unbelievable powers, even ancient weapons. Hearing his words, Dragon solemnly remarked, as I suspected. I've been researching this for a while, and with Vegapunk's help, we've discovered that the world government may possess an ancient weapon named Uranus. However, its true power remains unknown to us. Blaze, do you know something? I don't know much either, but the ancient weapon has the power to obliterate any island in the blink of an eye, Blaze replied. Suddenly, Blaze sensed something. I'll be back in a minute, he said before disappearing from the spot. Mary Gosa. The clash between Madara Uchiha and the five elders had reached its peak. Madara, standing amidst the wreckage, let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you five fools are really strong. The five elders stood strong but were visibly exhausted and battered, their robes torn and stained with blood. Of course, they had inflicted significant damage on Madara as well, who bore his own share of injuries and showed signs of exhaustion. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, even with a few drops of golden blood granted to him by Blaze. I have done my best, it's time to end this confrontation. If he didn't act soon, there was a real possibility he might die here. From the start, his mission was to stall the five elders, not to fight to the death. Summoning every ounce of chakra left in his body, Madara made a hand seal. Seeing his actions, the five elders grew tense. After fighting him for so long, they dared not underestimate him. As if sensing something, they collectively raised their heads. A massive meteor hurtled down from the sky, casting a dark shadow over the entirety of Mary Gosa. Its colossal size dwarfed everything below. If it fell, it would mean the end of Mary Gosa. He still had such a hidden move up his sleeve, Saint Saturn muttered, preparing to take action. However, he found his entire body weak, drained from the intense battle. This isn't good, Saint Marcus Mars said, breathing heavily. We've exhausted too much haki and physical strength. As the meteor loomed overhead, frightening the world nobles and world government forces above the red line, something equally enormous could be seen hovering above the clouds. Without a doubt, it's the ancient weapon Uranus. With a booming roar, Uranus unleashed a torrent of laser-like energy beams that struck the meteor, shattering it into fine particles that rained down harmlessly on Mary Gosa. The 5 elders let out a sigh of relief as the meteor disintegrated. Despite their relief, a sense of shame gnawed at them. Their inability to handle the situation forced Imusama to take action directly. As the remains of the meteor scattered across the sky, Uranus hovered menacingly above without leaving. At the same time, Madara felt an oppressive force of death, as if an unseen power had locked onto him. He knew that if he stayed any longer, only death awaited him. Silently, Madara activated the last resort power given to him by Blaze. Just then, an energy beam streaked toward him, ready to incinerate him into ashes. A powerful surge erupted within Madara, enveloping him entirely in golden flames. In a blinding flash, he vanished from the battlefield, teleporting away. Though he escaped, his words echoed across the ruined battlefield, "Remember, this is far from over. I will return, and next time, not even your ancient weapons will save you." The energy beam from Uranus struck the ground where Madara had stood moments before, leaving a gaping hole that extended for hundreds of meters, a clear reminder of its extreme destructive power. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. The novel ended in 267, it's time. The 5 elders, their breaths heavy with exhaustion, exchanged weary glances amidst the ruins of the Red Line. Despite their super haki, they couldn't detect Madara's presence nearby. "He's gone," Saint Nusjuro declared solemnly, wiping blood from his blade. His face was heavy with the failure to eradicate the threat of Madara. Saint Marcus Mars muttered in a silent voice, "I can't believe we let him escape, especially after revealing the power of the ancient weapon. Now, he knows about it." They struggled to accept that a single man had pushed them to such lengths. Above the clouds of Mary Gosa, the massive form of Uranus had vanished, leaving no trace of its presence. At that moment, an authoritative voice echoed in their minds, "Come and see me." Imusama had summoned them. The 5 elders immediately made their way to Pangaea Castle, their hearts heavy with the disappointment of failure. The place where the Cloud Island once was. As soon as Blaze disappeared, the gravity that had helped everyone suspend in mid-air vanished, and cries of surprise and alarm erupted immediately. Without someone to stabilize the fall, everyone began to plummet toward the sea below, except for those who naturally had the ability to stay in mid-air. "Oh my god, we're falling!" A member of the Revolutionary Army yelled at the top of his lungs. "Hee-haw! We're really falling, wait, I'm fine!" Ivankov exclaimed, effortlessly kicking the air to stay afloat. "Ivankov-sama, you fooled us all, but we really are falling!" The crowd cried in panic as they continued to fall. Blaze-san forgot we were suspending in mid-air with the help of his power. "Jax, do something," Akira shouted, transforming into her Thunderbird form. "I'm on it!" Jax responded, stretching out his hands to summon a large, cushioned cloud for everyone to stand on. The soft, billowing cloud formed quickly, but it materialized above the falling crowd. Seeing this, Dragon used his devil fruit powers to control the wind. With a powerful gust, he directed the revolutionary members towards the cloud Jax had created, ensuring their safe landing. "I think I saw a death god, a black-cloaked, scythe-wielding figure," one member of the revolutionary army said, lying on the cloud surface with a pale face, nearly having seen his death. "Ha ha ha, this is so fun!" Sabo exclaimed fearlessly. "No, it's not," Hack commented grimly. Unknown island some distance away from Red Line. Blaze appeared next to Madara, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed, exhausted but with a satisfied grin on his face. Sensing Blaze's presence, Madara spoke with his eyes closed. "It's been a long time since I fought such a hearty battle," he said, savoring the exhilaration of the intense fight. Blaze looked down at Madara with a slight smile. "Well, you fought against 5 elders who are nearly the immortals of this world. It must have been quite an entertaining fight. How was it? Are they formidable?" Madara opened his eyes and said, "They are indeed overwhelmingly strong. But if I had the power of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I could kill them like ants. However, I sensed a formidable presence in Mary Gosa and saw the power of the ancient weapon you mentioned. It's terrifying. If we want to overthrow them, we need to overcome that ancient weapon. But considering your strength, I think it's not a big deal." Blaze nodded, still as casual. "Good. Let's go and discuss a strategy. We can't wait for them to make the first move." He teleported with Madara to Cloud Island, appearing in the midst of the members of the Revolutionary Army who lay sprawled on the newly created cushioned clouds. Seeing Blaze's appearance, they all looked at him with weird looks. It was only then that Blaze remembered his action and what he had done. "Sorry, guys. I completely forgot," he apologized with a hint of embarrassment. To escape the embarrassment, he showed a serious demeanor and spoke, "As you know, while we were fighting here, Madara fought with the 5 elders. He even forced them to show the ancient weapon, Uranus. I think it's time. We need to plan our next move and do it now before they recover and strike back. Blaze said seriously and looked at everyone before he continued. What do you guys think? Are you ready to change the world? Yes, everyone replied with a fierce cry, determined to end the world government's reign. Let's do it. Jax yelled, his fist clenched with resolve. I've trained for this moment, Akira stated, a raging fire burning in her eyes. Finally. Let's change this sick world. Sabo commented. What's the plan? Dragon asked. Just like we discussed before. I will be the vanguard. You guys are responsible for destroying the tail ends like God Knights, Cypher Paul, and other world government forces from the rear. Blaze said. Are you sure about this? Dargan asked. According to the strategy, Blaze would indeed face off against the 5 elders and the mysterious presence present in Mary Goase. Yet. Nothing to worry about. Can he do it? Dragon thought but decided to trust Blaze. If anyone could fight the monsters, it was Blaze. Akira, Sabo, Jax, and revolutionary members stood ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead in their way to bring down the world government and reshape history. Blaze's gaze swept over everyone. We'll strike at sunset. Let's do it. Dragon, it's up to you now. Dragon nodded solemnly. It was time for him to do the role of revolutionary Amrai's supreme commander. Blaze then turned to Jax, Akira, and Sabo. You guys, be careful. Don't lose your life in vain. Blaze then left with Madara. He needs to make other preparations and consider the safety of his loved ones like Boa Hancock. Who knows what will the world government do when backed into a corner. Watching Blaze leave, Dragon took a deep breath and turned to his companions who had stood by him for so long. Prepare yourselves, everyone. We'll set out before sunset. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Novel ended in 268, Egghead Attacked 1. After Blaze and Madara traveled some distance, Blaze checked his reward. Task, defeated Figarland Garling and destroyed the Gods Knights, CP0, and world government agents. Reward, 2.0 free attributes. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 100 half-god. Devil Fruit, 96.0. Haki, 100.0. Free attribute points, 4.0. With a sense of accomplishment, Blaze allocated the 4 free attribute points to his Devil Fruit ability, raising it to 100.0. As soon as he completed the enhancement, a profound sensation washed over him. His Devil Fruit power underwent a massive transformation. For the first time, he felt truly godlike. Rays of golden light radiated from his body, casting a brilliant aura that extended outward, bathing the surroundings in a luminous glow. Finally. At that moment, he felt like he was the sun. With a wave of his hand could summon terrifying flames capable of destroying large islands in an instant. With this power, I doubt even the 5 elders can withstand a move from me. A mixture of emotions flickered across his face as he became lost in his memories of his journey from weak to strong, and the years of training and fighting strong opponents had finally led him to reach the true pinnacle of this world. What happened? Madara asked, his curiosity piqued by the sudden change in Blaze's aura. Just a small increase in strength, Blaze replied with a nonchalant shrug. It seems like you've become even more terrifying, Madara snorted. I don't understand how you keep getting stronger without doing anything. Amazon Lily. In a private room, Blaze held Hancock in a warm embrace, feeling her soft body. It's been some time, my wife, he murmured softly. Hancock rested her head on his broad shoulders, enjoying his scent. Yes, it has, she replied, her voice filled with happiness. But sensing his silence, she asked. Husband, is everything okay? Blaze nodded, though his expression remained serious. Yes, but we are going for a final battle with the world government tomorrow. Hancock's eyes widened slightly. What? Blaze's grip tightened around her, reassuring her. Yes, it's time. Considering my husband's strength, the world government is no match. Blaze smiled at her confidence. Of course, I'm strong, but I'm worried they will target you and this island. That's why I came to make sure Amazon Lily is safe in my absence. Only when I'm confident of your safety, I can fight the battle with peace of mind. Hancock's expression softened, understanding his concern for her and her people. You don't have to worry about us. With my strength, defending my people is no problem. Unlike in the original timeline, Hancock had grown significantly stronger, thanks to Blaze training her during his free time. Her armament haki could now destroy internally, and she had mastered House Hoku haki to infuse her attacks. I know you can, but this is different. Hancock nodded, accepting his protectiveness. She enjoyed this feeling of being protected by Blaze. Very well, my husband. Do what you must. Blaze kissed her forehead tenderly. Good. I promise, that once all of this is over, we will have a peaceful life away from all this fighting and killing. Hancock smiled, okay. Blaze and Hancock stepped outside to join Madara, Hancock's sisters, and Elder Nyan, who were all waiting. Madara, leave 2 of your wooden clones here, Blaze said, I will infuse them with my power, making them more than capable of protecting this island. In unforeseen situations, your clones will ensure everyone's safety. Madara nodded and made a seal, 2 wooden clones emerged from his body. As the clones stood before him, Blaze placed his hand on their shoulders, channeling his golden energy into them. The clones' wooden exterior showed no visible change, but a drop of golden power formed within their bodies. With the thought, the clones can activate their power. Blaze then turned to Hancock and said, this should be enough to defend against any threats. Even if anything happens to the clones, I can come here in an instant. Hancock nodded, she believes in Blaze 100%. Blaze then glanced at Madara. Let's go, he said, waving his hand to Hancock. With that, both he and Madara disappeared from Amazon Lily. After leaving the island, Blaze made his way to Marine headquarters. There was an emergency and his presence was needed while Madara had gone to meet with Dragon and the others. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, and several Vice Admirals were gathered, their faces stern. What happened? Blaze asked, his tone casual. A Marine officer stepped forward to report. Egghead Island was attacked by the world government forces. The main attacker was none other than former Admiral Akainu. Blaze's eyes narrowed. Tell me the details. An hour ago, we received a distress signal from Egghead Island. The message stated they were under attack by world government forces, the officer began. According to the report, aside from Akainu, one of the 5 elders came in person. Oh. According to Vegapunk, they are here for an item called Mother Flame. The officer continued. As soon as we got the information, Admiral Kizaru and Fujitora went there in person. If the Mother Flame is stolen, it would be disastrous, as Blaze knew it might be the power source for the ancient weapon Uranus. What is the status of Egghead Island now? Blaze asked. We're still awaiting updates from Admiral Kizaru. He will reach the island in a few minutes, replied the Marine officer. Not good. I will go there in person. Sengoku and Garp exchanged a glance, sensing the gravity of the situation. Sengoku asked, Blaze, what happened? Is the Mother Flame important? Very, Blaze responded solemnly. If the world government gets hold of it, they could destroy any island in the blink of an eye. Hearing it, everyone's expression changed. Egghead Island. The island, once hailed as the island of the future, now lay in ruins. The landscape, once bustling with advanced technology and innovative products, was in flames, with only Vegapunk's laboratory situated above the clouds remaining untouched, protected by an impenetrable energy dome. The rest of the island bubbled with magma, thanks to Akainu's devastating attacks. Vegapunk, surrender yourself and hand over the Mother Flame, Saint Jagarika Saturn's voice boomed through the destruction. Considering your contributions, I might let you live. Otherwise, you will meet your end. Behind him stood the world government forces and Seraphim, all now under his control. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 269, Egghead Attack 2. Egghead Island. Vegapunk and his satellites stood behind the protective energy dome, their faces marked with frustration. They had been betrayed by York, which allowed the world government forces to invade their territory easily and seize control of the Seraphim. Aside from them, Bartholomew Kuma was also present, standing quietly behind the group. We received word from the Marines, Shaka, one of Vegapunk's satellites, announced. Fleet Admiral Blaze will be here soon. Good, Vegapunk said, letting out a sigh of relief. He knew Blaze well and was confident in his strength. With Blaze coming, they no longer needed to worry about the world government's attacks. They just needed to protect themselves until his arrival. Looking at Saint Jagartha Saturn, Vegapunk spoke without any fear. Please leave. We've notified the Marines, and Blaze will be here any minute. Are you threatening me? Saint Jagartha Saturn's countenance turned with anger. Ever since Blaze ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral and began to oppose the world government, they had been hearing this phrase a lot. An ominous breath escaped from Saint Jagartha Saturn as he glared at Vegapunk hiding behind the protective energy dome. The energy dome doesn't have an unlimited energy supply, York interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. With continuous attacks, we can break it. She didn't want any of the Vegapunks to escape. She wants to be the only one. Sakazuki, kill them, Saturn commanded coldly. At the same time, he ordered, Seraphim, attack the protective dome. The Seraphim, adhering to their strict authority hierarchy, listened to Saturn and began their assault on the energy dome in a coordinated manner. On the other side, Akainu's entire being burned with molten magma, as he unleashed torrents of magma fist toward the dome in an unending barrage. Each attack was imbued with haki, adding a terrifying power that threatened to crush the protective barrier. Blasts of energy and powerful strikes reverberated through the air as they made contact with the protective dome, weakening its defenses. "Damn that bastard York," Lilith cursed. "The power reserves are depleting rapidly," Edison spoke, as he checked the device. "We are running out of time." Vegapunk's eyes locked onto Edison, his expression turning grim. "How much time do we have left?" "Maybe a minute." As Saturn prepared to launch a devastating attack to break the dome on his own, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence above Egghead Island. "He's here." His eyes widened a little as he looked above. Sakazuki's countenance also changed. He halted his attacks and glanced upward. Hovering mid-air, Blaze descended with an aura so overwhelming that it seemed to pulse with power. His gaze locked onto Saturn, with overpowering momentum. "It's been a while, Saint Saturn," Blaze's voice resonated with casual nonchalance. The sheer magnitude of Blaze's presence struck fear into the world government forces, who abruptly halted their attacks and stood trembling, unable to move under the weight of his godlike aura. Vegapunk and his satellites looked at Blaze with a sigh of relief, their tense hearts finally relaxed seeing his arrival. "Blaze." Saturn glared at him, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. Ignoring Saturn's murderous glare, Blaze turned his attention to the magma man beside him. "Sakazuki, it looks like you're hell-bent on opposing me. I thought you might do something interesting upon leaving the Marines, but here you are, still playing the loyal dog to someone else." Snort. Sakazuki scowled at Blaze, but his entire body was tense and on high alert, ready to strike any moment. "Enough talk," Saturn snarled, transforming into a human Jayaki hybrid while dark, flaming smoke ribboned around his shoulders and torso. Blaze might be strong, but Saturn wasn't afraid. He wasn't arrogant, he was confident in his abilities and strength. He commanded the Seraphim and Sakazuki, "Attack." The Seraphim were the first to move, obeying his orders unconditionally. There were 5, S-Hawk, S-Bear, S-Shark, S-King, and S-Joker. They launched their attacks simultaneously, each strike aimed with precision. At the same time, Sakazuki lunged forward with a fearsome roar, unleashing his signature attack Dai Funka. His hand transformed into a giant magma fist, imbued with haki, and rocketed toward Blaze. Seeing the barrage of attacks coming at him, Blaze stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, showing no sign of counter-attacking or defending. Every attack suspended just centimeters from his body, as if hitting an invisible barrier, unable to move forward. Amid the chaos, Saturn seized the opportunity to strike. He moved at incredible speed, becoming a blur as he appeared behind Blaze. With a leg crackling with dark energy, he stabbed with his venomous sharp leg, aiming directly at the rear of Blaze's head. Like the others, his attack stopped just centimeters from Blaze's body. "What?" Saturn thought in disbelief. Realizing his sneak attack had failed, he swiftly retreated behind Akainu and the Seraphim. "My turn," Blaze declared, raising both his hands outward. With a quiet voice, he uttered, "God's push." A tremendous repulsive force erupted from Blaze, radiating outward with him at its center. The force swept across the landscape, obliterating everything in its path. Buildings crumbled and disintegrated, and the ground itself was torn apart. The entire Egghead Island was transformed into a deep crater, the once futuristic island reduced to nothingness. Only Saturn managed to withstand the devastating attack. He unleashed an invisible haki to slash through the repulsive force and dug his sharp legs into the ground to anchor himself. Despite his efforts, he was still dragged several meters along the ground. Seeing this, Blaze remarked, "Impressive." His words were a slap in the face, making Saturn's expression turn even uglier. Seconds later, Akainu and the Seraphim re-emerged without any obvious wounds, as Blaze hadn't used haki in his attacks. However, the world government forces were nowhere to be seen. Inside the protective energy dome, Vegapunk and his satellites watched the unfolding attack with a mixture of awe. Vegapunk commented, "He's grown incredibly strong since I last saw him, but he doesn't have to destroy the entire island." Atlas spoke softly, "Well, it doesn't matter. We can rebuild it. No major inventions were down below. Should I go and help?" Kuma asked. "No need," Vegapunk replied. "Just send the others away from the island." New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Novel ended in 270, before the final battle. "I'm going kill you." Sakazuki roared, he lunged forward with magma erupting from his body. At the same time, Seraphim too attacked. Blaze, unperturbed by their attacks, did not waste time on words. With a mere wave of his hand, white flames of pure destruction materialized behind him, taking the form of deadly spears. Their intense heat began to melt the air around them, distorting the very atmosphere. Zzz. With a thought, Blaze shot the flame spears forward. They fired through the air setting the ground ablaze, locking on Sakazuki, the Seraphim, and Saturn. None of them could evade the attack as each flaming spear struck squarely in their chest, igniting a fierce conflagration that began to consume their entire bodies. Sakazuki, despite his formidable haki, could only slow the flames from burning him. Even after transforming into his magma form, he couldn't halt the flames' advance. The flames began to disintegrate his haki, engulfing him entirely. Despite his nature as a magma man, he could do nothing but scream in agony as the flames burned his body bit by bit. The Seraphim fared better assisted by their Lunarian bloodline. However, within seconds, the flames on their backs were extinguished. Soon, their bodies turned to dust under the merciless heat. On the other hand, Saturn, with his near-immortal physique, managed to survive the flames' assault. He withstood the attack by continuously regenerating the burning region. With his immense haki, he extinguished the flames while the hole in his chest regenerated completely. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, despite struggling with all his might, could do nothing to stave off the flames. He fell to the ground with a gaping hole in his chest, barely clinging to life. "You're strong, Blaze," Saturn admitted. "But not strong enough to stop us." Blaze's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Is that so?" In an instant, Blaze's overwhelming presence emanated with dark tendrils of House Hoku Haki. The sheer vision of his House Hoku Haki spread over several kilometers, creating a tangible pressure that weighed heavily upon everything within its reach. Standing just a few meters away, Saturn felt the crushing pressure of Blaze's haki. Under its immense force, he was forced back into his human form. Suddenly, a magical circle ignited on the ground beneath Saturn's feet, emanating a strange power. Seeing this, Blaze narrowed his eyes and understood what was happening. The other elders must have summoned him, knowing the situation wasn't good here. But, Blaze didn't try to stop. He simply stated, "Prepare yourself. Say this to your boss, I am coming." Hearing his words, Saturn's pupil shrank as he vanished entirely while the magical circle crackled and then dissipated, leaving behind only the faint traces of its presence. Vegapunk and his satellites watched the scene unfold with awestruck expressions. The major danger from the world government had passed, but Vegapunk knew they wouldn't stop until they acquired the Mother Flame. "He's gone," Shaka said, feeling relieved from the oppressive presence of Saint Saturn. "For now," Vegapunk replied and looked at the aftermath of the battle. The destruction of Egghead Island stood as a stark reminder to him of the immense power held by the world government, but such beings stand no chance against Blaze. Vegapunk knew that the ultimate showdown between Blaze and the world government was inevitable. Their victory would decide the world's fate. Blaze walked over to Sakazuki, who was at his last breath, and said in a soft voice, "Serve the right master in your next life, Sakazuki." With a swift gesture, blackish lightning crackled from his hand and struck Sakazuki's head, ending his life in an instant. Finishing off Sakazuki, Blaze turned his attention back to Vegapunk and his group. With a flash, he teleported next to them. "Long time no see, Vegapunk. Prepare to move. The island isn't safe anymore. The world government won't give up." Vegapunk nodded, his expression serious. "Understood, Blaze. We will make the necessary preparations." Under Vegapunk's command, his satellites quickly moved to gather important research materials and essential things. After that, Vegapunk turned to Blaze. "Come with me," he said, leading Blaze to a floor containing the Mother Flame. A golden flame suspended inside a gigantic, reactor-like tank of undisclosed liquid. Looking at the flame, Blaze interpreted the characteristics of it with a look. It seems like he created the flame with technology similar to nuclear fusion. Vegapunk spoke. The Mother Flame was originally developed to be a source of unlimited energy, an undying flame meant to advance modern civilization and fulfill my primary goal of freely available energy. However, I didn't expect it would help the world government to power up something terrifying. Blaze smiled. "It looks like you know about it." "Of course," Vegapunk replied, his voice laced with concern. "I saw what happened above the red line. It doesn't matter even if the world government gets it, such things pose no threat to me. However, it's true that in the right hands, this could change the entire world for the better." Blaze said and continued. "If nothing goes wrong, there won't be anything called world government after tomorrow. Once they're gone, you can research with confidence and work towards the betterment of the world." Hearing this, Vegapunk's eyes widened in shock before he composed himself. "Is it happening today?" "Yes," Blaze confirmed with a casual nod. "Okay, Vegapunk. I have some matters to attend to. Kizaru will arrive in a few minutes and ensure your safety." Blaze said this and his form disappeared from the spot. Marine Headquarters. Blaze's form appeared in the Fleet Admiral's office with a slight flicker in the air. Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, and several vice admirals, all of whom had remained in his office after his brief disappearance. His arrival didn't surprise them, as Blaze had mentioned before leaving that he would be back in a few minutes. "Is everything okay, Blaze? You're back so soon?" Sengoku asked. "Naturally nothing happened since I went there in person. Blaze chuckled and soon his expression turned serious as his gaze swept over everyone in the room. Actually, I have something important to announce. Hearing his words, the room fell into silence as everyone listened with solemn expressions. I am going to have a decisive battle with the world government today. The room fell into stunned silence. Sengoku's eyes widened, even usually carefree Garp showed an exaggerated expression while Kuzan stayed silent. The vice admirals, too, were visibly taken aback. No way. I won't allow it, Sengoku rejected Blaze's idea outright. I'm not asking for your permission, Sengoku-san. Blaze retorted. Ha 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 ha. Garp's loud laughter filled the room, causing veins to bulge on Sengoku's forehead. Blaze continued. It's inevitable. Everything is as per plan and I've prepared for this moment for a long time. I won't fail. Kuzan stood up, his expression showed rare seriousness. You are really bold, Blaze. So, what do you need us to do? Blaze looked at Kuzan and said, once the world government falls, there will be chaos. Their collapse will create a vacuum that could invite various troubles. I need the Marines to be prepared to confront these problems and maintain stability across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. As for the New World, I have my own plans. So, concentrate our forces on the 4 seas and Paradise. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 271, let's do it. Throne Room, Pangdia Castle, Mary Gosa. The grandeur of the throne room was out of this world with the empty throne at its center. Imu, seated upon the throne, looked at the 5 elder planets below him. The 5 elders knelt on one knee, heads bowed to show utmost respect to the enigmatic figure before them. To them, Imu's authority was absolute. But, the recent failures made them feel heavy and remorseful in their hearts. Saint Jagarsha Saturn spoke first, his voice filled with shame. Forgive me, great Imu. I failed to retrieve the mother flame from Vegapunk's hands. Blaze intervened personally, and I was no match for him. Imu's gaze remained fixed on the elders as he spoke. Mew knows about him. I sensed his haki not long ago. It is indeed remarkable. His growth has surpassed Mew expectations. He stated that he would come for you, Saturn continued. If I'm not mistaken, he will strike tonight. He intends to give us no time to gather our forces to retaliate. Saint Mars added, we are short of manpower without Marines under our command. Moreover, half of the God's Knights and CP0 were completely wiped out. Imu's expression remained indecipherable, betraying no sign of fear or concern. Mew has to praise his audacity, but that may be his downfall. Let him come. Tonight, the true power of the world government will be once again revealed. Yes, the 5 elder saints rose from their kneeling position and responded. We will be ready by the time he comes, Imu-sama. We shall gather our forces and ensure that Mary Gosa is braced for the battle. Above the red line. The sun was setting, casting a fiery glow over the horizon and bathing the land in a deep orange hue. Nearly 50 kilometers away from Mary Gosa, the revolutionaries gathered along with Madara, Jax, Akira, and the members of the Demon Squad who had been personally trained by Madara. The atmosphere was solemn, with most of them serious and calm, prepared for the upcoming battle. Monkey D. Dragon stood at the forefront, gazing dreamily in the direction of Mary Gosa. What are you thinking, Dragon-san? Sabo, who stood beside Dragon, asked, breaking the silence. Dragon let out a sigh, his gaze still fixed in the distance. I didn't expect we'd confront the world government so soon. All of this feels surreal. At this stage, it's not defeat that worries me, but our victory. What are we going to do then? It's not too late to think about that when we win, Sabo chuckled. Dragon shook his head. Some distance away, Jax was chattering lively with Madara. Despite Madara's stoic exterior and the irritation etched on his face, he enjoyed Jax's lively personality. It reminded him of his old friend Hashirama, a man who was excitable, boisterous, headstrong, and often impulsive. Akira stood beside them with her eyes closed, composing herself to ensure she was in peak condition for the upcoming battle. The rest of the army commanders Emporio Ivankov, Karasu, Balo Betty, Morley, and Lindbergh were also present, along with their deputy captains and members. They were busy issuing commands and finalizing strategies for the upcoming battle. At that moment, Blaze appeared, accompanied by Regis and Kuina. Their sudden arrival drew the attention of the gathered revolutionaries, signaling that the time for battle had come. Dragon stepped forward, his eyes meeting Blaze's. Are we good to go? Blaze nodded, his expression calm. Yes, Dragon. We're doing it now. There's no backing down. Good, Dragon said. Blaze then handed over 3 den mushi with conical spiral shells to Sabo. Here, these are from Vegapunk. This den mushi is unique. I haven't seen one like this, Jax remarked, examining the snail closely. Madara and Akira also came over. Sabo's curiosity was also piqued. What do they do, Blaze-san? This is called the transmission Den Mushi. It is a visual Den Mushi capable of broadcasting across the world. It was developed personally by Vegapunk and is considered part of his research. With this, we can broadcast our battle live to the entire world. Hearing this, Dragon understood Blaze's plan. You planned very well, Blaze. As expected of you. If we win, it will stabilize the world. Looking at Madara, who seemed lost in thought, Blaze asked, What happened, Madara? You look spaced out. Madara snapped back to attention and replied in an indifferent tone. Nothing. Blaze chuckled. I know you better than you know yourself. I guess you're missing your friend Hashirama. Madara snorted, crossing his arms. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I miss someone who killed me? Blaze's thoughts sounded silently in Madara's mind. Don't worry. I will cancel the summon after a few days, and you can return to your world. But before that, witness with your own eyes how we change this world. Madara simply stayed silent. Blaze then turned his attention to Kuina, Jax, and Akira. You three have come a long way, but you're still young. Stick together and stay safe. Blaze-san, Jax interjected with a playful smirk, we're not kids anymore. Maybe it's time you had one, considering how protective you're getting. I've been thinking the same, Blaze unexpectedly nodded with a small smile. Hancock and I decided to try once everything is over. Jax, who was expecting a scolding, looked at him in shock. What? They didn't expect Blaze would respond like that. Blaze then turned to Dragon and said, Dragon, it's time. Let's do it. MN. Dragon turned to face the assembled group, numbering nearly 2,500. His voice rang with power and resolution to bring change. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Today is your chance to change the world. Show your strength to the people of the world government. Remember why you fight and who you fight for. Emporio Ivankov raised both her fists in enthusiasm and shouted, Hee-haw! Let's do it, boys, for freedom. Blaze-san, say something. Jax whispered in his ear, forcing Blaze to kick him far away. Blaze stepped forward, his aura radiating confidence and formidable haki. I see some of you are feeling nervous. Don't worry, I'll handle the mysterious figure and the 5 elders. With me here, they won't stand a chance. Your task is to confront the world government forces protecting the celestial dragons. Together, we will change the world. As Blaze finished speaking, Sabo raised his hand and clenched his fist. Let's do it. The gathered forces felt a surge of excitement, roaring at the top of their lungs. The upcoming battle would determine the future of the world, and they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, even if it meant facing death. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Novel ended in 272, live broadcast across the world. Holy Land Mary Gosa. Blaze's figure appeared outside the gates of Mary Gosa, his presence like a bright flame in the darkness. As if expecting his arrival, the 5 elders, Cypher Paul, world government agents, and a few armored figures, the remaining god knights, stood at the entrance, blocking his path. Blaze and the 5 elder saints locked gazes. There was tension and silence in the air, like the calm before the storm. Blaze's expression remained indifferent, while the 5 elders' faces contorted with rage, their eyes blazing with the intent to kill. We should have killed you when we had the chance, Saint Nusjuro spat. Indeed. But, you had your chance and you missed it, Blaze responded casually. Now, it's my time. Are you prepared? An overwhelming momentum surged from Blaze, his house Hoku haki exploding outward in streaks of dark purple lightning that crackled in all directions. The sky above darkened with ominous clouds as if welcoming the world's end. The sheer force of Blaze's haki was unlike anything the 5 elders had ever encountered. Even with their immense strength, they were affected by the haki pressure. Some of the weaker Cypher Paul agents were knocked unconscious instantly, collapsing to the ground. What a strong conqueror's haki! Everyone thought, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. Don't fall into his momentum. Strike with all you've got. He's nothing but another man, Saint Marcus Mars said, dispelling the overwhelming presence of Blaze with his own. Is that so? Blaze's tone was full of amusement as he stood with his hands behind his back. I'll give you all a chance. I won't move for a minute. Attack me with all you've got, because I won't show mercy after that. Hearing his brazen statement, the elder saints didn't ignore it as mere arrogance. Instead, they took it seriously and coordinated their efforts with everyone present to attack. In no time, a relentless barrage of attacks rained down on Blaze. Inside the throne room, Imma watched the battle unfold with cold eyes. The sheer momentum and haki displayed by Blaze made it clear that the defeat of the 5 elders was inevitable. Yet, Imma remained unfazed. Blaze hunt, he murmured. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Dragon, Sabo, Madara, Jax, Akira, and the Revolutionary Army watched world government forces attack Blaze, from clouds conjured by Jax. The sky was ablaze with flashes of Haki and Devil Fruit powers, while the center of the battlefield was a storm of clashing abilities and techniques. Despite the chaos below, they remained unworried, fully aware of Blaze's formidable strength. In fact, some of them regard Blaze as someone who can't be defeated by mere mortals. Is it ready? Sabo asked. Yes, Regis replied. It has already started to record. Blaze-san seems to have concealed the Den Mushi with some kind of ability, making it invisible to the naked eye. It can only be felt with top-notch observation Haki. Okay. Let's do our part. Everyone's it's time. Under Sabo's command, their forces invaded Mary Gosa. Back on the battlefield, the five elders combined their powers in a desperate attempt to overpower Blaze. They unleashed a series of devastating attacks, each one capable of leveling mountains and destroying islands. But Blaze met them head-on, not moving an inch from his place. The combined might of everyone's attacks triggered shockwaves that rippled through the air, shaking the very foundations of Mary Gosa. But, none of the attack's sword slashes or devil fruit abilities touched him. They suspended in midair just a few centimeters away from him. A minute passed, and Blaze remained in his position, his hands still behind his back. Forget about touching his skin, not a single attack wobbled his clothes. Seeing this, everyone on the world government side retreated with a look of shock and surprise. Damn! What kind of ability is this? It doesn't look like a devil fruit ability, Saint Warcury cursed, as he even Seastone failed to break the invisible barrier. I think it's some kind of space technique, Saint Saturn, who had experienced it before, expressed his thoughts. Our attacks aren't being stopped, they're being slowed down infinitely, preventing them from reaching him. Correct. But you guys lost your opportunity, now, it's my turn. Blaze smiled and took a step forward. Everyone, be careful. Saint Topman Warcury warned, his voice tense. The other elder saints also went on high alert, their eyes locked onto Blaze, ready for his next move. At that moment, the world was thrown into turmoil as a sudden live broadcast began playing on major islands around the world, excluding the uninhabited ones. The scene of the battle at Mary Gosa played before the eyes of countless people. The live broadcast caught people off guard, but the content playing on it left everyone stunned. What is the broadcast showing? Is it some kind of conflict between pirates and marines? And no. It's Holy Land Mary Gosa. Someone is attacking Holy Land Mary Gosa and broadcasting it live. It can't be. Who would dare attack the hold land of celestial dragons? FCK. It's Marine Fleet Admiral Blaze, the strongest man in the world. What is he doing there? It seems he's the one attacking Mary Gosa. Some people speculated since the conflict between them isn't a secret, after all. It's huge. Something huge is happening. The live broadcast attracted the attention of everyone. Amazon Lily. It has started, Hancock said, her eyes fixed on Blaze's figure standing with his hands behind his back, the familiar landscape of Mary Gosa in the background of the live broadcast. Moby Dick, Whitebeard Pirate's ship. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates watched the sudden broadcast with wide eyes. Marco, Ace, Yozu, Vista, and the other commanders couldn't believe what they were seeing. What is he doing? Ace stared at the screen. Oyaji, Marco called out to Whitebeard, who was seated in his throne-like chair and watching the broadcast while enjoying wine. Whitebeard's laughter roared across the deck. Gururara. The world is about to be turned upside down. Marco, it's time to fulfill our promise. On an island belonging to the red-haired pirates, Shanks and his crew watched the broadcast with serious expressions. The normally jovial crew was silent, understanding the gravity of the ongoing battle. He really attacked Mary Gosa. Ben Beckman mused, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Looks like it, Shanks said with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, it's time for us to make our move. On one of the islands belonging to the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom's children watched the broadcast with interest. As for Big Mom, she hasn't woken up from her coma. What's this? An attack on Mary Gosa. Perospero said, his candy-themed cane clutched tightly. This man is insane. Similar things happened in Inagashima, the beast pirate's stronghold. Kaido watched everything, fully drunk. The kings of various kingdoms around the world were taken aback by the broadcast. Reactions ranged from excitement and shock to fear and uncertainty. This is unprecedented, murmured King Cobra of Alabasta. What will become of the world if they lose? Conversations like these rippled across the world, as people from every corner reacted to the live broadcast with shock, curiosity and speculations about the impending changes that it would bring. New novel, I Can Transmigrate into the World of Anime ongoing. Novel ended in 273, target, Celestial Dragons. A little away from Mary Gosa. Before Blaze's arrival, the 5 Elder Saints had gathered all the Celestial Dragons and moved them to an underground fortified hall for safety. Celestial Dragons, wearing their signature bubble masks, crowded the hall. The atmosphere was chaotic with curses and tantrums. Suddenly, the expressions of all the celestial dragons, who had been gathered there without any notice, changed drastically as they heard the sounds of battle outside. What's happening out there? Is this why we were gathered here, just because of some lowlifes attacking the Holy Land? Unable to answer them, one of the world government agents used a projection den mushi to show the scene outside. A large screen displayed the world government forces fighting Blaze and a group of revolutionaries invading Mary Gosa. These damn low-class people! How dare they attack our Holy Land? One of the celestial dragons spat, his face contorted with rage. Where are the God Knights and Saint Garling? Let them clean this mess up. I don't want to see these invaders. Damn Blaze! I want to skin him alive, cut him into pieces, and feed him to my pets, another older celestial dragon with a little bit of brain shrieked, his voice trembling with anger. They deserve to die 1,000 times for even thinking of invading our land, another one shouted indignantly. The world nobles, watching the revolutionary army and Blaze appear on the screen, gritted their teeth and cursed angrily. Their cruelty and madness were evident, even through their glass masks. The world's strongest man, Blaze. Though they seethed with anger at the sight of him, they had to admit that his name alone made them tremble. Blaze's opposition to the world government had instilled more fear in them than any pirate or rebel ever had. Because of him, no celestial dragon dared travel freely, capture slaves, or indulge in their usual whims. Their unchecked authority and luxury were severely shortened. Food had become scarce, and their indulgences were no longer guaranteed. Why haven't the 5 elder saints dealt with Blaze and the revolutionaries? One celestial dragon demanded, his voice panicked. They should have destroyed these insurgents before they got close to our Holy Land. Kill them all. I've had enough of this trouble. I haven't had ice cream for almost half a month because of them disrupting our supplies. Another whined. They valued their lives and comforts above all else, and the thought of losing their luxury filled them with more dread than the prospect of losing their lives. As for the battle between Blaze and the 5 elders that would determine the future of the world, they didn't care. What does it have to do with them? Zzz. Blaze's entire form underwent a transformation as he exuded a blinding white light. His body emitted an ultra-heavy temperature akin to the sun's surface, causing the very air around him to ignite in flames. The ground beneath him melted into molten rock. The heat was so intense that everything within a certain radius began to disintegrate. The world government forces, including Cypher Paul agents and the remaining God Knights, were engulfed by the extreme heat. Even those who attempted to shield themselves with haki found their efforts futile against the overwhelming temperature. They were vaporized instantly, unable to even scream in agony. The 5 elders, however, struggled with all their might, transforming into their full beast forms. Their skin and muscles disintegrated before regenerating as they resisted with all their strength. Fear filled their hearts, they hadn't expected Blaze fruit power to be so overwhelmingly powerful. If they don't do something, they will really die. Though Blaze didn't unleash his entire strength, he demonstrated most of it, carefully controlling the temperature within a certain distance to avoid incinerating his own people who had gone to capture the celestial dragons. The 5 elder saints had to act quickly, or their fate was really sealed. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. At the last moment, combining their house Hoku haki, they formed a dome-shaped black barrier to shield themselves from the super high heat. But Blaze wasn't going to let them do as they pleased. With a mere gesture, Blaze unleashed a wave of scorching white flames that swept across the 5 saints. The flames burned through their haki barriers, assaulting them directly. Despite their immense power and centuries of experience, the 5 elders found themselves helpless against Blaze's overwhelming might. Yet, contrary to Blaze's expectations, they did not call for Imu's help. They braced themselves to face death. They screamed in pain as the flames burned their skin and flesh. Overwhelmed by the unimaginable heat, they fell to the ground, their bodies cooked. You guys stand no chance against me, Blaze chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. Unless you have some trump card, this is your end. Blaze was eager to see if Imu would intervene to save them. So, he intensified the heat little by little, preparing to burn them alive. As he had anticipated, Imu intervened. From a distance, a black energy beam shaped like a dragon's maw shot out, swallowing the intense heat within the surroundings. With the heat dissipated, the 5 elders' bodies began to recover, though the process looked so slow. The live broadcast captured every moment of the battle, broadcasting it to the world. Viewers watched in stunned silence as the seemingly invincible 5 elders of the world government were nearly burned alive by Blaze's godlike power. Meanwhile, Dragon and others discovered the hiding place of the celestial dragons after some searching. It hadn't been particularly difficult. However, before they could reach their targets, a formidable figure appeared before them. Aramaki, the user of the woodwood fruit, stood in their path. His imposing presence made it clear that he was a strong man. But, they have strength in numbers, so they didn't fear the man. Just as Dragon prepared for the confrontation, Madara stepped forward. Let me handle this. You guys go on and handle your thing. I'll play with this one. I was getting bored of this whole protecting thing anyway, Madara said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From the man in front of him, Madara sensed a power similar to Hashirama's the vitality of wood. It somewhat intrigued him. Seeing this, Dragon, Sabo, and the rest of the revolutionary moved forward. Their focus now was getting to the celestial dragons before the final fight break out between Blaze and Imu. Don't disappoint me, boy. I hope you dance well. Madara commented in his usual style. Am I being underestimated? Aramaki uttered, as wooden roots began to sprout and entwine around him, demonstrating his wood abilities. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 274, Final Battle, Blaze vs Imu. Blaze's eyes narrowed as a figure emerged from the shadows. Saint Narana Imu. His appearance resembled a humanoid figure, taller than a regular person, but his presence was commanding and exuded an aura of immense power. Imu was clad in a dark red robe, a crown atop his head adorned with 4 sharp, towering spikes. The impossibly long robe trailed behind him like a river of darkness, adding a sense of trepidation to his presence. Despite their grievous injuries, the 5 elder saints immediately struggled to their knees at Imu's arrival. With unwavering loyalty, they placed a hand over their chests, eyes filled with reverence and submission. Without sparing a glance at the 5 elder saints, Imu's gaze focused solely on Blaze. He spoke in a cold and commanding tone, "You possess an intriguing aura. It piques Mu's curiosity." His almond-shaped eyes, with red irises encircled by a thin black ring around the pupils, seemed to pierce through Blaze's soul. But Blaze met Imu's gaze without flinching, a smirk playing on his lips. When someone strong enough to kill you shows up, it's only natural to be curious. He paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly as if in thought. But I'm curious about something too. Are you male, female, or something else? Bang! Imu's aura erupted, unleashing a wave of terrifying House Hoku Haki, far more menacing than the 5 elders or the Yonko. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves through the air, causing the very ground beneath them to shatter. The 5 elders, their anger flaring to its peak, glared at Blaze. Saint Nusjuro stepped forward and spat, "How dare you insult great Imu with such vile words? You deserve to die," Imu declared coldly, as a black appendage emerged from behind his form, its arrow-like tip coated in House Hoku Haki, exuding black streaks of energy. In an instant, the appendage lashed out at Blaze, aiming his heart with deadly precision. Blaze didn't avoid it. With swift action, he met the attack head-on, his balled fist shrouded by his own House Hoku Haki. Boom! The collision of their haki sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, the ground beneath them fracturing from the sheer force. For a brief moment, the collision seemed evenly matched, but Blaze's punch was on another level, containing unimaginable power. The sheer force behind Blaze's punch was so immense that the black appendage, enveloped in dark energy, shattered instantly, disintegrating into nothingness upon contact with his raw power. The shockwaves from the punch continued to radiate outward, reducing the surrounding terrain to rubble, and leaving a massive expanse in its wake. Not only that, but the shockwave was also so overwhelming that it blew the golden crown from Imu's head as it fell to the ground without making any sound. Blaze was momentarily speechless, taken aback. I thought he was unbeatable. Imu's appendage, shattered moments before, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh and bones regenerated almost instantly, the speed even quicker than that of the 5 elders. He's like an immortal. Is this some kind of power beyond this world? Blaze wondered. At the same time, Imu's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. "Mu must admit, you are strong, but that doesn't mean you can oppose me," he said. Without warning, Imu's form began to transform, his humanoid shape twisting and expanding into a massive, nightmarish beast. He changed into a colossal sea serpent dragon, 3 times the size of Kaido's dragon form. Multiple appendages sprouted from his body, each ending in sharp, arrow-like points. Enormous wings unfurled from his back, casting a dark shadow over the merry Gosa. His long, twisting tail lashed through the air, ending in a devilish arrowhead ignited in black fire. Imu's transformation was terrifying, like a manifestation of a devil beast. His form was so monstrous and was like a living embodiment of chaos and destruction. From Imu, Blaze could sense nothing but the pure presence of a devil. At the same time, the entire world watched in horror as Imu's terrifying form was revealed. Unknowingly, their hearts were gripped by an overwhelming fear of this mysterious figure, whose authority seemed to surpass even that of the 5 elder saints. Without regard for Blaze's thoughts, Imu let out a deep roar, unleashing a torrent of hellfire from his mouth. The black flames were so intense they incinerated everything in their path, resembling the flames of Amaterasu with the ability to consume anything. Facing the attack, Blaze merely snorted. A powerful gravity erupted outward, repelling everything in its path. After that, Blaze and Imu clashed, testing each other's strength and abilities with every strike. Each collision sent shockwaves through the air, crackling with streaks of lightning in a spectrum of colors. The force of their blows shook the very foundations of the red line, triggering violent tremors. The sky, once filled with clouds, was now clear as their overwhelming power obliterated everything in its path. Marigosa was reduced to ruins, with nothing left standing. The Pangaea castle was demolished, and its once majestic walls crumbled into nothingness. The lush gardens were obliterated, and the surrounding buildings disintegrated into dust. Even the red line beneath them couldn't withstand the immense collision. The ground split open, forming a massive crater, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Despite the widespread destruction, Blaze and Imu stood firm, unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Because neither of them was giving their all. After a few minutes of fighting, Blaze realized that he could kill Imu if he struck with everything he had, despite Imu's ridiculous regenerative abilities that made him seem nearly immortal. Blaze had begun to understand Imu's ability. It seemed Imu had acquired some kind of devil power that allowed him to transform into this colossal behemoth and take the form of some rare mythical beast. One of his abilities involved absorbing the energies of devil fruits released by others to enhance his own strength, as his sun fruit ability isn't working on Imu. There was even a possibility that he could absorb Haki. And this final human-devil hybrid form, winged, with multiple arms, a serpentine body, and a tail ending in a flaming arrowhead, was ridiculously powerful. It looked like a very embodiment of a devil. No wonder no one had managed to defeat them in centuries, Blaze mused. But it's not enough to stop me. You stand no chance against me. When all creation is mine alone, how could you ever hope to defeat me? Surrender, and I will grant you immortality, Imu said. I won't say this second time. Blaze sighed. Saint Narana Imu, you don't understand me at all. I hoped you'd entertain me, but you've disappointed me. Let's end this. 275, Final Battle, Blaze vs Imu 2. You seem to know me, Imu asked, surprised by Blaze calling out his full name. How could someone here possibly know his identity? It seems you know something. Without responding, Blaze unleashed his full power. His devil fruit ability suppressed by Imu broke free with unstoppable momentum. Nothing can trap the sun, and nothing can swallow its might, not even the darkness. Blaze's aura intensified as his hair and eyes turned golden, his body emanating an overwhelming heat. He activated a domain-type technique, enveloping several kilometers in a blazing circular radius known as the sun's domain. The overwhelming heat melted everything within the region, rendering Imu's ability to swallow useless. The sun's energy was too potent, too vast to be absorbed. Imu could only absorb the heat within a meter of his body, but even that proved useless as the temperature continued to rise. Little by little, the heat intensified, and the five elders, without Imu's support unable to withstand the extreme temperature, were reduced to ashes. The very structure of the red line began to melt, and Marigosa, once the center of authority, disintegrated into nothingness. Realizing his power was failing him, Imu muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? Panic set in as the temperature surged, and he desperately retreated, trying to escape the scorching inferno of Blaze's domain. But Blaze wasn't about to let him flee. In a flash, he appeared before Imu, his fist blazing with power as he delivered a decisive blow. The overwhelming punch, infused with the full might of his devil fruit ability, Haki, and physical strength, surged toward Imu, intent on crushing him to pieces. Imu defended himself by enveloping his body in a shroud of dark energy. But it was useless. The sheer power of Blaze's strike shattered everything: his Haki, his energy armor, all crumbled under the assault. In an instant, Imu was turned into a beam of light, flung into the melting magma of the red line, disappearing as the once solid land dissolved under the extreme temperature. Crush! Bang! Without hesitation, Blaze unleashed another punch at the spot where Imu vanished, his fist cracking with unimaginable force. The impact shattered the red line, puncturing it deep as the land crumbled under his overwhelming power. Suddenly, Blaze sensed something and looked up. Without warning, a colossal barrage of light beams, each over 100 meters in diameter and numbering 18 in total, descended from the heavens, illuminating the sky and blinding countless spectators. The sheer intensity of the light was overwhelming, casting an otherworldly glow over the red line. Revolutionaries watching from a distance felt a chill run down their spines at the terrifying spectacle. Let's get out of here before their battle reaches us. Our task is complete. It's up to Blaze now, Dragon commanded, his voice steady despite the chaos. It truly is an ancient weapon, capable of destroying everything. Madara sighed, standing before the near-dead Aramaki, who was beaten to a state of unconsciousness. Even with the power of the six paths, Madara wasn't entirely confident he could survive such an attack head-on. Some of the weaker people collapsed to the ground in extreme fear, even though they were only watching the scene unfold on a screen. Even the most powerful figures in the world, Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, Borsalino, Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, Rayleigh, and others felt the sheer terror of the battle. Despite their immense strength, none of them were confident they could survive a direct hit from such a beam. Yet there was Blaze, standing at the epicenter of it all. Ha ha ha. It's over. That man is going to die, a world government loyalist exclaimed in glee. Indeed. The outcome is decided. How could the world government lose to a mere human? With power like this, no one in the world can stand against the world government. A king of a certain kingdom declared, his voice filled with arrogance. After a minute, the people could finally see the scene through the live broadcast. The tremendous destruction had torn a massive hole through the red line, extending all the way to the sea, creating a new passage from the Grand Line to the New World. At the center of the screen, the camera zoomed in on a figure. They saw Blaze's figure hovering in mid-air, completely unscathed. Impossible. How can this be? Everyone wondered, including Imu, who had appeared outside the spot of devastation. Is this the ancient weapon, Uranus? Impressive, but not enough. Blaze said with a hint of disdain as he looked up at the sky, where a massive black shadow loomed behind the clouds. Arrogance. Imu thought, dismissing Blaze's bravado as a mere facade. He believed Blaze had merely escaped by some kind of ability, and he was certain he wouldn't escape a second time. AI. You understand nothing about true power. Watch closely. Your so-called ancient weapon is nothing before me. Blaze chuckled as white flames surged from his body, transforming into a colossal white flame sword that shot upward, stretching toward the sky. With a thought, the flame sword slashed fiercely at the massive shadow above the clouds. Boom! The terrifying power of the flame sword cleaved through the huge shadow, splitting it in two. Without support, the fragments fell into the ground, and with a wave of Blaze's hand, they plummeted below the red line into the sea. The scene was jaw-dropping and left everyone stunned. Imu's expression froze in shock, his eyes wide as he struggled to believe what he saw. Ancient weapon Uranus had been destroyed, cut in half. How was this possible? How could a human possess such terrifying power? See? That's it. Blaze said with disdain, shaking his hand. Impossible, Imu muttered. The strength displayed by Blaze shattered his understanding of reality, making him seem invincible. Nothing is impossible. Blaze declared. What you see as impossible is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Imu's mind couldn't accept the reality. How could I possibly lose? Suddenly, Imu's expression became increasingly ferocious, as if possessed. He rushed toward Blaze, transforming into his behemoth form. Blaze's expression changed as he sensed the transformation in Imu's presence. Without hesitation, a white flaming sword materialized in his hand, radiating an intense heat akin to the sun's surface temperature. Enveloping the sword with natural energy, Blaze aimed it at the advancing Imu. The current Imu radiated an extremely dangerous aura, which urged Blaze to keep his distance. The flaming sword extended at unimaginable speed, piercing through Imu's massive form and sending him far away. As the sword struck his heart, an eerie, devilish shriek erupted from Imu as if an evil entity within him was letting out a final roar. Soon after, the devil's presence vanished. Imu's expression returned to his usual state, but he stared at the wound that refused to heal with an ugly expression. Soon, a long-lost sensation of weakness assaulted him. Imu felt his vitality slipping away. Am I really going to die? Impossible, I was promised. Imu managed to utter these words before succumbing, his vitality completely extinguished. Soon, Imu's entire figure ignited in flames and disintegrated into fly ash, vanishing into the air. It's over, Blaze sighed, his gaze fixed on the sky. New novel, I can transmigrate into the world of anime ongoing. Novel ended in 276, the end. I'm extremely sorry, everyone. This chapter was mistakenly published early. I only noticed it now while checking the comments. Across the globe, those who had been glued to the live broadcast erupted in a mix of shocked exclamations and cries of joy. The scale of the battle left many in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the power they had just witnessed. Blaze's figure lingered in their minds, the man who had accomplished the impossible, the one who had brought down the world government. To them, his strength was like a god. In the new world, pirates of all calibers were left speechless. He actually did it. What now? As the fleet admiral of the Marines, there's no way he'll let us continue as pirates. It's time to head back to our hometowns. Unbelievable, Shanks muttered, a rare look of respect on his face. He ended an 800-year reign of the world government. Beckman added, if this isn't shocking enough, what he plans to do next will shake the world even more. Since they are friends, Blaze had shared some of his ideas with them not long ago. In Amazon Lily, Hancock watched the battle with tear-streaked cheeks. He did it. At Marine headquarters, Admirals Aokiji, Kizaru, and Fujitora exchanged glances, knowing the foundation of their world had just been shattered. It was time to rebuild it into something better. The world government has been defeated. The retired Sengoku spoke in disbelief. This meant the Marines had become the undisputed rulers of the world. Ha ha ha. It's time for the world to change, Garp laughed, feeling somewhat relaxed. Meanwhile, citizens across the world, many who had lived under the world government's oppressive rule, began to cheer. In some islands, people flooded the streets, celebrating the end of the world government's reign. Though many followers of the world government found it hard to accept, the undeniable truth was before them. Blaze San did it, Sabo breathed, his heart pounding with excitement. Dragon stood silent for a moment before speaking, now, it's up to us to build a new one. The others nodded in agreement, ready to welcome a brand new world. The next day, Blaze appeared on a live broadcast that reached the entire world. In the wake of the world government's collapse, we will establish a new governmental structure to restore order and stability. The Marines will be the primary force in this new era. He then outlined several reforms regarding pirates. Prohibition of piracy: starting tomorrow, there will be no more pirates in the sea. If there are, strict action will be taken. Those who were once considered pirates will now be categorized differently under new approaches, adventure groups. The pirates can now apply to be recognized as adventure groups with the Marines' rules. These groups will be allowed to traverse the seas and explore uncharted territories, but their activities will be regulated under strict Marine oversight. Adventure groups are permitted to engage in battles and conflicts only on the sea or in uninhabited lands. They are prohibited from fighting within areas inhabited by civilians to ensure the safety and stability of populated regions. Adventure groups can claim and occupy territories, but they must do so in a manner that does not forcibly occupy or disrupt ordinary people. These territories will be assigned to their adventure group. The Marines will not interfere in territorial disputes among adventure groups. Lastly, criminals who break Marine laws will be pursued by both the Marines and adventure groups. Adventure groups will be required to capture or eliminate sea-based criminal gangs each month according to their strength level. Blaze respects the world as it is, refraining from extreme reforms. His focus remains on enhancing the quality of life for ordinary people. These reforms were implemented to strike a balance between maintaining order and at the same time, allowing the freedom to explore and adventure that had previously been the hallmark of piracy. He hoped these measures would prevent the rise of new criminal gangs while allowing the world to breathe fresh air. Aside from these, Blaze introduced many things that were both welcomed and opposed by some. Some saw it as a necessary step towards a more orderly world, while others worried about the limitations imposed on them. In the end, Blaze aimed to craft a new era where the seas were no longer a lawless frontier but a realm where adventure and exploration could thrive within the bounds of a new societal order. At the heart of the Red Line, a massive gap now stretches across, linking the first half of the Grand Line with the New World. This new passage eliminates the need to navigate through Fishman Island, significantly reducing the associated dangers. Above this gap, a magnificent new marine headquarters has been constructed with the aid of Vegapunk and the latest technology. This marks the establishment of the new marine headquarters. 3 months later, a massive summit happened here, uniting over 90% of the world's kingdoms, including Fishman Island. The discussion went on for many days, creating a new government. A new governmental structure was established to bring order and stability to the world, by introducing united governmental policies all over the world. The new government structure is designed as a provisional system, allowing for adjustments based on real-world effectiveness and public feedback. Over the next 3 years, the structure will be evaluated and modified as needed to better serve the people. Within the Marines, a new Marine inspection team was established to oversee the activities of the new governments and ensure compliance with world policy. This special unit is predominantly composed of members from the Revolutionary Army and is led by a chief inspector. Prominent figures such as retired admirals or notable individuals like Garp and Sengoku are eligible to serve as chief inspectors. After a year, the world had transformed for the better, adapting to the new policies and embracing the changes. Amazon Lily. Blaze and Hancock were in a loving embrace, watching the live broadcast of the adventure battle between the red-haired pirates and the 100 Beast pirates. Hancock's belly was slightly swollen, a clear sign of her pregnancy. Blaze opened his system panel after a long time. Name: Blaze Hunt. Occupation: Marine. Constitution: 100 Half God. Devil Fruit: 100.0 Sun God. Haki: 100.0. Free Attribute Points: 5.0. After dethroning the world government, Blaze received system rewards: 5.0 free attributes, 1 lottery draw. In the lottery draw, Blaze received a new reward, World Merge card. According to the system description, using this reward will trigger significant changes in the world. These changes could involve merging 2 worlds into one or an invasion from another world. After some thought, Blaze closed his system panel. He didn't plan to use the reward, at least not for now. Author's thanks. Finally, I've completed the book. Firstly, a heartfelt thanks to everyone who has supported me throughout this novel. I know updates were at a snail's pace, and I was a bit lazy at times. From your perspective, I know it's hard to read all the way here. For that, I bow to you all with gratitude. To be honest, I never thought I'd finish this novel. There were many times when I considered abandoning it and starting something fresh. As some of you who have followed my work for a long time know, This novel has been going on for a long time with gaps, and I lost that initial spark due to various reasons. Nevertheless, I persisted and finished the novel. The ending is close to what I planned, though I originally envisioned Blaze traveling to the Marvel world or invading another world after his battle with Imu. Ultimately, I decided to drop that idea. My thoughts on the ending: considering Oda's style, I know Imu's combat power won't be so exaggerated, so I wrote a crushing battle at the end. My goal from the beginning was to write a pirate fanfic with an invincible style, and I believe I achieved that to some extent. With the journey coming to an end, I wish everyone a happy and worry-free life. If you're interested, feel free to support my new novel, I Can Transmigrate into the Worlds of Anime. Thank you once again for your incredible support.